Translator born to be. Hey, watch where you're going, you bumped me. Long Chen walked forward quickly and ended up bumped by someone on the road. As a result, he stumbled back, crashing into a wooden-faced man. What are you talking about? You're the one who bumped into me, raged the person who Long Chen had bumped into. But then sensing Long Chen's aura, he swallowed his curses. Long Chen was at Foundation Forging, while he was just at Sea Expansion. Long Chen was one full level higher, and this person had no powerful backer. What am I talking about? I'll tell you what. I'm advancing straight forward, but you came from that doorway and turned left. I'm going straight, but you're turning left. Just who is blind? Long Chen began to solemnly scold the person. At this time, Long Chen's appearance had already been changed by some medicinal extract. When he had crashed into the second person, he had thrown out a tiny bit of colorless, odorless powder that had stuck to the wooden-faced person. As Long Chen scolded the person who had bumped into him, he used his soul to keep watch over the second one. This person suspiciously looked around after Long Chen had crashed into him. For a moment, he stared at the petty little marketplace person who Long Chen seemed to be. He directly left. Left-turners have to yield to people going straight, understand? What? You don't understand? Fine, I'm too lazy to argue with you. This can count as my compensation. Seeing that the wooden-faced person had already left, Long Chen tossed a medicinal pill to the person he was arguing with and vanished. Don't run. What are you talking about? You're clearly the one who bumped into me. And do you think I care about your compensation? Don't think some money. What the fuck? A 9-ring foundation building pill. It really must be nice having money. Hey, don't go just yet. Brother, do you want to keep bumping into me? Seeing the foundation building pill, he immediately tried to suck up to Long Chen, but he had long since vanished. Long Chen used some faint fluctuations to follow the wooden-faced man from a distance. He knew that he was an assassin from the Bloodco Hall. Having been targeted by them for a long time, and after interacting with them for so long, the 9-star Hegemon body art would automatically sense them once they got close, whether or not they wanted to kill him. That was why Long Chen had used a secret method to place a mark on him without anyone being the wiser. This mark couldn't possibly be sensed by others, because it was made from the primal chaos space's soil and dust. Only Long Chen could sense it. How sly, he's starting to loop around. Long Chen suddenly stopped because he sensed something was wrong. He decided to hide in a tea house and drink tea. He sensed the assassin loop around the surroundings 5 times before walking in a certain direction. He didn't sense me. It's just a professional habit. Seeing him pay attention to all the surrounding people, Long Chen knew he was making sure no one was following him. In the end, he entered a narrow alley that eventually led to a casino. Inside, there were countless people. These shameful people actually used a casino to hide their identity. Long Chen smiled coldly. He wiped off his disguise, revealing his true face, and also walked in. Sir, do you have an appointment, or are you just dropping in? As soon as Long Chen walked in, an enthusiastic woman came to greet him, one wearing very revealing clothes. The makeup on her face was practically as thick as a copper coin, and just speaking caused the makeup powder to fall. But the most exaggerated thing was the slit in her dress. Most dresses would only show the lower leg. Even the women in brothels would only show their upper leg at most, but the slit in her dress continued all the way to her armpit. She looked to be in her 30s, and she was not a cultivator. This casino was very low-end. It catered to some low-level cultivators and gamblers. A person's youth never returned, and these people had no choice but to rely on gambling to make money. It wasn't easy for them. I've come to find someone. You can busy yourself. Long Chen tossed her 10 gold coins, delighting her. As for the hired thugs guarding the door, seeing that Long Chen was this generous with his money and didn't seem like he would cause trouble, they ignored him. Long Chen was suddenly struck by the stench of alcohol, sweat, and feet. As he advanced, he quickly saw a man look at him with shock. That man suddenly extended a hand to touch the wall. A blood-colored saber cut off his arm. His hand had been just a few inches from touching a button on the wall, but it fell to the ground. Quite a few people in the casino screamed and ran. The first thing they thought was that someone had come to destroy the casino. That person immediately slammed his other hand toward the button, but as a result, the blood-colored saber once more slashed out, cutting off his other arm. This button was used for ringing the alarm. Long Chen lazily rested Blooddrinker on his shoulder. Let me give you an idea. If you don't have your arms, you can try it with your head. The reason Long Chen had exposed his true face upon entering the casino was because he had wanted to accurately tell who was from the Bloodco Hall. He knew that any members of the Blood Hall had to recognize him. The facts proved that he was right, because this person was only at the blood condensation realm. He hadn't sensed anything from him because he wasn't even a real assassin. He could only count as an outer worker of the Blood Hall and hadn't cultivated in the Blood Hall's assassination arts. A berserk expression appeared in that person's eyes, and his throat suddenly bulged as he prepared to shout. However, he didn't succeed. Blood splashed through the air. In your next life, don't get brainwashed by others. Long Chen shook his head. He pointed a finger at the bodiless head. Taking advantage of when his soul had yet to scatter, he completed an instantaneous soul search. Long Chen walked along the wall and found a side door. Entering, he saw a passage that led outside. It looked like an ordinary back door. But on the wall of this passage, from a place where the gamblers in the casino had no clear line of sight, Long Chen pressed down 3 times. A door suddenly opened in the wall. This stone door seamlessly blended into the wall. Even if you were to look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell it existed without opening it. Once he walked in, the stone door immediately closed. The path in front of him continued downwards. With Bloodrinker on his shoulder, Long Chen continued onward through the underground passage. You? One of the Blood Hall's disciples just happened to be walking out from further in when he saw Long Chen. He only got one word out before being killed. A foundation forging expert fell just like that. Who's there? The disturbance immediately caused an alarm, and quite a few people came out from deeper in the passageway. Long Chen raised his left hand and pointed his finger. Lightning arrows shot out. Those Blood Hall disciples had no ability to dodge within this narrow passageway. They were all blown apart. All you're capable of is sneak attacking people from behind. In a head-on fight, you're just pigs, sneered Long Chen. Suddenly, a fierce astral wind attacked Long Chen. This attack should have come from a king. Split the heavens 3. Boom, the underground passageway collapsed. A berserk energy raged through the exploding ground, and it was unknown how many of the Blood Hall's experts were killed without even knowing what was going on. The sudden explosion of the ground and powerful auras startled all of Grand Zia City. Countless experts rushed over to see what was happening. The ruins exploded, and one of the Blood Hall's kings charged out. Before he could even understand what was happening, a lightning arrow struck his body, causing it to explode. Suddenly, a bolt of light stabbed toward Long Chen's back. As for Long Chen, he was still standing with Bloodrinker resting on his shoulder. Just at this moment, a hand covered in green scales caught the sword aiming for his back. The Blood Hall's king's expression changed. He pulled several times but was unable to retrieve his sword. Suddenly, his sword began to shine with blinding light. Are you an idiot? Do you think I'd just stand here and let you activate your king item? Long Chen sneered, hacking Bloodrinker down and killing the king. The king didn't even have a corpse after Bloodrinker struck him. In truth, this move of Long Chen's had been very evil. He had intentionally forced the king into despair and then left him time to activate his king item. And just as he did, Long Chen attacked, making it so the king had no idea whether he should continue or abandon his weapon and flee. Caught in his indecision, he was killed easily. At this time, countless experts stood in the surroundings, looking at Long Chen with shock. He dared to fight in Grand Zia City. Did he not want his life? It had to be known that it was forbidden to use force in Grand Zia City. Not even flying was permitted. The thing that shocked them the most was that Long Chen was clearly at the early foundation forging realm, but he had killed a king so easily and without even batting an eye. The runes below exploded, and a miserable figure shot out. It was a white-haired elder with an aura that surged turbulently. A soul transformation expert. The experts drawn over were shocked. A soul transformation expert was a hall master-level expert, but outside of sex, people called them according to their realm. These people were shocked to see this expert's aura fluctuating extremely intensely. Oh, I'm so sorry. It seems I've disturbed your seclusion. My sincere apologies. Long Chen apologized without the slightest sincerity as he looked at the expert's aura that was constantly jumping up and down out of control. Long Chen. The elder was startled to see that it was Long Chen, and he ended up directly coughing up blood. He had been in seclusion attacking a barrier when Long Chen's attack had disturbed him. Being forced out of his meditative state almost caused his cultivation base to flare out of his control. He had almost died. Die, the Blood Hall's soul transformation expert roared and stabbed his sword into the sky. An ear-piercing sound rang out as he slashed his sword at Long Chen. Chapter 1175, Battle in the Ancient Capital. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless against a soul transformation expert. He slashed Bloodrinker out, unleashing a huge saber image. Right now, he didn't have the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pills effect multiplying his power, and he would be at an immense disadvantage against a soul transformation expert. But the reason he dared to attack one of the Bloodco Hall's strongholds on his own was naturally because he had something else he could count on. Long Chen repeatedly unleashed dozens of saber images that crashed against the Bloodco Hall's soul transformation expert's sword. Heaven-shaking explosions rang out. Just one slash of the soul transformation expert's sword shattered all his saber images. But because of the saber image's power, the soul transformation expert's locking power faded, and Long Chen regained his freedom. "You damn brat, I'll tear you apart limb by limb," roared the soul transformation expert. His hair was standing on end, his eyes were red, and he looked insane. Right now, he needed to suppress the turbulent spiritual yuan inside his body while also fighting Long Chen. His combat power was less than a third of his peak, and with his aura out of his control, he couldn't lock down his opponent. Otherwise, if a soul transformation expert unleashed their immense pressure, a foundation-forging disciple like Long Chen would find themselves unable to move and be instantly killed. But now, he needed to spend a great deal of effort just to go toe-to-toe against Long Chen. Most hateful of all, because he had been startled right at the critical moment when he had been attacking the next barrier. His aura was completely chaotic, and there were signs it was starting to go completely out of his control. "Old idiot, what are you screaming for? Your Bloodco Hall has been targeting me for many years, but did I ever shout like this? Grow up a bit. All I did was take the initiative to attack you first this time," sneered Long Chen. Long Chen could already tell what was going on with this elder. Originally, he had been thinking of running, but now it seemed he didn't need to. Long Chen repeatedly unleashed saber images to keep his opponent back. He refused to face him head-on and kept on sending saber chi as he dodged. "He's from the Bloodco Hall." Several people in the crowd saw through some clues. The Bloodco Hall actually dared to stay within Grand Xia City. Are they trying to be killed? 1800 years ago, the Bloodco Hall assassinated one of the Grand Xia's princes. At that time, the Grand Xia announced that any of the Bloodco Hall's people found in their territory would be put to death. The spectating people couldn't help but discuss things as Long Chen fought against the Bloodco Hall's soul transformation expert. The little alley they had first appeared in had long since been destroyed, but the surrounding buildings were protected by powerful formation runes, and despite the two of them unleashing saber chi and sword chi, their attacks actually rebounded on contact with the buildings. This was the Grand Xia's powerful foundation. Each of their ancient buildings was protected. They were incredibly difficult to destroy. Furthermore, the ancient buildings were linked to the Imperial Palace's Grand Formation. If the buildings were attacked by supreme experts, the Grand Formation would activate, and then even a soul transformation expert would be unable to damage them, unless that soul transformation expert possessed a divine item. As for someone like the Bloodco Hall's soul transformation expert, let alone in his current state where his power was just a third of what it was normally, he wouldn't be able to damage the buildings even in his peak state. Who is that youngster? What terrifying battle senses and experience? Long Chen and the soul transformation expert were so fast that it was almost impossible to track them with the naked eye. The Bloodco Hall's experts' moves were refined and vicious, as well as strange and crafty. There were many times when he would launch a sudden attack from Long Chen's blind spot, which made the spectators' hearts shiver. Although the Bloodco Hall is a group of shameful people, their assassination arts are truly supreme. Even though he's fighting head-on, he still has such crafty moves that could easily catch a person off guard and kill them, sighed another soul transformation expert. More and more people were coming, and even the soul transformation experts were moved by the battle. These assassins' moves were different from ordinary people's. Each of them was deadly, and sometimes several of his moves would be a continuous death trap. Just watching him fight made people's hearts pound. If they weren't personally watching, no one would dare to believe there could be such sharp and terrifying killing arts. And yet, no matter how sharp his moves were, no matter how crafty his attacks were, Long Chen would dodge them with the lightning body blink. Lightning runes revolved around him as he always just narrowly dodged his opponent's killing blows. Quite a few people were watching while sweating profusely for Long Chen. It looked like Long Chen was dancing on the tip of a blade. He might die at any moment. But Long Chen's expression was still indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest fear or panic in his eyes. He moved smoothly like the clouds in the air or water flowing in the river. He advanced and retreated, attacked and defended without the slightest awkwardness. That indifferent expression made people's scalps numb, but it was also exciting to watch. "Do you only know how to run?" roared the Blood Hall expert. He had attacked Long Chen multiple times only to be skillfully evaded by him. Long Chen refused to face him head-on, infuriating him endlessly. He already knew that he would die today. Now that the Blood Hall's secret stronghold had been exposed, considering their enmity with the Grand Zia, it would be very difficult for him to run. But before dying, his only desire was to kill Long Chen and remove a scourge with limitless potential for the Blood Hall. News that Blood 19 had failed and instead been killed by Long Chen had already reached the headquarters of the Blood Hall. Right now, Long Chen was classified as their #1 target. Considering how even some outer workers could recognize Long Chen, it could be seen just how great Long Chen's fame was in the Blood Hall. This secret stronghold's purpose had been to keep watch over the Grand Zia's movements. The Blood Hall also offered to sell some information in addition to assassinating people. This was the Blood Hall's specialty. That was because assassinating a person required knowing their status, cultivation base, strengths, habits, etc. They would even go through their family history. So selling information was also an important business of the Blood Hall. But for them to have established a secret stronghold right within Grand Zia City was a huge slap in the face to the Grand Zia ancient nation. But these assassins were also smart. They were profoundly aware of what it meant to hide within the dark beneath the light. They established themselves right in the imperial capital, and no one except Long Chen had sensed them for hundreds of years. "Do you have any face left? Could it be that all your years of cultivation were spent on thickening your skin? You are a soul transformation expert, and yet you're attacking me, a mere foundation-forging rookie. That's innately shameful. Moreover, you're actually unable to do anything to me, and so you use psychological warfare against me, a junior who is not even a fraction of your age. I, Long Chen, started cultivating quite a few years ago, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you," cursed Long Chen. Long Chen could see the huge problem with his opponent, and he knew continuing to exhaust him was the best option. However, Long Chen hadn't expected him to be so shameless as to goad him into fighting head-on against him. Was he joking? The distant spectators also looked at him oddly. The fellow soul transformation experts had helpless expressions. This Blood Hall expert had lost face for them as fellow soul transformation experts. But then thinking about it, they supposed attacking people from behind was the natural habit of the assassins of the Blood Hall. For their goals, they didn't care about the methods, and that was why the Blood Hall was held in great contempt by most people. Being assassins in itself wasn't a fault, but they simply had no bottom line at all. That was what was despicable. At this time, a handsome man in violet robes was escorted over with a group of experts. He appeared to be around 25 years old, and he was currently watching Long Chen's intense battle against the Blood Hall's expert. "Your Highness, should we go and capture the Blood Hall's expert? They really go too far," said a middle-aged man beside that man. "There's no need, let's just watch for a bit. I'm very interested in this Long Chen." That man shook his head. This man was the Grand Zia's 8th prince, Zia Yunchang. The people around him were his guards, and 2 of them had reached the soul transformation realm. Other than the guards, a white-haired elder was standing beside Zia Yunchang. This elder's eyes had been closed in meditation this entire time, as if nothing in the outside world could interest him. "Master, what do you think about this Long Chen?" asked Zia Yunchang respectfully. Only then did the elder open his eyes. Shockingly, his eyes were completely turbid like an old man's, and yet they also seemed to contain a certain primal energy. The elder looked at Long Chen's figure. The turbidness in his eyes gradually faded like dirty water was being purified. The elder slowly said, "I cannot see through him." After saying that, the elder closed his eyes once more, but then he said one last thing. "Do your best not to offend him." Zia Yunchang and the guard were all startled. Just who was this Long Chen to obtain such a terrifying appraisal? It had to be known that this elder was Zia Yunchang's Tao protector. He was an incredibly powerful existence, and yet he was unable to give an evaluation of this youth in front of him. And in the end, he even told them not to offend him. "Master," said Zia Yunchang. The elder's eyes were still closed as he cut him off. "The world's countless existences exist within the heavenly Taos, but there are a few existences that cannot be spoken of. Disciple understands. Zia Yunchang's heart shook and he hastily bowed. The elder nodded and no longer spoke. His eyes were still closed as if he was meditating. He didn't possess the slightest aura, and if you weren't looking at him, you might not even be able to sense his existence. Bloodkill Hall, how brazen of you. Do you think my Grand Zia has no one who can handle you? Just as Long Chen was fighting the soul transformation expert, a beautiful figure appeared in the air. Why would she come here? Zia Yunchang couldn't help but frown. Chapter 1176, 17th Princess. Translator born to be. Just as Long Chen was fighting the Bloodkill Hall's soul transformation expert, a woman appeared in the air, her colorful robes floating around her, filled with an air of refinement. She had bright eyes and white teeth, shapely eyebrows and cherry lips. She was definitely an extremely beautiful woman, but her lips were a bit thin and raised upward slightly. On the surface, she looked like a powerful, obstinate woman. Furthermore, she possessed a kind of inherent air of nobility and arrogance. There was a simple but multicolored sword sheathed by her waist. Her powerful aura showed she was a late foundation forging expert. Took them long enough. Long Chen immediately shouted, "Little sister, please help me. I worked so hard for the Grand Zia in order to find this stronghold of the Bloodkill Hall. You should know to find it, I started following their tracks with all my might over 30 years ago, and all my bitter work has finally borne fruit today. Little sister, quick, capture this shameless thug." The reason Long Chen dared to fight in Grand Zia City was because, when he had been drinking with Chi Hao, he had learned many things pertaining to the Grand Zia. He had learned of the Grand Zia's enmity with the Bloodkill Hall at that time, and after all, it was no secret amongst the commoners within the Grand Zia. So despite knowing there would very likely be a soul transformation expert present, he hadn't been afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could run. As long as he reached the large streets, he refused to believe the Grand Zia would ignore him. Now seeing this woman's attire and air, he knew she was definitely from the imperial family. "Who is your little sister?" "I am the Grand Zia's 17th princess, Zia Yuluo." She frowned with a bit of irritation. "That's not important. Little sister princess, quickly stop him. I can't hold on much longer. Is the Grand Zia ancient nation willing to see someone who has made great national contributions die to the Bloodkill Hall's hands? My death won't matter, but what about the justice of the Grand Zia? Wouldn't my death become a stain on the Grand Zia's honor that could never be washed off?" shouted Long Chen as he dodged the Bloodkill Hall expert's attacks. "You, fine, I'll handle him first before punishing your rudeness." The 17th princess snorted. She began to form hand seals. An immense pressure suddenly descended, causing countless experts' expressions to change. She's a rank 8 celestial. You must be an outsider. It's well known that the 17th princess is a martial genius, an innate rank 8 celestial who fully awakened by the age of 18. With her cultivation base at the 8th heaven stage of foundation forging, her power is so immense that practically everyone in the Grand Zia knows of it, said a native expert proudly. Just as heaven and earth were rumbling, and the void trembled, endless heavenly Tao energy condensed into a sea of runes behind Zia Yuluo. 8 blazing runes appeared, looking like stars. They formed an octagon, slowly revolving behind her. The distant spectators found it hard to breathe under this pressure. Even kings were slowly retreating as they found the pressure unbearable. Heavens, the manifestation of a rank 8 celestial 8 stars, illuminate the cosmos. Shocked cries rang out. Although many people had heard the Grand Zia's 17th princess was an innate rank 8 celestial with immense power, they had never personally seen it. Seeing this terrifying manifestation shook them to their cores. "Face your death." Zia Yuluo suddenly drew her sword. A stunning ray of light slashed at the Bloodkill Hall's soul transformation expert. Boom! The Bloodkill Hall expert had no choice but to stop attacking Long Chen. Hastily blocking, he smashed into a large pagoda, and due to its barrier, he rebounded and coughed up blood. "Damn, how fierce!" Long Chen was shocked. This was the power of a rank 8 celestial. It was truly terrifying. Such a powerful attack could practically instantly kill a rank 7 celestial like Han Zhenyu. "Damn it, all of you can die. Killing God, protect me." Bloodkill soul condensation. The Bloodkill Hall expert roared, and an image appeared on his forehead. It was a small human figure that was being incinerated. But in that instant, his fluctuating spiritual yuan instantly became calm. "Heavens, he's igniting his yuan spirit!" Shocked cries rang out. The Bloodkill Hall's experts had 2 specialties, their assassination ability and their fleeing ability. Their ability in both skills was evenly matched. If they failed to kill their target, they would instantly flee 1,000 miles away. The blood hall expert had originally had a little bit of hope that he could escape after killing Long Chen. If he abandoned his physical body and used a secret art, he estimated he had a 30% chance of his Yuan spirit getting away. But now he was forced to change plans. He couldn't even think about running. He wanted to eliminate Xia Yuluo and Long Chen right here in order to remove two threats for the Blood Hall. It went without saying that the Blood Hall's assassins were extremely devout to their killing god. Having ignited his Yuan spirit, the Blood Hall expert forcibly stabilized his spiritual Yuan, instantly restoring his combat power. His sword slashed into Xia Yuluo's sword, causing a huge explosion. The two of them were both forced back. This exchange had actually ended in a draw, shocking all the nearby soul transformation experts. An innate rank 8 Celestial's name was definitely not fake. Princess is mighty. Raise the Grand Xia's prestige. Fill the sky with light. Kill the old ghost of the Blood Hall. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker high into the air to cheer for Xia Yuluo. At this time, countless people had gathered. Amongst them were quite a few youngsters who looked at the princess's figure with adoration. Hey, how can you guys not give me face? Do you not know how to cooperate? The princess is fighting as hard as she can to kill the old ghost from the Blood Hall, and as citizens of the Grand Xia, you don't even dare to cheer for her. What are you afraid of? Embarrassing yourself. Losing face. If you're afraid of everything, why do you even cultivate? If you're going to be such worrywarts, how are you even youngsters? What happened to your youthful drive, your hot blood? If you worship her, then shout loudly. If you adore her, then shout even louder. Let me hear your voices. Everyone together, Princess is mighty. Raise the Grand Xia's prestige. Fill the sky with light. Kill the old ghost of the Blood Hall, shouted Long Chen. Princess is mighty. Raise the Grand Xia's prestige. Fill the sky with light. Kill the old ghost of the Blood Hall. Princess is mighty. Raise the Grand Xia's prestige. Fill the sky with light. Kill the old ghost of the Blood Hall. Princess is mighty. Raise the Grand Xia's prestige. Fill the sky with light. Kill the old ghost of the Blood Hall. The first time, there were a few hundred people following along. The second time, there were thousands. And the third time, anyone who was even slightly young was shouting as loud as they could. They suddenly realized that cheering with everyone gave them an indescribable pleasure. The youngsters adored the 17th princess, but before this, they hadn't dared to say anything, afraid of being laughed at or mocked by others. They felt like they would be a toad trying to eat swan meat. But under the leadership of a shameless fellow like Long Chen, their throats bulged as they shouted. No one laughed at anyone. Instead, they felt like the more effort they put into shouting, the more manly they were. The cheering grew louder and louder, until it practically drowned out the sound of their battle. Within the crowd, Xia Yuncheng watched the young cultivators shouting as loudly as they could, as if they had been given drugs. He found it almost inconceivable. Even the reserved men of Grand Xia would start shouting in the streets like this. He couldn't believe it. Countless people were drawn over from farther away. The aura of the battle was covered by the formations, making it difficult to spread farther, but this cheering spread far and wide. Even the 17th princess, Xia Yuluo, hadn't thought she would possess such a great skill in rallying supporters. The countless cheers made even her blood heat up a bit. She attacked all out, but the Blood Hall expert had ignited his Yuan spirit and was overdrafting his life. Xia Yuluo was actually being forced back slowly. Hey, are you just going to shout, hurry up and help? As Long Chen watched the scene from the air, he suddenly received a spiritual message from Xia Yuluo. Me, but I can't beat him. Long Chen was surprised. She was the Grand Xia's princess and countless experts were watching. Why didn't she ask them for help instead? If they interfere, what about my face? Hurry up. I need you to stall him a bit. He's not letting me unleash any big moves, said Xia Yuluo. How long will it take you to store up energy? I won't be able to stall him for too long. Let me tell you, if you let me die, it'll become an unwashable stain to the Grand Xia, warned Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected this princess to be so powerful and obstinate. She actually didn't want other experts interfering in her battle, but Long Chen also didn't want to expose his trump cards. However, without using them, facing a soul transformation expert would be courting death. Stop wasting words. I just need you to stall him for a few breaths. Furthermore, you're not permitted to tell anyone that I asked for help, said Xia Yuluo. Long Chen muttered to himself. Why does it seem like all the benefits will be going to you, and I'm simply forced to keep your secret? Fine, I'll just keep it confidential. Long Chen simply wanted an important figure of the blood hall to die in order to vent. As for other benefits, he didn't particularly care. Divine Ring, 4-star battle armor. Chapter 1177, Soaring Cloud Deathblow. Translator Born to Be. Heaven and earth shook as a four-colored ring soared into the sky. The divine ring unleashed immense pressure, so much so that even the formations on the buildings were unable to dispel it. At the same time, 4 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. His 108,000 immortal platforms began to quiver, giving him boundless energy. It was like a dragon awakening, like a volcano erupting. With Long Chen at the center, waves of qi soared into the sky. Long Chen looked like a battle god floating within heaven and earth now. What cultivation technique is this? The white-haired elder opened his eyes, looking at the divine ring with shock. At this moment, Long Chen was untouched by the Tao. None of the laws or Taos of heaven and earth were able to adhere to him. It was unknown whether he isolated himself from heaven or earth, or whether heaven and earth isolated him. The other thing that shocked the white-haired elder was this domineering will soaring out of Long Chen's bones. That will seemed to be dissatisfied by heaven and earth's restrictions and wanted to shatter its way through. Everyone looked at Long Chen like he was a monster. The manifestation Long Chen had summoned wasn't something they had ever seen or heard of. The most shocking thing was that Long Chen's power was not forming a resonance with the heavenly Taos. In other words, he wasn't even a celestial. Let me first tell you, my moves are only used to frighten people. You should hurry up because if I do die, I'll become a ghost and haunt you every night, said Long Chen to Xia Yuluo. Just as Xia Yuluo jumped in shock from Long Chen's aura, Long Chen shot out. A kind of undefeatable aura surged out of him as if he was a god who had come to the mortal world. But when Long Chen's voice rang in her head, his undefeatable image in Xia Yuluo's mind vanished like a wisp of smoke. What kind of unrivaled expert would say such a thing? I know, hurry up, said Xia Yuluo. Old ghost from the Bloodco Hall, for the justice of the world, for the citizens of the Grand Xia, for the peace in the Central Plains, for my brothers and sisters watching, taste one of my attacks. Long Chen raised his saber, unleashed a huge saber image that tore through the clouds, and then slashed down on the Bloodco Hall expert. What? Isn't this the heaven-splitting battle sex split the heavens? So he was one of the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples. Countless people let out startled cries. The heaven-splitting battle sex 9 forms of split the heavens were famous, and they were widely known for their domineering and fierce power. Anyone who had seen one of the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples attacking would be able to instantly tell when someone was using split the heavens. Other than its specific movements, only the 9 forms of split the heaven possessed a fierce will to slash through the dome of the sky. It was as if the 9 forms of split the heavens were moves designed to strive against the heavens. Countless people instantly recognized what move Long Chen was using. This huge saber image slashed down with an undefeatable will. As someone with immense battle experience, Long Chen timed his blow extremely well. It was just as the Bloodco Hall expert exchanged a head-on blow with Xia Yuluo, when he had already used his energy but had yet to gather more energy for a second attack. The Bloodco Hall expert almost coughed up blood upon seeing this move. Long Chen was incredibly despicable. He couldn't even counterattack in his current state. He could only take it. Boom! The Bloodco Hall expert was blown back. He crashed against the barrier of a building and rebounded back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. This shocked people. Long Chen's attack was actually so powerful that it made this soul transformation expert cough up blood. Even Xia Yuluo's terrifying attacks hadn't had such an effect. Didn't this mean Long Chen was even more powerful than Xia Yuluo? In truth, this move was just the 3rd form of split the heavens, and it managed to send the Bloodco Hall expert flying, because Long Chen had timed it perfectly. This move was far from enough to cause him to cough up blood. It wasn't enough to cause any injury at all. The reason he had coughed up blood was entirely from anger. This move was just that despicable. Brat die? With blood covering his chest, the Bloodco Hall expert seemed to go insane. As an assassin, cool-headedness was a must, but he had already ignited the majority of his Yuan spirit and his consciousness was already starting to fade. His emotions were a mess, so it made it far easier to anger him. Right now, all he wanted was to kill Long Chen. He roared furiously like a crazed bull and charged at Long Chen, slashing his sword down. This sword looked completely ordinary and didn't even have any runes around it, but that was actually even more terrifying. All its energy had been condensed, like a huge amount of gunpowder had been packed inside it, waiting to explode when it slashed through an enemy. Long Chen snorted and stabbed Bloodrinker straight at the blood alcohol expert. It looked like he was using a suicidal move to kill his opponent, causing everyone to jump. Haha, are you trying to scare me? I've killed countless people, and I've long since grown tired of living. Let's go ahead and die together. The blood alcohol expert laughed in the face of Long Chen's suicidal thrust. The path of his sword didn't change. Although Long Chen's saber had the advantage when it came to length, it didn't matter. If his saber struck him, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his sword. They would definitely both die. Xia Yuluo was in the midst of forming one-handed seals in the air. A golden rune had appeared on her forehead, and powerful fluctuations spread from her fierce sword qi. She was preparing one of her ultimate moves, but she still needed more time. Hence, she was shocked to see Long Chen use such a move and cursed him for being stupid inside. If he died, the Grand Xia's reputation would fall, but just panicking had no use. Just as their two weapons began to pass by each other, the tip of Long Chen's saber lightly touched the point of the blood alcohol expert's sword. A soft energy transferred through. The blood alcohol expert's expression completely changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen's control over his energy to have reached such a terrifying level. His incredibly fierce power instantly transformed to become gentle. The soft power brushed his sword to the side without letting his sword's energy erupt. Now he was completely open and still moving toward Long Chen. Fool, who would die with you? Fuck off. Pow! After moving aside the blood alcohol expert's sword, Long Chen slapped him hard across the face. He shot back like a shooting star. The direction he was slapped into was right at Xia Yuluo. She had just finished preparing her move, and it was like Long Chen was intentionally sending him to her. Soaring cloud deathblow, Xia Yuluo's sword slashed down. There was no sword light. People could only vaguely see a black crack appear in space. The blood alcohol expert was struck by the black crack and instantly blew apart, turning into nothing more than dust that dissipated in the air. Even his Yuan spirit was killed. What a strange power! Long Chen saw it clearly. The energy contained within her sword was something he had never seen before. It was incredibly sharp, as if nothing could block its path. Even the blood alcohol expert's king item shattered. But Xia Yuluo's eyes rapidly dimmed after using this move. Although that light quickly recovered, Long Chen knew that she had paid a heavy price to use this move. She was just acting fine. Haha, Princess is mighty and domineering. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. If I have a chance in the future, I'll treat Princess to a meal, said Long Chen as he turned to leave. Hold, who said you could leave? Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen curiously. She had felt like something was off the entire time. Now seeing him wanting to leave so hastily, she became even more sure something was fishy. Princess, could it be you want to treat me to the meal instead? I accept your kindness, but I just ate, so let's pick another day. At that time, I'll properly enjoy your Grand Xia's hospitality, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to get close to her. She didn't seem like someone easy to get along with. Although his little dabbler face-reading arts were just used to trick others, he could tell a person's general character in just a glance. This woman was probably even more obstinate than Tang Wan'er. There was no point in torturing himself. What is going on here? You want to just leave without saying a word. Don't you think you need to give us a clear explanation? Xia Yuluo didn't want to let Long Chen leave. She looked around and then pointed at the ruins on the ground from the collapsed tunnel. She wanted to bring Long Chen to an investigation. She continued to feel like something was strange about Long Chen, but she wasn't able to pinpoint what exactly. Although the blood alcohol's soul transformation expert had been killed by her, she still felt uncomfortable inside. So she wanted to find an excuse to keep Long Chen. However, she spent most of her time cultivating and wasn't socially skilled. And so, she used the thing she was most comfortable with, her status as a princess, to hold Long Chen accountable. What is there to explain? I found the blood alcohol's stronghold, and for the Grand Xia's honor I risked my life to provoke them, making them cause such a huge disturbance so that you could come and capture them. Was there something wrong with that? Long Chen shrugged. But you could have reported it and we could have handled it from there, quibbled Xia Yuluo. Princess, are you joking? Since the blood alcohol dared to operate right in the capital of Grand Xia, do you think they wouldn't prepare themselves? They have countless external workers. How many eyes do they have amongst the peddlers you passed on your way here? By the time your people arrived, they'd have long since run. My method was the only right choice. Long Chen shook his head. Xia Yuluo had turned red to her ears from Long Chen's arguments. She was unable to outtalk Long Chen, and she angrily said, "I don't care. No matter what, you have to come back with us. There are many things I need to inquire about." Long Chen couldn't help being speechless. Now even such completely unreasonable words came out of her mouth. Just at this moment, a group of people walked over with Xia Yunchang at the front. Chapter 11, 78 Willful Princess. Translator Born to Be. So you must be world-renowned Long Chen. Am I right, Brother Long? Xia Yunchang had no choice but to reveal himself. He understood this little sister of his the best. She shared a father with him but a different mother. If he allowed her to continue like this, it was unknown just how much she would embarrass herself. He rushed out and cupped his fists to Long Chen. "I wouldn't dare to call myself world-renowned. May I ask who you are?" Long Chen's heart shook upon seeing this man. He sensed he was also an extremely terrifying fellow. Furthermore, he had two soul transformation experts as guards. As for the elder with his eyes closed, although none of his aura leaked out, Long Chen could still sense he was someone who had probably reached the same level as the Xuanhuan master. Such a terrifying lineup shocked Long Chen. This was truly badass. Xia Yunchang said, "This humble soul is the Grand Xia." "What's the point of so many words? He is the Grand Xia's 8th prince, Xia Yunchang, my big brother. Hurry up and come with us," said Xia Yuluo impatiently upon seeing them waste time going through pleasantries. Being interrupted by Xia Yuluo, Xia Yunchang awkwardly said, "Cough, Brother Long, how about we switch locations before talking? This place isn't very convenient." "Since Brother Xia is inviting me, I wouldn't dare to refuse." Long Chen smiled. This Xia Yunchang seemed much easier to get along with. Each of his movements was refined and natural. Long Chen felt it would be easier to talk with this man than an obstinate woman like Xia Yuluo, so he gladly agreed. Xia Yuluo's expression grew a bit unsightly upon seeing Long Chen agree to Xia Yunchang's invitation so quickly. Long Chen hadn't given her any face. She frowned and was just about to flare up. "Take note of your image." The elder suddenly frowned and icily opened his mouth. This elder's status was extremely special. Even the obstinate 17th princess immediately shut her mouth. She pouted and her eyes turned red. That aggrieved expression looked like she was about to cry. "Brother Long, let's go back to my humble home," said Xia Yunchang hastily. One of the soul transformation experts waved a hand, and one of the surrounding buildings unleashed a wave of light that covered them all. They disappeared from the spectators' sight. Long Chen and the others had only just left when workers came to clean up the damage. The spectators scattered, but today, other than seeing the beauty and power of the 17th princess, they had also learned of another name, Long Chen, a monster who wasn't even a celestial but possessed incredible battle prowess. Long Chen was brought to an open flower garden. All kinds of rare flowers grew here, their fragrance washing over them. There were 4 maidens wearing palace-maid clothes who were quietly standing within a pavilion, but these maids had actually reached the foundation forging realm. "Quickly prepare some wine and food. Use the standards of a national banquet," said Xia Yunchang to the maids. They were startled to hear such a thing, but they quickly left. The guards following Xia Yunchang were also dismissed. "Master, why don't you stay and drink a few cups? It's been a long time since we've drunk together," said Xia Yunchang respectfully. "An old man like me won't participate in a gathering of youngsters." The elder shook his head and vanished without the slightest spatial fluctuation. It was like he had simply merged with heaven and earth. HMPH, he finally left. Xia Yuluo immediately cheered like a bird that had been stuck in its cage for a long time and had finally regained its freedom. She immediately started making things hard on Long Chen. "Long Chen, I demand to know why you refused to come when I invited you, but as soon as he did, you immediately agreed." Xia Yuluo glared at Long Chen stiffly. She demanded a perfect explanation. Long Chen's actions had clearly irritated her, and now that the elder had gone, she once more became brazen. "Yuluo, don't make trouble. If you keep acting like this, I'll report you to our imperial father," said Xia Yunchang. You're mean. I wasn't even doing anything to you. You weren't like this before. You're all bad men bullying me." What Long Chen had never expected was for the incredibly powerful Xia Yuluo to actually start sobbing. He was flabbergasted. Seeing Long Chen's stunned expression, Xia Yunchang was embarrassed. Xia Yuluo was his younger sister, and even as a child she had gotten along best with him. She often threw tantrums, and whatever happened, she would always ask him to stand up for her. He truly did love and pamper her. "Yuluo, you're already so old, you can't keep acting like this." Zia Yunchang was at a loss. Now that I'm old, you don't want me anymore. You don't love me anymore, right? Our imperial father doesn't love me, the imperial mother doesn't love me, and now even you don't love me. That's the most painful thing. Zia Yuluo's face was covered in tears. Looking at her would truly make a person's heart clench. All right, stop. I still love you, so stop crying. Zia Yunchang patted Zia Yuluo on the back. But you're still so mean to me, saying that you'll report me. Fine, I won't report you, I won't be mean to you. It's Big Brother's fault, okay? Said Zia Yunchang helplessly. Really? Hee, I just knew Big Brother loved me the most. Long Chen, I demand to know why you wouldn't accept my invitation, but immediately came when Big Brother invited you. Zia Yuluo's face was still covered in crystalline tears, but she had a smile of victory on her face. You, Zia Yunchang almost exploded in fury. He had once more fallen for her trap. Big Brother, why are you so petty? I'm just asking a question. Do you need to stare at me like this? Said Zia Yuluo. Long Chen was now sure that this 17th princess was a child who had been spoiled rotten. He couldn't help finding it a bit funny, but their brother and sister relationship did move him. In the imperial palace where all relationships were complicated and only used for one's advancement, there were plenty of cases of sons killing fathers or brothers fighting over profits. Brother Long Zia Yunchang was also helpless. Oh, it's fine. The 17th princess's question isn't difficult to answer, said Long Chen. He saw Zia Yunchang giving him a meaningful look, indicating he should give Zia Yuluo face or she'd immediately turn hostile. He said, if I accepted the 17th princess's invitation, the day of my death would have drawn near. I'm greedy for life, so I couldn't accept your invitation. Zia Yunchang was speechless. Long Chen hadn't understood his meaning. As expected, Zia Yuluo raged. I'm not that kind of unreasonable person. If I invited you as a guest, why would I kill you? Long Chen shook his head. You didn't understand my meaning. As soon as I entered the Grand Zia, I heard of the 17th princess's outstanding beauty and peerless abilities. You have countless admirers, and some of them line up outside Grand Zia City just to see you. The line extends all the way to the Grand Han. This little one could not bear to be invited to see the princess alone. Those admirers would tear me to pieces. Hearing this, Zia Yuluo immediately smiled like a blossoming flower. So that's what it was. Then I'm happy. Tell me, outside what gate are they lined up at? She believed such nonsense. Long Chen saw that Zia Yuluo was full of anticipation, and it didn't seem to be faked. All he had been doing was giving a disguised apology, so he had exaggerated it to make it a joke. Then everyone could make merry and move on, but this girl actually thought it was true. Long Chen, are there people from the Grand Han lining up as well? I wonder if he'll appear. Zia Yuluo suddenly turned red and her eyes became unfocused. She clutched her clothes, clearly nervous and uneasy. Long Chen was talking about something that happened a few months ago. Yuluo, it's about time for you to go back. I have some things I need to discuss with Brother Long, interjected Zia Yunchang. Zia Yuluo was a bit unwilling, but she was still shooed away by Zia Yunchang. Sorry I've caused Brother Long to laugh. This little sister of mine still has a child's temperament. She's simply been spoiled. After shooing off Zia Yuluo, Zia Yunchang apologized to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. There's nothing to laugh about. I'm very envious of Brother Zia. I wish I could pamper my little sister as well. If she wants to act like a spoiled child, I would also let her. Seeing the sibling relationship between Zia Yunchang and Zia Yuluo made Long Chen think of his own little sister. The time they had been together had been far too short. She had only just grown familiar with him before he had left. Perhaps she no longer had any memory of her big brother. Every time he thought of this, he would feel sentimental. Brother Long, come. The food and drink has already been prepared. There were all kinds of delicacies set up on a table. They looked like beautiful gems and smelled delicious. Long Chen almost couldn't bear to eat them. This is the wine god palace's fine wine. Brother Long, have a taste. Zia Yunchang handed Long Chen a cup full of wine. There wasn't the slightest fragrance coming from this cup. It looked like pure water, but the moment it entered his mouth, its fragrance exploded. Furthermore, some faint energy went through his teeth and up to his head. Long Chen instantly felt like his divine sense had grown sharper. This is practically divine wine, capable of shaking the world. The wine is silent, like heaven and earth's tranquility, but it traverses the profundities of the world, allowing one to hear the profound music of the Grand Tao. Tasting this wine, he unconsciously said words that appeared in his heart without him even knowing it. This wine was too miraculous. The winemaker was definitely an expert. They had actually imparted their comprehension of the heavenly Tao's into the wine. He was not exaggerating when he said that it was divine wine. Brother Long truly is a master of wine. With just a taste, you could comprehend the realm within it. With this kind of shocking comprehension, I must bring you to the Wine God Palace today. They'll definitely treat you well to gain your wisdom, exclaimed Zia Yunchang. The Wine God Palace had different names for all their wines, and all of them had their own realms. That was closely related to the abilities of the winemakers. But the Wine God Palace's people were all strange. Only they would know the name of the wine they made. They would send their wine to others to taste. If others could say the realm of the wine, they would bestow more wine upon them. Otherwise, not even a mountain of wealth could buy a single drop. They were a group of prideful artisans. They would only give their art to people who could appreciate it. Brother Long, let me offer you a cup. Zia Yunchang raised his cup, and Long Chen immediately touched his cup to his. They drained the cups in one gulp. This wine had to be drunk with small cups, or it would be an absolute waste. After a few cups had entered their stomachs, they became friendlier and almost started to feel like they regretted not having met each other earlier. Brother Long, I heard you killed Han Zhenyu, asked Zia Yunchang. Chapter 1179, Imperial Orders to Pick Up a Girl. Translator, born to be. Yes, I killed him. That brat really knew how to be a poser. Ah, Brother Zia, do you not quite know what that word means? Asked Long Chen. It would be normal for a refined prince to not know such crass language. Haha, Brother Long, are you looking down on me? When I reached the Xianchen realm, I was tossed out into the cultivation world to live on my own for 2 years. I'm not a greenhouse flower like you imagine. Let me tell you, I almost died 3 times in 1 year. No one was there to look after me. The last time was especially dangerous. I accidentally ended up entering one of the corrupt path's strongholds and was attacked by countless experts. I had no support, but just by using my Xianchen realm cultivation base, I killed my way out of the corrupt experts. I slew over 1,000 sea expansion experts and countless Xianchen experts. In the end, I put everything on the line in order to kill 3 foundation forging experts. After those 2 years, I returned to the Grand Zia. My imperial father looked through my tempering stone, which recorded my experiences over those 2 years, and arranged for me to apprentice myself to my current master. He is my master, as well as my Tao protector. He is the person I respect the most in my life, even more than my father. A respectful and worshipful expression appeared on Zia Yunchang's face when he spoke of his master. Your Tao protector, could it be that Brother Zia, you walk, the undefeatable Tao? Asked Long Chen with shock. He had heard that only people who walked the undefeatable Tao had Tao protectors. Why are you so surprised? Don't you also cultivate the same Tao? Now it was Zia Yunchang's turn to be surprised. Me? How could I walk the undefeatable Tao? I just blindly muddled my way to my current level. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had heard that those who walked the undefeatable Tao could never suffer a defeat in their life. Once they were defeated, their Tao heart would crumble, and they would be completely crippled. That was why those who walked the undefeatable Tao had to have a supreme expert as a Tao protector. The Tao protector's duty was to prevent powerful enemies from forcing a battle with the genius walking the undefeatable Tao. How could that be possible? When you fought the elder from the Bloodco Hall, the will that burst out of you was clearly an undefeatable will. This kind of pressure is identical to my own. I definitely can't be wrong. Zia Yunchang couldn't believe it. Let's not fight over this problem. Let's keep drinking. Long Chen filled Zia Yunchang's cup. Brother Long, do you really not walk the undefeatable Tao? You've been defeated before. Zia Yunchang pressed him, wanting to figure out what was going on. Not only have I been defeated before, but I've also been beaten so many times I can't even keep track. There was even one expert a whole level stronger than me who once chased me down through the mountains like I was a dog. Let's not talk about this. It's embarrassing. Long Chen raised his cup. Zia Yunchang looked at Long Chen. He felt like Long Chen had no reason to lie to him, but he himself walked the undefeatable Tao, and that undefeatable will that came from the depths of Long Chen's bones, and even the depths of his soul, was something Zia Yunchang couldn't be wrong about. The two of them continued drinking. Seeing that Zia Yunchang was still troubled over this question, Long Chen laughed and decided to tell him about this past. He told him all about his cultivation journey. Other than some private secrets like the primal chaos bead, he didn't hold back. Zia Yunchang learned about how miserable Long Chen's youth had been, how he had been humiliated and bullied. When he was 15, he had still only been at the 3rd heaven stage of qi condensation. In just a few years, he had grown to his current level. Zia Yunchang was full of admiration. So you really don't walk the undefeatable Tao. But within your endless trials, the more the world tries to obstruct you, the fiercer you become. Perhaps this is another kind of undefeatable Tao. Come, let me raise a cup to you in admiration. I, Zia Yunchang, have never admitted inferiority to anyone, but I admire your will which refuses to bend even in the face of countless setbacks, praised Zia Yunchang. Zia Yunchang had always treated his 2 years in the wilds, fighting on the brink of life and death, as the greatest pride of his life. But when he compared it to Long Chen's history, he felt embarrassed just to mention it. There was no way to compare them. From the struggles in the Phoenix Cry Empire, his rise in the Geolai secret realm, his dominance over the eastern wastelands, and his various difficulties since reaching the Central Plains, he had experienced countless dangers, and each of those dangers had been like dancing on the tip of a blade. Long Chen had fought his way from being a poor noble son within the secular world to his current height. Everything he had been fought for with his life on the line. As for Zia Yunchang, although he had also put his life on the line, the majority of what he had was from having a powerful backer like the Grand Zia. So Zia Yunchang truly admired Long Chen. The two of them only grew friendlier as they drank, and in the end, they became close friends who could say anything to each other. Brother Long, you said the reason you came here is because you have friends in my Grand Zia. Do you need me to look after them? Asked Zia Yunchang. Long Chen hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. These friends of mine are a bit special. In truth, if Zia Yunchang could support the original devil race, then they would instantly soar to new heights. But that was far too dangerous. If the original devil race was one day exposed, then the Grand Zia would become the world's enemy. It might even be destroyed. Long Chen might be willing to do stupid things, but he wouldn't do such an immoral thing. Brother Zia, to tell you the truth, the reason I came here was because I was forced. I provoked a disaster this time and I came here to avoid it. Will I end up causing you trouble? Asked Long Chen. What trouble? I've long since wanted to properly put the Grand Hand's egomaniacs in their place. I've just never had a chance. As for the ancient races, although they are powerful, the ancient race alliance is not necessarily all like-minded. You only offended one race, so there's nothing to fear there. As for the Pill Tower, we have no relations with them due to their dispute with the Wine God Palace. Even without the Pill Tower's support, we can still cooperate with the Huiyun sect. Furthermore, we have the Wine God Palace's support, so there's no need to care about them. Also, I suppose it's possible that you don't know this. After you left, your Xuanhuan Dao sect master gave those 4 powers a vicious slap in the face, and it was done within the Martial Heaven Alliance in front of countless experts. The sound of that slap. Zia Yunchang told Long Chen what news he had gathered. Long Chen hadn't realized that the huge trouble he had caused would be settled so easily by the Xuan master. Then I can return to the Xuanhuan Dao sect whenever I want. Long Chen was delighted. Well, you can't leave too quickly. Since you've come to the Grand Zia, you must stay for a few more days. Otherwise, it would have been a waste to have run away. Ha ha ha, here, drink, laughed Zia Yunchang. Hee, there's food, there's drink, and there are fun things to do. Where else could I find such a great place? I'll just treat it as a little vacation to relax, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen felt like he had always been working these past few years. More and more things kept popping up, and he had never had time to relax. His nerves had been tense all this time, and it was exhausting. He really did need to relax a bit. That would be beneficial to his cultivation. Brother Zia, when I was joking with your sister, it seems she. Now that they were friends, Long Chen could speak directly. He felt that at that time there had been something odd with Zia Yuluo, and anger had appeared in Zia Yunchang's eyes. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but just mentioning that infuriates me. That girl, although her cultivation base is powerful, her mind is simple. She has been affected by the worship of the idols from the Grand Han, and has ended up infatuated with one of the Grand Han's 3 monarchs, Han Wenjun. Zia Yunchang had a belly full of anger upon saying this. Long Chen's expression became sluggish. He had guessed accurately. The Grand Han actually knew how to use beautiful men. If Zia Yuluo really was seduced to the Grand Han by that Han Wenjun, it would be a huge slap in the face of the Grand Zia, and the Grand Han would have also snatched away an expert. That would be a grievous blow to the Grand Zia's morale. You haven't tried persuading her? Asked Long Chen. Do you think she'd listen to my persuasion? She's extremely stubborn and refuses to listen to anyone, said Zia Yuluo helplessly. Then what about your father? Him, HMPH, he only cares about the state. Although he hasn't said anything, I understand him. He does what's best for the nation. If Xia Yuluo dares to marry Han Wenjun, my father will not hesitate to kill her before she can, said Xia Yunchang. He snorted furiously, clearly dissatisfied with his father. Really? Long Chen jumped. Xia Yuluo's father would be this vicious to her. You just don't understand. Xia Yunchang shook his head. All rulers must act like this. They have to put the interests of the state before themselves. Anyone can be sacrificed for the nation. Although I don't approve this kind of thing, I have no choice but to admit there's no other solution. The Grand Xia isn't just the imperial families. It belongs to each one of the civilians living within it, and we have a responsibility to each of them. Xia Yunchang was filled with helplessness toward this. He understood Xia Yuluo the best. She was far too obstinate, and sometimes she would refuse to change her mind even if it meant death. That was what worried him. Long Chen, if you have a chance, I hope you can help me advise her. I really don't want to see the day when she dies to our father's butcher blade. Xia Yunchang looked at Long Chen with a pleading expression. Long Chen swore inside. I might be all right at picking up girls, but comforting and convincing one isn't my specialty. Furthermore, that girl is definitely a thorned rose. Although she is beautiful, not everyone can enjoy her. Long Chen didn't want to give himself another burden. He wanted to say he was powerless to do anything about this, but looking at Xia Yunchang's pleading expression, he was unable to bring himself to say it. Fine, I'll do my best. Long Chen could only thicken his skin with a bitter expression. He felt like he was getting more and more stupid. He had actually picked up another burden for himself. But if the positions were reversed, he would also not be able to just watch as his little sister jumped into someone else's trap. And the most difficult thing to accept was that the person who would want to kill his little sister would be his own father. That was an incredibly tragic thing. Many thanks, Brother Long. This little sister of mine rarely speaks with others, but she treats you differently. If she gets willful, just yield a bit to her and she'll quickly become your friend. Although she's willful and petty, she's kind inside and easily trusts others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so infatuated with that effeminate man, said Xia Yunchang with a bitter smile. The two of them continued drinking. Long Chen found that the wine god palace's wine was truly amazing. Although his cultivation base wasn't growing, his mental realm was growing more tranquil and clearly rising. He even felt like his fiery temper was being changed. They drank all the way until the sky brightened once more. The sky had only just brightened when Xia Yuluo ran in. Yuluo, you're right on time. Bring Brother Long for a trip to the wine god palace. Xia Yunchang cast a special glance at Long Chen. Chapter 11, 80 Uncle Long. Translator, born to be. Long Chen, is what you said yesterday true? Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen with excitement. She was talking about how the line of her admirers stretched all the way back to the Grand Han. It's possibly true. I heard two blind people gesturing toward a map with two deaf people on my way to the capital. That's when I heard that story, said Long Chen helplessly. Seeing Xia Yuluo's thoughts seem to wander away, Long Chen grumbled inside. He had to constantly worry about her discussing that story with him. At this time, Long Chen and Xia Yuluo were walking toward the wine god palace. They had a large mass of guards following them. Quite a few youngsters were looking over at Xia Yuluo with adoring expressions. Xia Yuluo was a goddess amongst the Grand Xia's civilians. Countless youngsters worshipped her. However, the Grand Xia's youngsters tended to be very reserved with their emotions, and they only looked at her from a distance. They didn't dare to come forward and pay their respects to her. As for Long Chen, he looked incredibly sloppy in comparison, without the slightest air of the imperial family. He looked like a loafer without the slightest care. He was looking left and right, admiring the historical sites located all over the city. Sometimes when Xia Yuluo was pressing him, he would intentionally exclaim in admiration over a certain building's magnificence, and then ask the guards about the building's history. He managed to change the subject like this over and over again. But Xia Yuluo was like a child, and despite how obviously Long Chen was trying to avoid this subject, she still couldn't sense it. Seeing Long Chen constantly changing the subject, she raged. Long Chen, I've asked you so many times, but you refuse to give me an answer. Do you have any manners at all? Long Chen was speechless. Just who didn't have any manners? He clearly didn't want to reply, but she continued to press him. How was that reasonable? Xia Yunchang had told Xia Yuluo to bring Long Chen to the wine god palace. But as a result, as soon as they left the door, Xia Yuluo began pressing Long Chen for information. When she wasn't asking about the line of admirers, she asked about the Grand Han. Princess, please spare me. I really don't know anything about the Grand Han. How am I supposed to answer you? Long Chen bitterly smiled. Liar, you killed one of the Grand Han's 8 princes, Han Zhenyu. Having become enemies with the Grand Han, didn't you come to my Grand Xia just to take refuge? Raged Xia Yuluo. Long Chen's expression suddenly sank. He coldly looked at Xia Yuluo. Respected princess, there are a few things I should make clear. First, I really don't know about the Grand Han and I don't want to talk about it. Second, the reason I have come to the Grand Xia is not because I'm taking refuge. I always face my battles, and my path from the eastern wasteland to the central plains was built through my enemies' bones. I've never asked for anyone's protection. It hasn't happened in the past, it isn't happening now, and it won't happen in the future. Third, when you speak to me, take note of your words. Although you are a princess, don't think others need to give you whatever you want just because of your status or beauty. Fourth, don't be so arrogant because your arrogance has no power backing it. If it weren't for the Grand Xia's upbringing, then no matter how good your talent, you would never have had your current accomplishments. Everything you have was bestowed by your father, your mother, your brothers, and the Grand Xia's people. Can you tell me a single thing that you have achieved with your own power? Just where does your pride and confidence come from? Long Chen had been enduring this the entire time. Because Xia Yunchang had entrusted him with this mission, Long Chen had exercised patience with Xia Yuluo's rude questions. As he endured, he repeatedly told himself that she was just a child and that he couldn't treat her like an adult. But it seemed like she never used her head before speaking, and she didn't care about other people's feelings. Hence, he finally exploded. Xia Yuluo's expression sank and she raged. You are provoking me. Don't say such a senseless thing. I stopped playing with such words in my youth. The people who have said such things to me have long since been buried. Although your cultivation base and power might be greater than mine, if we were to truly fight to the death, the one to die would definitely be you. Long Chen suddenly stopped walking and stared at Xia Yuluo icily, his eyes revealing his confidence. He wasn't trying to intimidate Xia Yuluo. He felt like her confidence had inflated after killing the Blood Hall's soul transformation expert. But there had been many special factors that had allowed her to kill him, which were not based on her own power. The Blood Hall's people didn't specialize in fighting head-on. They specialized in assassinations and escaping arts. It was because of Long Chen that the Blood Hall expert had given up on running, as he was too enticed by the thought of killing Long Chen. Then he had ignited too much of his Yuan spirit, and his consciousness had grown muddled. He had actually forgotten about Long Chen and launched an attack on Xia Yuluo, who had been preparing one of her ultimate moves. If she had fought another soul transformation expert, she would be in danger of being killed in one blow. Xia Yuluo's hand gripped her sword and her aura began to condense. All the guards behind them were shocked. Just what was going on? How could she want to start fighting without a word? These guards were Xia Yunchang's people. Xia Yuluo was Xia Yunchang's little sister, while Long Chen was Xia Yunchang's precious guest. If these two fought, they wouldn't even know who to help. You aren't my match. In a life-and-death battle, I would definitely take your life within 3 moves. If I can't, I, Long Chen, will immediately kill myself in front of Grand Xia City. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back, his voice icy and emotionless. The previously smiling Long Chen, who looked like a big brother, had instantly become a merciless death god. Xia Yuluo's heart was swamped with terror as she looked at Long Chen's eyes. She seemed to be able to see a boundless mountain of corpses and sea of blood within the depths of those eyes. This was Long Chen's killing intent that was normally hidden in his heart. It was accumulated from countless huge battles. Now, he was no longer hiding it, allowing Xia Yuluo to see it. Xia Yuluo had grown up in the imperial palace and spent most of her time cultivating. Although she was powerful, her experience was pitifully low. She couldn't possibly compare to someone like Long Chen who had crawled his way out of a pile of corpses. She trembled, her face pale. Long Chen's mouth curled and he said, "Put away that move you used against your big brother. I've already said that not everybody has to pamper you. At the very least, I won't. I'm going to the Wine God Palace. You can go back." Long Chen turned and continued onward. Xia Yuluo stood there blankly for a long moment. She wanted to cry yet didn't dare to. She didn't know what to do. She suddenly clenched her teeth, wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes, and chased after Long Chen. "Why are you following me?" Long Chen frowned. "Who would follow you? This is my Grand Xia city and I am the Grand Xia's princess. This is my home and I can go wherever I want. Does it have anything to do with you?" snorted Xia Yuluo. In truth, Xia Yuluo had been terrified just now, and she felt that leaving like this or going back to complain would cause her to lose face, as well as make her seem cowardly. In order to express her bravery, she was intentionally going along with Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at her. Seeing Xia Yuluo glaring at him, he didn't say a word. He simply continued onward, with Xia Yuluo following beside him. Those guards all sighed with relief. As long as they didn't fight, it was fine. They hastily followed behind them. Just as they left, a middle-aged man in ashen robes followed them with his eyes from a tea parlor. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Along with his square nose, his face looked like it had been carved with a blade. He was extremely imposing. This Long Chen is fierce and domineering. He's quite the fearless character. The middle-aged man nodded with a hint of praise. He was none other than the Grand Xia's current emperor, Xia Yuluo and Xia Yuncheng's father, the person with the greatest authority within the entire Grand Xia ancient nation. Beside him was a white-haired elder, Xia Yuncheng's master. His eyes were closed and his expression was indifferent. "Do you see anything special about him?" asked the white-haired man. "He's not in agreement with the heavenly Tao's. He clashes with the laws of the world. Just now when he released his killing intent, I could see just how bloody and painful his path has been. That killing light in his eyes is decisive and firm, while his spiritual fluctuations make him appear to be a person who makes meaningful relationships. That's definitely not the appearance of a heaven Caesar. The heavenly fate pavilion was intentionally inverting right and wrong," said the middle-aged man. Chang'er chatted with him last night. The two of them ended up close and trusting each other. "Chang'er has entrusted Yuluo to Long Chen, hoping he can save her life," said the elder. The middle-aged man looked at the street. A calm but sad expression appeared in his eyes. "Her fate was set a long time ago. The tribulation of her life has come, and she will definitely betray my Grand Xia. If I don't kill her, the Grand Xia will end up in upheaval. While the fate decreed by the heavens cannot be violated and cultivators must comply with the heavenly Tao's, the laws of heaven and earth are too profound to comprehend. Even if you comply with the heavenly Tao's, you won't necessarily have a good end. But there is one kind of person that is an exception. Anyone who is infected by such a person's karma will have their fate change. However, whether it is a blessing or misfortune is hard to say," said the white-haired elder. "You're talking about," the middle-aged man's expression changed. "The twists of fate are not easily exposed. As long as you know this inside, as the ruler of the Grand Xia, you should know what to do," said the white-haired elder profoundly. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he nodded. "I understand." "Long Chen, I'm 18. How old are you?" As Long Chen advanced silently, Xia Yuluo seemed to forget her previous unhappiness and took the initiative to speak to Long Chen. 22, said Long Chen without overthinking it. "Ah, then you're already really old," exclaimed Xia Yuluo. Long Chen almost stumbled. He corrected, "The word is mature." You're this much older than me. How about I call you Uncle Long?" laughed Xia Yuluo. Long Chen instantly understood she was getting revenge. He irritably said, "Your brother is already 27. If you call me uncle, wouldn't you have to call him grandpa?" "That's not the same. We're real brother and sister, so it's not calculated by age. Uncle Long, you look really young for your age," said Xia Yuluo. "That's not bad. When I see your father, I can directly call him big brother." Long Chen wasn't afraid of playing such a game with her. "Oh, we've arrived." Long Chen suddenly saw a tall and simple construction. Chapter 1181 The image of the 9 stars reappears. Translator Born to be. Although Long Chen had never gone to the Wine God Palace, just by seeing this construction, he could tell he had arrived. It was less than 30 miles in diameter. Looking from the air, it looked like a huge wine pot lying on its side. It was definitely a unique structure. The entrance was the wine pot spout. Even from the entrance, he could smell a dense wine fragrance that could intoxicate him. "Hey, granduncle, once we go inside, you have to act with propriety. If you get kicked out, it would be too embarrassing. At that time, don't blame me for not being loyal and acting like I don't know you," said Xia Yuluo solemnly. Uncle Long had now become granduncle. It felt like he had aged another couple of decades. Well, it wasn't as if Long Chen wanted her loyalty. He shook his head. "That's fine. In any case, someone as old as me isn't afraid of losing face. But little girl, if you're worried about being implicated, you can go first." Since he was being called granduncle, Long Chen took advantage of his newfound seniority to call her little girl. "Do you think I'm such a disloyal person? I'm just telling you to reserve yourself a bit. This is the Wine God Palace, and if you cause trouble, you'll be kicked out. Not only will you lose face, but my imperial father will also scold you, warned the little girl. Big brother won't blame me. After all, we're brothers. Long Chen thickened his skin and directly called the leader of the Grand Xia his big brother. Now he wasn't just taking advantage of Xia Yuluo, he was even superior to Xia Yunchang. If my father learns of this, he'll definitely cut off your head. The little girl clenched her teeth. She had never seen someone so shameless. That's fine, to die to my brother's blade. It wouldn't be a vain death. I'm going in, so you should leave. Wine isn't something a little girl should drink, said Long Chen. You're the child. I've already become an adult. What's the big deal? The worst case is I get kicked out again, snorted the little girl. Long Chen looked at Xia Yuluo oddly. Why does it feel like you've already been kicked out before? Only then did Xia Yuluo realize she had exposed herself with her own mouth. She turned red and bashfully said, "At that time, I was still young and didn't understand. I won't be kicked out now. Then will I end up being implicated by you? It'd be embarrassing to be kicked out as soon as I enter." Long Chen hesitated. Now he really didn't want Xia Yuluo to follow him. He didn't want to get kicked out with her. I was still young last year. They were the petty ones. Even if I was in the wrong, I was just a little child. HMPH, I can't believe they quibbled with a child like that, said Xia Yuluo. Last year, if she really had been a little child at that time, then she was truly a genius. But now that they had come here, Long Chen could only thicken his skin and enter. He hoped this little girl wouldn't cause any trouble. The entrance didn't have any guards, nor was there anyone to receive them. Once they were inside, they found themselves in front of a tranquil courtyard. There was a stone stele in front of them with an image on it. The image contained a man in shoddy clothes. He was half lying against a peach tree, a wine pot in his hand. It was clear he was drunk. He was looking into the distance with a lost expression, seeming half intoxicated, half sober. The scene was very lifelike. His clothes were worn out, and he had dust all over him. He was extremely sloppy, with a few flower petals lying on his head. But he gave off an air of freedom and relaxation. This was a realm, one where the body rested within the world of mortal dust, while the heart was flying within the clouds. As soon as Long Chen looked at it, he was drawn in by that realm. In that instant, he felt all his mundane worries fall away from him. His heart became empty. The lines forming the man were very simple, almost careless. But just these few lines bestowed that man a moving divine charm. Long Chen followed where that man was looking to see 9 brilliant stars shining in the air. They were like a ring of blazing suns in the upper left corner of the image. Long Chen, go light the incense. Suddenly, Long Chen felt Xia Yuluo push him. Only then did Long Chen wake from his stupor and realize that a youth in hemp clothes with his hair worn in a bun was offering him incense. "Ah, sorry." Long Chen hastily received the incense sticks. The youth shook his head. "Esteemed guest, there's no need for you to apologize. This image is the wine god. For you to be drawn in by the wine god's divine charm means you have destiny between you two." Although this youth was just a teen, his voice was naturally tranquil. He was neither servile nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor impatient. Long Chen received the incense sticks. Lighting them, he placed them into the censer. He had only just put them in when his 3 incense sticks instantly turned to ash. "What?" The youth was shocked. He had no idea what had happened. These incense sticks were made of special material. No matter what kind of outer force tried to disturb them, they would always burn for exactly 15 minutes. But now they had instantly been incinerated. He had never seen such a phenomenon. Long Chen and Xia Yuluo were also surprised. Miss, please also place the incense." The youth hesitated but still handed incense sticks to Xia Yuluo. Xia Yuluo ignited her incense sticks and placed them inside. Everything was normal this time. The 3 incense sticks were slowly burning. "Please enter." The youth waved his hand to them in a welcoming gesture. "Long Chen, what happened just now?" asked Xia Yuluo stealthily as they entered the courtyard. "How rude, call me uncle." Long Chen intentionally put on a chiding expression. "HMPH, who would call you that?" Xia Yuluo sniffed and turned her head. Just like that, the title of uncle was tossed aside. Long Chen laughed inside. This little girl wasn't even close to his match. But he also couldn't offend this little girl. He said, "In truth, I also don't know. I just felt a mystical energy destroy those incense sticks. It was like a strange kind of energy had refused to allow Long Chen to offer incense. But Long Chen also wasn't clear on that. He just felt it was extremely strange." "Just like what?" Seeing Long Chen suddenly stop talking, Zia Yuluo hastily questioned him. Just like, Sai, I'm not very erudite and I don't know how to describe it. Long Chen shook his head dimly. That's fine, just think about it. I'm not in a rush. Zia Yuluo was very curious and had to know. It's just like someone is going to the bathroom and suddenly realized they were out of toilet paper. At this time, someone gave them a wooden stick, but after a moment's hesitation, they refused the stick. It's probably because they're waiting for someone to give them paper instead, said Long Chen. What on earth are you talking about? How can you compare placing incense on a censer to such a thing? One's fragrant and one's smelly. They're completely different. Furthermore, so what if there's no paper or stick? Asked Zia Yuluo. It appeared his incredibly crappy joke was truly crappy. He supposed the royal people in the palace had never used a stick to wipe their butts. But after Long Chen said this, Zia Yuluo stopped asking. Once they were inside, Long Chen found that this building, which looked like a wine pot, actually had its own space inside. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes. The scenery stretched as far as the eye could see. The wine god palace is in itself a treasure. It contains its own spatial formation inside. There's plenty of farmland, and all the ingredients they put into their wine are grown themselves, said Zia Yuluo. She was now much more well-behaved upon entering the wine god palace. There was a small mountain not far from them. A stone path meandered its way toward it. Plenty of old trees grew within the mountain, and everything was extremely secluded and beautiful. A few pavilions were hidden within the trees, looking like peaceful places to live. At the foot of the mountain, they suddenly sensed a faint drizzle watering the flourishing grass. This place was full of life. What an amazing place! As the drizzle washed over him, Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim in praise. This seemed to be the kind of place where an expert would choose to live in seclusion. Here, all his troubles seemed to vanish. Does no one normally come to the wine god palace? Why aren't there any outsiders here? Asked Long Chen. Do you think just anyone can come here? People who want to come inside have to make an appointment. Only the members of my Grand Zia's imperial family have the privilege of bringing people in to pay respects at any time, said Zia Yuluo disdainfully. It seemed she still remembered her enmity with him. As long as he gave her an opportunity, she would immediately get some revenge. Long Chen stepped onto the stone stairs and suddenly felt a strange energy wash over him. He felt some kind of energy stripping him of all his power. This is the wine god palace's formation. It strips us of our cultivation base, making us just mortals. It's truly strange, explained Zia Yuluo. Immortal? Are you saying you're an immortal? Laughed Long Chen. As this mystical energy stripped him of his power, Long Chen felt the primal chaos bead begin to slowly circulate. Long Chen hastily stopped it. He knew the primal chaos bead was beginning to automatically resist this energy. He didn't want to cause a fuss and allowed the energy to wash through him. It sealed his meridians, immortal platforms, and even his spiritual strength. At this time, Long Chen only had the power of his physical body. His divine sense vanished. At first, he wasn't used to it, but as time passed, he felt his heart became more relaxed than ever. There was a kind of pleasure in returning to being a normal mortal. It couldn't be expressed with words. After losing all that you depended upon, you would suddenly feel more at peace, as if all your burdens had been put down. It was another kind of experience. But Long Chen saw Zia Yuluo frown. She clearly didn't like this feeling. Let's go. Long Chen continued onward. This was his first time feeling so solid. It was a feeling of having his feet firmly planted on the ground. Even just walking across the ground was an extremely moving experience now. However, these stone stairs had grass and moss growing over them, making them slippery. It was all too easy to lose your balance here. Zia Yuluo had only taken a few careful steps when she slipped. Despite doing her best to avoid the mossy parts, she still slipped. If she fell, she would become covered in mud. Long Chen hastily grabbed her, allowing her to steady herself. Zia Yuluo was just about to curse this damn path for being so hard to walk on when she clamped her hands over her mouth. She looked around, and seeing there was no one else around, she relaxed. Chapter 1182 Judging. Translator Born to Be. Were you kicked out last time because of this? Long Chen looked at Zia Yuluo curiously. What do you think? All I did was grumble and complain a bit and they kicked me out. Don't you think they're petty? Zia Yuluo whispered like she was in the midst of a heist. You just don't understand them. Just entering this place is a rare opportunity that you couldn't buy no matter how much gold you have. The wine god palace kindly let you enter and then you spit on their kindness. Naturally they'd get angry. Think about this. What if you were to give a pastry to a starving person, but that person had never seen a pastry before and thought you were offering them a pile of dung, so they got angry at you for insulting them? Would you get mad then? Asked Long Chen. It's a nice argument, but did you have to make it sound so disgusting? Could you not make a more elegant comparison? Xia Yuliwo glared at Long Chen. I'm not an elegant person by nature, so why bother acting? Long Chen shook his head. But I'm a woman, can't you reserve yourself a bit? Raged Xia Yuliwo. You're a woman, I think of you as just a little girl, come this way. Long Chen continued onward. Hey, wait a moment. You have to hold my hand or I'll fall, cried Xia Yuliwo upon seeing Long Chen go on without her. It's not convenient for me, a man, to hold the hand of a woman. You should just walk slowly on your own, declined Long Chen. You're a man, HMPH, I just treat you as a granduncle. What's wrong with you holding my hand? Xia Yuliwo used Long Chen's own words to strike back at him. Long Chen laughed. This little girl actually did have some skill. He took her hand. He clearly felt her quiver and blush a bit. Long Chen was the first outsider Xia Yuliwo had touched like this, but to express her courage, she put on an indifferent expression. Long Chen pulled her forward a few steps. In truth, this path is a kind of cultivation. Cultivation, Xia Yuliwo was flabbergasted. Yes, a kind of heart cultivation. Once you lose everything you depend on, you can return to your original state. This is a way to temper your heart. You're still too young and you've experienced too little. In your eyes, mud is dirty, so you don't want to touch it. But you've forgotten, everything on the ground was born from the mud and earth. Everything you eat, everything you use, it has come from the mud. Do you think the spirit fruits you eat are clean? Your shoes touch the ground every day, and yet you think it's filthy. Everything high class is built on top of the low class as a foundation. When a person has nothing to eat, when a person has no guarantee of being able to live to tomorrow, the only thing they'll think about is survival. Only when people have guaranteed their own survival do they seek higher things. But many people end up chasing those things until they've forgotten the essence of life. The formation here allows us to return to our original state, allowing us to see the essence of life clearly. Cultivation isn't just dependent on cultivation base or talent. The majority of it is dependent on comprehension. If you can't even understand your life, you will only be a frog at the bottom of a well, isolated from the truth of the greater world. In the end, you'll never be able to reach the peak of the martial path, said Long Chen as he pulled her forward. After all, she was Xia Yunchang's little sister, and so he gave her a kind reminder. Clapping rang out. Xia Yuliwo was still lost in the clouds, and the two of them had arrived in front of a little pavilion without even noticing it. They saw a white-robed man who appeared to be in his 30s standing in front of the pavilion, clapping lightly. Esteemed guest's comprehension is admirable. I hope you can do me the honor of tasting this lowly one's wine. You're inviting us to taste your wine. Is this real? Aya. Xia Yuliwo ended up too excited and almost slipped again. If it weren't for Long Chen steadying her, she would have embarrassed herself. The man smiled slightly and elegantly said, As long as you do not say any words of blasphemy toward the wine god, I would not dare to expel an honored guest again. Hearing this, Long Chen realized that Xia Yuliwo had been kicked out last time by this man. By following the small path, the first place which visitors arrived at would be this pavilion. In other words, last time Xia Yuliwo hadn't even drunk a single drop of wine before being kicked out. And once she had returned to the palace, she had been scolded. That had been extremely miserable for her, which was why she was so excited now. Definitely not. Okay, I just won't say anything at all, declared Xia Yuliwo. Please come inside. The man smiled and gestured for them to come in. Long Chen cupped his fists toward him and they entered the small pavilion. There was merely a 10-meter space and a table inside. A wine jug and a few cups were arranged simply on the table. Have a seat. This is the wine I made. Please have a taste. The middle-aged man took out a spotlessly white handkerchief and cleaned his hands carefully. He then took out 2 refined jade bowls. These bowls were amber-colored and extremely small, only a bit wider than an inch. He picked up a small wine jug only the size of a fist and lightly poured a very limited amount of liquid into the bowls. The bowls transformed, becoming a darker red color. A powerful fragrance filled the air, penetrating deep into their hearts. Xia Yuliwo swallowed her saliva. The wine god palace's disciples all had their own specific wines, and they were not distributed outside. Only people invited into the wine god palace could taste them. Even the fine wine the Grand Xia imperial family drank, although it also came from the wine god palace, was different from these special wines that the individual disciples developed themselves. They were on completely different levels. Please. The man gestured, and Zia Yuluo, who had long since startled drooling, carefully raised the bowl with 2 hands and placed it on her lips. She took a slight sniff and sipped it lightly. She then swallowed it in 3 different proportions, completely finishing it. Long Chen smiled and raised his bowl, draining it in 1 gulp. He felt like a clear spring had poured into his stomach and instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs. It was cleansing his body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. At the same time, some ineffable energy washed his heart and soul. "What amazing wine! I've never tasted such good wine before," exclaimed Zia Yuluo with delight. "Many thanks for your praise. May I ask what about it is good?" asked the man. Zia Yuluo was immediately at a loss of words. She had very foundational wine-tasting skills, but that was just part of the essential etiquette imparted on the members of the imperial family. When it came to actually judging the wine, she had no ability. She cursed herself for having a big mouth. Now she had no idea what to say, but she was very smart and she suddenly smiled. "My big brother is a grandmaster at appraising wine. He'll give you a satisfactory reply, so I won't embarrass myself. I'm not granduncle anymore." Why did it seem like the imperial family's seniority changed with her mood? "Big brother Longchen, aren't you going to say anything?" Zia Yuluo nudged Longchen upon seeing him just stare at her lifelessly. "All right, count yourself as smart. So you know how to con others, not bad. Your advancement is very fast. As long as you follow me, your skills will definitely grow with each passing minute. I'll have to get some tuition fees from Zia Yunchang." Seeing the man looking at him, Long Chen said, "This wine's good points are how you put your whole mind and soul into making it. You used your spiritual strength to extract the impurities, making this wine's purity reach the pinnacle. Furthermore, during the fermenting process, you blended your comprehension of the heavenly Tao's into the wine with a special flame energy. It can be said that this wine has reached an almost flawless level. The wine's energy spreads throughout the body evenly. Then in the same way as how the water soars into the air when the tide crashes against the cliffside, the comprehension energy within the wine pours into the drinker's heart, giving them boundless benefits. So this truly is good wine." As Long Chen spoke frankly with assurance, Zia Yuluo was filled with shock. She had already been prepared to be kicked out with Long Chen. Who would have thought that Long Chen would really be able to make such a stunning evaluation? Each of his words was like a gem that could be pondered at length. When she thought about it carefully, the evaluation was really on point. That made her admiration of him rise. She had always thought he was nothing more than a coarse-mouthed fellow. Now she was completely shocked by his comments. Most importantly, she saw that the man was also filled with shock. "So truly is amazing. You were able to state all my wine's characteristics," he praised. "No, it's just that I'm an alchemist, so I know a bit about appraising things. It's not much," Long Chen smiled. "You are proficient in the pill Tao?" asked the middle-aged man. "A bit," Long Chen smiled slightly. "Then could you give me some pointers about my wine?" he asked sincerely. Zia Yuluo looked wide-eyed at Long Chen. Now she was completely unable to understand him. "I wouldn't dare to say that I could give you pointers. However, this wine has one fatal weakness. It's fated to never reach the level of a true Tao," said Long Chen. Long Chen's words immediately caused Zia Yuluo's expression to change. She looked toward the middle-aged man, and as expected, his expression had sunk. "May I ask how so? What fatal weakness does my wine possess?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm, but Zia Yuluo could clearly hear a trace of anger in his voice. The Wine God Palace's disciples viewed their own wine as their most sacred possession. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone to blaspheme it. But Long Chen said it possessed a fatal weakness, and even worse, he said it would never reach the level that all these disciples strive to reach. That wasn't just an insult to the wine, it was an insult to the winemaker. Zia Yuluo nervously stood up, but Long Chen continued to sit there, a smile on his face. Chapter 1183 Akon. Translator Born to Be. Just what I would expect from a disciple of the Wine God Palace. People with faith are truly different. No matter how angry you get, you are able to use the power of your faith to control your emotions. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. The middle-aged didn't say anything. In truth, he was extremely angry because Long Chen's last words had rattled his Tao heart. "In truth, I said this in order to test you. If you had really been unable to endure my words and directly kicked me out, then there would be no need for me to further explore the Wine God Palace," said Long Chen calmly. "From the moment I entered this room, I could tell that you are extremely meticulous. You refuse for there to be any blemishes or flaws. From the way you cleaned your hands, to when you took out the bowls, to when you poured the wine. Even the positions of the wine jug to the wine bowls must be perfect. When you finished pouring the wine, you placed the wine jug where it was exactly. So when I raised my bowl with one hand and gulped it down in one mouthful, your emotions clearly began to change. As Long Chen spoke, the middle-aged man's furious expression gradually faded to be replaced with dense shock. Even Zia Yuliwo looked at Long Chen with shock. He had actually seen such details. She hadn't noticed a single one of them. Long Chen continued, because my conduct is not in accordance with proper conduct in your eyes, you became uncomfortable. You are someone who pursues perfection. It is precisely because you pursue perfection that your path forward has been blocked. Your wine is a masterpiece that has gone through thousands of refinements. It is almost flawless. But have you not found that you are currently stuck in a bottleneck that you cannot break out of no matter what? Yes, yes, I've been stuck at this bottleneck for 7 years already, and I've been unable to advance an inch. I even once went out and wandered the land in search of an opportunity to break through, but I'm still stuck. Please enlighten me. The remaining anger on his face had long since vanished. At this time, the middle-aged man was staring at Long Chen with a pleading light in his eyes. Seeing this dumbfounded Zia Yuluo. She was almost unable to believe it. The always incredibly prideful disciple of the wine god Palace could actually make such an expression. Her eyes had truly been opened to the world. In truth, the wine god bestowed you an opportunity to break through 1 year ago. Regretfully, you were unable to seize it, said Long Chen with a smile that was not quite a smile. 1 year ago, are you talking about her? The middle-aged man was filled with shock. Zia Yuluo was still dumbfounded. How had she become his opportunity to break through? Correct. 1 year ago she came and said some things she shouldn't have said. You kicked her out, but in truth, she was your opportunity to advance, said Long Chen. Please point me onto the right path. The middle-aged man bowed deeply toward Long Chen. You're too courteous. I came to the wine god palace in order to sincerely pursue my learning. I was lacking manners, but you still didn't kick me out. Your magnanimity is admirable. Since that's the case, I will be direct. When the 17th princess came last time, she was your chance to advance because she is simply naive and immature. She had no schemes in her heart, and no matter her actions, she had no intention of blaspheming the wine god palace. At that time, if you would have been able to forgive her and not quibble with her, you would have broken through your bottleneck, said Long Chen. I'm still confused. Can Sir please explain it clearer? Asked the middle-aged man. Seeing as how there were no taxes for bragging, Long Chen solemnly said, your wine Tao is also one of the heavenly Taos, and you strive to reach the highest realm in this Tao. But could it be you do not know that there is no such thing as perfection in this world? The sun and moon wax and wane, the flow of destiny ebbs and rises. Right and wrong, yin and yang, positive and negative. Even the Taos of the heavens are filled with irreparable shortcomings. Something reaches a peak in one aspect, it can only go in the opposite direction. A tree sometimes thrives, and a tree sometimes withers. You always pursue perfection, which is innately a dead end. The heavenly Taos are in a perfect cycle that continuously rotates. Because there are flaws, there can be yin and yang complementing each other in constant movement. Ask yourself, if the sun and moon only waxed and never waned, if creatures were only born and never died, just how would this world work? The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen with shock, but he was still at a loss. You still don't understand. Long Chen continued, and so, there is no absolute right in this world, nor is there any perfection. Only when there are flaws can things change and have room for growth. Absolute perfection cannot exist, because absolute perfection only signifies destruction. The middle-aged man's lost expression gradually faded. His body suddenly became covered by a halo of light, and a strange fluctuation spread which caused Long Chen and Zia Yuluo to jump. It seemed this person was undergoing a moment of sudden enlightenment, instantly breaking through to some kind of realm. Disciple Luo Yan Kaotaozen, thanks for your pointers. I will never forget your favor. The middle-aged man suddenly knelt on the ground toward Long Chen, and then he bowed to Zia Yuluo, saying, 17th Princess, I formally apologize for my rudeness to you back then. Zia Yuluo was so frightened she was hiding behind Long Chen, not even daring to speak. In her memory, this person would always be that fierce person who had scolded and kicked her out of the wine god palace. But now he was bowing toward her, and she had no idea what to say. Since you've become enlightened, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. We won't disturb you for now. Long Chen stood. For your great favor, I should provide you my greatest hospitality, but I really must solidify my comprehension, so I truly cannot accompany you. This is the stock of what I've refined during these years. Please, you absolutely must accept it, or I wouldn't be able to rest my heart." The middle-aged man offered a spatial ring to Long Chen with both hands. "I can't possibly accept. However, since you've been enlightened, the wine you make in the future will be the truly fine wine. I'll help you get rid of this stuff." Long Chen very shamelessly received the spatial ring. Stealthily taking a peek inside the spatial ring, he saw over 1,000 jugs of wine as big as a person, and there were also all kinds of different-sized jugs that were too numerous to be counted. But Long Chen's shamelessness had been tempered through a great deal of experience, and he didn't betray a look of shock. "Many thanks." Long Chen took his spatial ring, but it was the middle-aged man who said his thanks to Long Chen. He sent the two of them out of his pavilion and then went directly into seclusion. The dumbfounded Xia Yuluo didn't even know how she left the pavilion. She only reacted once they were a ways away. "Long Chen, you're amazing. Can you teach me all that knowledge in the future?" asked Xia Yuluo. "How impudent. Call me granduncle," said Long Chen stiffly. You evil person, don't even think about it," raged Xia Yuluo. If you don't call me granduncle, I won't give you a gift." Long Chen raised his eyebrows a few times, waving the spatial ring in his hand. That was the gift from the middle-aged man. "HMPH, I won't surrender." Xia Yuluo was clearly moved by the spatial ring, but after a long moment of hesitation, she refused to submit. "Haha, I'm just joking." Looking at her aggrieved expression, Long Chen felt bad teasing her. "See, this spatial ring has a total of 10 large jugs and dozens of small jugs. Don't blame your uncle for bullying you. Since we're working together, we'll split it equally. Here's 1 jug for you, 1 for me, 1 for me, 1 for you." Long Chen found a secluded place and began dividing the wine. Now Long Chen didn't look like someone capable of preaching about the Tao. He was clearly a little swindler proudly counting his spoils. "Heavens, there's this much." Seeing these huge jugs, Xia Yuluo clamped her hands over her mouth. This was actually just a small fraction of Long Chen's spoils. It wasn't even 1% of his total gains. Long Chen gave half to Xia Yuluo and solemnly said, "Put them away. You deserve them. Stealing is also a Tao and conning is also a strategy. Your uncle Long won't mistreat you," chortled Long Chen. Now it was Xia Yuluo's turn to feel bad. This wine was far too precious. This was that wine god palace disciple's personal wine. Even in the Grand Xia's imperial family, there wasn't a single drop available. "Thank you." Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen, slightly red in the face but absolutely delighted. If she used this wine when treating others, her prestige would definitely soar. "Long Chen, you really are amazing. You know so much about wine. And you're also an alchemist. How do you know so much at such a young age?" Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen admirably. "I'm not young, I'm an uncle figure. Now that I look back at the past, it seems so long ago," Long Chen sighed emotionally. "Stop making the same joke. I was wrong, all right. Long Chen, teach me your abilities. When you were talking to that person, you really were very godlike, very handsome," said Xia Yuluo excitedly. "There wasn't any real ability. It's all just a con. I was only blindly guessing and got it right. Let's not waste time. We'll continue and see if there are any good places to get some more good wine," said Long Chen. Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen oddly. He looked like a completely different person than the refined Long Chen who had so perfectly described the wine's pros and cons. Now he looked like a swindler in the streets. "Foolish girl, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up, time is wine." Long Chen had taken a few steps and saw that Xia Yuluo was still just dumbly staring at him. He grabbed her and continued onward. Chapter 1184, Singing a Song. Translator, Born to Be. Green mountains spread far into the distance. The secluded path twisted through the land, and the greenery was thriving with life as it was nourished by a fine drizzle. There was no killing, no fighting, no sinister schemes. Walking along the small stone steps, Long Chen felt his heart relaxing. He quietly enjoyed this feeling. But Xia Yuluo was completely unable to sense this feeling. The environment she had grown up in was already peaceful without any danger. Xia Yuluo had yet to recover from her shock, but looking at how sloppy Long Chen looked as he chewed a stalk of grass and hummed a vulgar tune, she was finally sure that this was the true Long Chen. The previous Long Chen had definitely been possessed by the wine god. "Girl, come and pick a path." Long Chen smiled toward Xia Yuluo upon seeing 3 possible paths in front of them. "If you call me girl again, I'll get angry. My name is Yuluo." Being repeatedly called a girl by Long Chen made her feel like a small bum beetle. If Long Chen hadn't generously split half his wine with her, she would have already exploded. "All right, Yuluo, come pick a path," Long Chen corrected himself. Jokes should be stopped before they went too far. However, he truly wished to be her uncle so that he could call the emperor of the Grand Xia big brother. "Why have me choose?" asked Xia Yuluo. "Because you are the envoy sent by the wine god. You are the fairy that will enlighten the wine god palace's disciples. So you choose," Long Chen smiled. Although he was just teasing her, Xia Yuluo was happy to be called a fairy. "HMPH, it'd be strange if anyone believed you, but even if all you said was nonsense, thank you for winning back my face." Clearly, she was still very happy about how the wine god palace's disciple had bowed and apologized to her. "There's no need to thank me. We're working together, so we must be sincere and honest with each other. Pick a path," pushed Long Chen. "Then this one." Xia Yuluo pointed toward the central path. Long Chen put on an act of deep ponderment, scratching his head and counting on his fingers. "Good, we're walking the straight and narrow. To walk in the middle of the three great paths, princess's directions can lead a person to the clouds and sky. Yes, this must be the path to get rich. Let's go." Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen chewing a piece of grass with a serious expression. They completely contradicted each other, and adding in his crazy words, Xia Yuluo bent over in laughter. "Princess, why are you laughing? Are you questioning my abilities to peer through the heavens and see through fate?" said Long Chen with a displeased expression. "Please stop teasing me. My stomach's starting to hurt from laughing. Your manner was pretty similar to those fellows from the Heavenly Fate Pavilion." Xia Yuluo was almost unable to breathe as she laughed. There was even some light sweat on the tip of her nose, like a peach blossom touched with dew. "Your people have a relationship with the Heavenly Fate Pavilion." Long Chen was caught off guard. "No, but when the Grand Hand's delegates come, some disciples from the Heavenly Fate Pavilion accompany them. They act very similar to what you just did," said Xia Yuluo. "Do you often have dealings with the Grand Hand?" asked Long Chen. "Not really. After all, the relationship between our two nations is a bit tense, so we don't have many interactions," said Xia Yuluo disappointedly. "I just don't understand why my father has to have such a tense relationship with the Grand Hand. The Grand Hand's people are so nice, and there are so many touching romantic stories from there that can make me cry. Both the men and women are so dedicated and faithful to each other." Xia Yuluo's eyes became unfocused as she sank into her beautiful fantasies. "Sometimes what you see is what people intentionally let you see. Sometimes what you hear is what people intentionally let you hear. If you want to understand a person or a nation, you can't just look at its exterior. That will cause your judgment to be gravely mistaken." Long Chen shook his head. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for Xia Yuluo to immediately get enraged by his words. You're just spouting nonsense. You're clearly jealous of them to say such bad words about them." He finally lost his patience. "Haha, jealous. In this world no one can make me jealous. Furthermore, I disdain saying bad words about someone. It was your big brother who told me to advise you. But why would I want to do such a stupid thing? I'm good at killing people, but advising others isn't my forte. You're 18 now. When I was 18, I had already grown indifferent to life and death as I fought for my brothers and sisters. As for you, you're a brainless, stubborn fool who would rather believe in your own wishful thinking than see the truth. Do you realize you have 2 eyes and 2 ears? But how much do they get used? The heavens gave you a head for you to use it. Pigs always have ears, but their ears are big so that they listen to others without using their minds. In the end, when they are about to be slaughtered, they will not hesitate to send themselves to their deaths when called," sneered Long Chen. This girl had been completely brainwashed by the idiots of the Grand Hand and could no longer see reason. If someone was really able to change her mind, it would be truly heaven-defying. Long Chen was unable to do such a thing. This work was too enraging. He was full of regret over his decision to help Xia Yunchang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck in such an irritating position. "You're the pig," raged Xia Yuluo. "I can't be bothered to say anything to you. If you can't be reasoned with, then don't come with me." Long Chen snorted. He was sick of this girl. Their intelligence was not on the same level. "HMPH, I'm going to come with you and irritate you to the end of the earth. You're the pig." Xia Yuluo clamped onto Long Chen's hand and pressed against his body. Long Chen tried unsuccessfully several times to throw her off. Of course, Long Chen wasn't using his real force. Although his cultivation base had been sealed, if he just used the power of his physical body, he would definitely be able to fling her off. But then she would be flung all the way back to the imperial palace. Seeing Xia Yuluo clenching her teeth and the tears in her eyes, Long Chen's heart softened once more. Ah, why am I quibbling with a child? Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed his magnanimity had degraded. Why did he have to take a child so seriously? All right, let's calm down. This is the Wine God Palace, and if we act like this, we'll be kicked out. Then we really will have no face left. Long Chen softened his tone. No, you have to apologize. Who said you could be so fierce and scold me? Zia Yuluo refused to let go of Long Chen's arm, looking like she wouldn't let go even if she died. Fine, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so fierce. I shouldn't have scolded you. Long Chen helplessly raised his hands in defeat, treating it like he was playing with a child. You. Zia Yuluo suddenly began to really cry. Hey, did you mix things up? I apologized. Why are you crying? Long Chen was speechless. My father, my mother, my brother. None of them scolded me so viciously, but you. You said I was an idiot and you said I was a pig. Zia Yuluo began to cry harder and harder. From a young age, Zia Yuluo had always been pampered due to her high talent, and she had rarely been chastised. Although Zia Yuluo was willful and obstinate, she was kind inside. She just had never been sternly disciplined. That was why Long Chen's scolding immediately caused such a reaction. She hadn't cried when he had been scolding her because of her anger, but as soon as he apologized, she wasn't able to endure it any longer. Hey, don't make a fuss. This isn't the place to cry, said Long Chen. I don't care, you bullied me, wailed Zia Yuluo. The Wine God Palace is a quiet place. Who is making a ruckus? Suddenly, a chiding voice rang out from ahead. Ah, it's a misunderstanding. This isn't a ruckus. My little sister was moved by the surroundings and decided to sing a song to express her reverence toward the Wine God Palace, called out Long Chen. The crying Zia Yuluo immediately chuckled upon hearing this. Her emotions quickly shifted to become embarrassed, and she hastily wiped away her tears. My little sister's singing is very good, but in her excitement she ended up off-key, which is why her singing sounded like crying. Please don't take offense, continued Long Chen. Long Chen then pulled Zia Yuluo forward. All right, don't make a fuss. It's time to get back to work. Turning around a corner, they saw a man standing in front of a small pavilion, coldly looking at them. He was a handsome man, tall with graceful facial features. However, his eyes were filled with sadness. Although he looked to be in his 20s, that grief in his eyes spoke of great experiences and time lived. Your song is quite sad, a song of the pain in the heart. Because of it, I'd like to invite the two esteemed guests to try my wine, said the man. Zia Yuluo's expression became a bit unnatural upon hearing this evaluation. Everyone knew that she had been crying just now, but this person acted like he hadn't realized it. Please go ahead. The pavilion's interior decoration was almost identical to the previous one. Only the person had changed, as well as the wine. There were 2 cups of clear wine that had already been poured. Yuluo, you should drink it first. This wine is very beneficial to you. Long Chen urged Zia Yuluo on, but he didn't reach for his own cup. Zia Yuluo carefully received her wine, and she once more drank it in 3 gulps. Her depressed mood was wiped away, and she couldn't help but smile as a feeling of joy welled up within her. How miraculous! It can actually allow me to forget all my troubles and clear my heart, exclaimed Zia Yuluo. Sir, are you not going to try it? I see that the pain in your heart is not any less than mine. This wine can suppress the gloominess crushing your heart. It's very beneficial to your cultivation. The winemaker looked at Long Chen. Zia Yuluo seemed to have heard the funniest joke. How could it be possible for Long Chen to feel pain in his heart? He was clearly a bad person with a wicked heart. If this place wasn't the Wine God Palace and they weren't facing a disciple, she would have already laughed. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity are part of who we are. Pain, bitterness, they are all precious memories. Why suppress them? If you are trying to use your power to completely erase those feelings, isn't that a betrayal to your past? Hence, many thanks for your kindness, but I won't be having any. Long Chen shook his head and pulled Zia Yuluo away. Chapter 11, 85 Plundering. Translator, born to be. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Your words of wisdom have greatly benefited me. Please, you must accept this small gift. That winemaker actually ran after them and took out a spatial ring. Your courtesy is admirable, but I don't deserve such an immense gift. Long Chen shook his head. You're too modest. The wisdom you've given me makes me feel shame. Back in the day, I was a martial cultivator. Falling into a trap, my Dao companion and I were besieged by multiple soul transformation experts, and she fell at that time. I managed to flee, and after bitterly training in some strange arts, I killed the ones who caused her death one by one. But my lover was still dead and my heart devil proliferated, driving me insane. Those days were incredibly bitter. Eventually, I had a fated encounter with the wine god Palace, and by devoting myself to the wine god, I managed to shed my heart devil. However, I still felt pain day and night as I missed her. I made wine in order to forget that pain. Your reminder just now was the flash of insight I needed. I was simply trapping myself in my mind, and now the sky has cleared. In the future, I will be able to shed my suffering and find peace. It's all thanks to your blessing, said the winemaker respectfully. Hearing this person's story, both Long Chen and Xia Yuluo were shocked. This disciple of the wine god Palace had once been a soul transformation expert. This spatial ring contains some mundane items I gained before I fled to the wine god Palace. I've thought about throwing it away a long time ago to sever this karma, but my heart was never able to release it. Now, giving it to you can count as lifting a weight off my shoulders. Originally, other than wine, disciples such as I shouldn't possess anything. The gifts we send are also just wine. So in order to dispel any remnant thoughts, I must get rid of this ring. Please don't refuse, said the winemaker sincerely. Oh, it's not wine. Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Chen thought that the winemaker was giving him the self-brewed wine, which he didn't need. But since the winemaker was sending him the treasures he had gained in the cultivation world, Long Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Then many thanks, Long Chen received the spatial ring. I won't hold you up from your stroll. If you have time in the future, please come visit me again. When we have time, we'll definitely come to disturb you and try out your fine wine, said Long Chen. Once they were gone from the small pavilion, Long Chen's divine appearance vanished. He took out the spatial ring and took a look. I've struck gold. Long Chen jumped in shock. This winemaker had definitely been a big figure in the past. This spatial ring had dozens of king items, as well as various medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and secret arts. Most importantly, he saw a huge mountain of Yuan spirit stones. That was what excited him the most. Long Chen, what's inside the spatial ring? Asked Xia Yuluo curiously. Long Chen directly handed it to her so she could see for herself, but she merely glanced inside and disappointedly said, I thought there was going to be some treasure. Are these things useful? Long Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why do I feel like you're someone who's never been hungry and don't know what it feels like? Perhaps a genius like you who has never been lacking cultivation resources will never understand the vexation of poor people like me. Do you know that each increase in resources for people with no background requires risking their lives? Why would you risk your life? Aren't you doing fine right now? Asked Xia Yuluo. Long Chen gave up explaining it to her. Looking carefully in the spatial ring, he saw that there were many items inside. But now wasn't the time to take stock of them. The two of them continued forward and quickly arrived at another pavilion. This pavilion's doors were closed, and no one came out to invite them. That was very normal. The wine god Palace's disciples spent most of their time making wine as their cultivation. They only occasionally waited outside their pavilions waiting for fated people to come and judge their wine. After walking past 3 pavilions, they encountered a female disciple of the wine god Palace. This time, Xia Yuluo took the initiative to greet her. This woman seemed to be very happy to have someone come and judge her wine, and she warmly invited the two of them in. However, when Xia Yuluo was asked to judge her wine, she could only say that it was a good wine. As for what aspect of it was good exactly, she was unable to express it. Fortunately, there was a grand swindler like Long Chen who was proficient in the pill Dao. In truth, there were many similar parts to winemaking and refining pills. No matter what kind of wine he encountered, he was able to say a few specific points about the winemaking process. Other than that, he had an incredibly sharp spiritual perception from the 9-star Hegemon body art. He could clearly sense the realm contained within the wine and its effects. He would make a few accurate comments, as well as a few harsh comments. Whatever flaws were contained in their wine, he would describe them clearly in just a few sentences, delighting these disciples. It had to be known that the wine god Palace's cultivation was a kind of mental realm, and winemaking was their only method of cultivating. The wine god Palace's disciples weren't afraid of others being frank and criticizing their wine. What they were afraid of was that others wouldn't be able to say anything specific about their wine, wasting it. As long as a person was able to accurately judge their wine, no matter how harsh their words were, they would be delighted. They continued through dozens of the wine god Palace's disciples. Xia Yuluo bore witness to Long Chen's masterful abilities. Each one of the wine god palace's disciples had unique styles of wine, and their characters were all extremely different. Some were refined and scholarly, some were sloppy like beggars, some were like fierce butchers, while some were like secluded hermits. To sum it up, they were all kinds and sorts. As for Long Chen, he was able to recite poetry back to the scholar, he could discuss life with the beggar, he could play a coarse finger-guessing game with the butcher, and he could speak about Buddhist allegories with the hermit. No matter who it was, he would be able to get them to give him their wine. The thing that shocked Zia Yuluo the most was when Long Chen drank wine with the butcher. In the end, they drank so much that they were cursing coarsely, their spit flying everywhere. And in the end, the butcher gave Long Chen all of his best wine. It wasn't just the butcher. All those whose wine Long Chen drank, whether they were man or woman, old or young, were plundered by Long Chen. What made Zia Yuluo want to prostrate herself toward Long Chen was that he didn't even need to open his mouth and ask for their wine. They would take the initiative to give it to him, as if not doing so would make them ashamed for a lifetime. As for Long Chen, he would always make a tactful refusal at first, but in the end, when the other side was about to get angry, he would reluctantly accept their gifts. This pattern made Zia Yuluo want to beat him. After a long stroll, Zia Yuluo had also gained a large pile of benefits, but she didn't know that what she had obtained was not even a sliver of what Long Chen had received. These people gave Long Chen spatial rings filled with wine. After speaking with Long Chen, they felt like the clouds had parted. It was like they had transcended. At that time, Long Chen would subtly remind them that they had entered a new era and they should abandon all their old achievements. That was the only way to give them the courage to advance without looking back. It was unknown if those people really had transcended, but Long Chen definitely had. His primal chaos space was now filled with a mountain of wine jugs. Each time he obtained a spatial ring, he would use the primal chaos space to pull the wine jugs in and leave a tiny amount. Long Chen was truly immoral. He would then split that tiny amount with Zia Yuluo evenly. Zia Yuluo didn't even suspect him. Seeing Long Chen split his spoils evenly with her made her feel full of gratitude toward him, and she even forgot about all her previous displeasure. When the sky darkened, Long Chen and Zia Yuluo left, completely satisfied. Zia Yuluo didn't even cause any fuss. She was smiling brightly, saying that when she got back, she would give her father and mother a pleasant surprise. Even in the imperial family, if they wanted to drink this kind of wine, they had to personally go to the wine god palace. Furthermore, the disciples' characters were odd, and they refused to sell their wine even to the emperor. On the way back, Zia Yuluo held Long Chen's arm happily, almost making Long Chen feel flattered. When this girl wasn't being foolish, she was quite charming. Only once they left the wine god palace did Zia Yuluo let go of Long Chen's arm and return to the palace with the guards. Those guards were surprised to see the two of them smiling so brightly. When they had entered, they had appeared hostile to each other, just shy of actually fighting. The guards looked at each other silently. It seemed that whatever wine those two had drunk was definitely good wine. It was no wonder the Grand Zia's people always said they couldn't be lacking wine when trying to make relations. Long Chen, I really admire you. You know far more than my imperial tutor. Looking at the hundreds of jugs of wine in her spatial ring, a worshipful expression appeared on Zia Yuluo's face. She could not be more excited. Any of these jugs of wine was enough to stun people. Right now, she was impatient to start showing them off. If you muddle along with me, I guarantee you'll have enough to drink for a lifetime. Being worshipped by a grand princess made Long Chen feel very refreshed inside. All right, then the next time you go, remember to bring me along. I won't accompany you to my brother's place. I'm going home. Zia Yuluo pulled a cute face and then vanished like a wisp of smoke. HMPH, how disloyal. But I suppose she hasn't experienced the world yet. If I asked her to hold back showing off her wine, she'd probably explode. Long Chen followed the guards back to Zia Yunchang's residence. Although it was also part of the imperial palace, it was heavily guarded with countless formations. Without someone leading the way, he would constantly have to go through checkpoints. Brother Long, how were your gains today? Zia Yunchang had long since been waiting for him. As soon as he sensed him, he rushed over to meet him. Haha, I made plentiful gains. Long Chen gave Zia Yunchang a gesture of victory. He had truly gained much today. Yuluo has started to form a favorable opinion of you. Zia Yunchang was delighted. Long Chen was struck dumb. Looking at Zia Yunchang's delighted expression, Long Chen suddenly realized he had misunderstood. The gains the two of them were talking about were not quite the same. He had been so excited over his gains today that he had completely forgotten about the mission Xia Yunchang had entrusted him. He awkwardly said, "I suppose it can count as taking one step in that direction." "That's fine, that's good. We can't rush this. That girl is extremely defensive. Right now, I don't even dare to mention anything about the grand hand around her or she explodes. Since you've only just met her, you should first gain her trust and temporarily not raise any sensitive topics. We don't want her to also feel defensive toward you," sighed Xia Yunchang. Long Chen bitterly smiled inside. She had already started forming defenses around her, and she hadn't exploded just once today. "Come, Brother Xia, I gained countless fine wines today. Have a taste." Long Chen took out jug after jug of wines marked with special symbols in front of Xia Yunchang's stunned gaze. Seeing those special marks, his eyes almost popped out. Chapter 1186, The Fierce Yang Butcher, 2 Qiansheng. Translator Born to Be. Xia Yunchang was struck dumb, as Long Chen took out jug after jug of wine marked with special symbols. Each wine made by the Wine God Palace's disciples represented their life and experience. They each contained a different realm and comprehension, and every aspect of their taste was filled with profundities. Therefore, drinking them was not simply drinking wine. This was a way of communicating with the heavenly Taos. Now, there were dozens of small wine jugs placed before Xia Yunchang and Long Chen. The two of them carefully savored them and began to discuss the insights within the wine. Xia Yunchang was incredibly excited. Sampling and comprehending another person's life from the viewpoint of a spectator allowed him to get closer to the heavenly Taos. "What wine is this? How can it be so hot and fiery?" When he tasted the final wine, Xia Yunchang almost spat it out. He hastily covered his mouth, filled with shock. The wine was like lava pouring down his throat. A terrifying energy spread through him, making him feel like he was about to ignite. "Savor it properly," chortled Long Chen. Back then, he had also been like this, almost causing a certain fierce-looking fellow to laugh at him. Xia Yunchang managed to swallow it. When the wine reached his stomach, it immediately felt like millions of tiny blades were stabbing through his body. But very quickly, the energy of the wine scattered through his meridians. When it reached the ends of his meridians, another burst of pain erupted inside him. He felt like his meridians would explode. It was as though a runner saw a mountain blocking their way and decided to charge right through it. But as a result, the mountain didn't collapse and the energy rebounded even fiercer. First, the energy had overflowed and spread through his body, and now it was gathering once more. "Not good," Xia Yunchang's expression changed. The wine energy was crashing toward his Danchin wildly. His aura was exploding out of control. If he allowed that energy to explode, then his residence would be blown apart. Fortunately, Xia Yunchang had a powerful cultivation base and he forcibly restrained his aura. But rumbling sounds came from his body as though volcanoes were exploding within him. It lasted for several breaths before slowly stopping. Xia Yunchang was filled with shock. What terrifying energy, what great comprehension, and what a domineering will. I was the same as you, Brother Xia. I almost embarrassed myself. That fierce-looking fatty really has some skill." Long Chen nodded. This wine had been made by the butcher. "A fierce-looking fatty? Are you talking about the fierce Yang Butcher, 2 Qiansheng?" cried Xia Yunchang with shock. "I don't know, but he was surnamed too. He told me to call him Fatty too," said Long Chen. From the start, he had felt like that butcher's origins were as big as his stomach. Now seeing Xia Yunchang's shocked expression, he supposed his guess had been right. "Brother Long, let me tell you about him. 3,500 years ago, with just his own power, he annihilated one of the ancient races. In just a single night, he killed hundreds of soul transformation ancient race experts, and even their race leader was killed. That race leader was in existence on the same level as your Xuanhuan Dao Sect's Xuan master. His name of the fierce Yang Butcher came from that time. Having one of their ancient races annihilated infuriated the Ancient Race Alliance. They immediately issued a kill order on him, and all the ancient races, experts moved out to kill him. Encircled by them, 2 Qiansheng fled, almost dying several times. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to escape. After recovering, he then crazily attacked the ancient races once more, annihilating 7 of their races. Those races had all participated in the hunt for him. As a result, the Ancient Race Alliance was once more infuriated, and they moved out in huge numbers to kill him. But 2 Qiansheng had grown smarter, and he vanished, not giving them any chance to surround him again. As he fled, he also launched counterattacks. In 3 years, the ancient races lost 3 experts on the level of their race leaders and hundreds of soul transformation experts. In the end, Tu Kaiensheng had killed too many of the ancient race experts. Hence, someone had gone to Heavenly Fate Island to get the information about Tu Kaiensheng's whereabouts. Just as the experts of the ancient races were about to kill Tu Kaiensheng, the Wine God Palace's people appeared and saved him. From then on, Tu Kaiensheng became a disciple of the Wine God Palace. Xia Yunchang respectfully and worshipfully told Long Chen about Tu Kaiensheng's history. The ancient races were really willing to swallow their anger and let the Wine God Palace take him away. Long Chen couldn't believe it. The real question is, would the ancient races dare to try to stop them? The Wine God Palace has a true god's inheritance. Brother Long, don't look down on the Wine God Palace's disciples, because they only make wine and you can't see their cultivation bases. The majority of those people were all stunning experts of their time, people who had shaken their era. That is why they all have their own different insights toward life, and the wine they make is unique to themselves. Others are all groping around within the heavenly Taos, while they have already reached another realm. The Wine God Palace's power is such that not just anyone can provoke them. Do you know how powerful Pill Valley is? When the Wine God Palace kicked them out back then, they didn't even dare to let out a fart. If even Pill Valley didn't dare to go against them, what qualifications does the Ancient Race Alliance have to challenge the Wine God Palace? They are just some descendants who have been abandoned by the Xuanhuan beasts. Furthermore, the Ancient Race Alliance never liked the human race. They even refuse to admit they are the human race's descendants. They only say they are the Xuanhuan beasts' descendants, and yet the Xuanhuan beasts don't want them. I digress. Let's continue speaking of the Wine God Palace. The Wine God Palace's disciples have already abandoned the martial path in pursuit of the Wine Tao. They abandon suffering and obtain happiness. What they seek is their own chance to become an immortal or a god. But that doesn't represent that they don't have any martial might. As long as others don't provoke them, they won't do anything. Even if someone offends them, they'll normally just expel that person. If no one blasphemes the Wine God Palace's disciples are forbidden from killing, explained Xia Yunchang. Long Chen had an urge to slap himself. It seemed he had gone a bit too far this time. Each one of them was a big figure, and he had actually bragged to them about his wine judging skills and swindled them of their wine. Thinking of that, he began to sweat. This time, he really had been stupid. Those people had to have all gone through their own unique experiences, or they wouldn't have been able to comprehend their own Taos. In truth, Long Chen didn't realize that it was precisely because he hadn't taken their status seriously that they had welcomed him. In their eyes, the Wine Tao was everything. They no longer cared about the martial path or their old accomplishments on it. If Long Chen had instead revered them because of their status and cultivation base, they would have had a bad reaction to him. Furthermore, by using his pill sovereign memories and his senses from the 9-star Hegemon body art, his bragging and big words had ended up allowing them to find their weaknesses. That was why they had been so generous as to give all their fine wine to him. When Tu Kaiensheng was chased down, he was only at the soul transformation realm. He fought across realms to kill life-star experts. That shook practically all the central plains. His wine is his Tao, fiery and fierce, domineering to the peak. It is filled with a will to advance forward obstinately. I cultivate the undefeatable Tao, so this wine is extremely beneficial to me. Brother Long, this jug of wine, can you leave it for me to comprehend? Xia Yunchang thickened his face, but he still felt a burning sensation on it as he asked this. His face was completely red. His brother had invited him to drink wine, and now he wanted him to not drink it and leave it to him. That was a bit shameless. Long Chen didn't walk the undefeatable Tao, so drinking it might be addicting, but it was wasteful. If the wine was given to Xia Yunchang, it would allow him to walk further on the undefeatable Tao, making his aura even fiercer and more powerful. He, Brother Xia, don't worry, just drink it. It is nothing. Even your little sister has 5 jugs of this wine, Long Chen smiled. What? That's a complete waste. I'm going to get it right now. Xia Yunchang immediately shot up. Long Chen hastily grabbed him and said, Don't. I gave that wine to her, so how can I take it back? There's plenty of wine here. Let alone drinking it all, you wouldn't be able to use it all up even if you used it for bathing. Long Chen took out 10 wine barrels the size of a person. All of them were the special wine made by the fierce Yang butcher, Tu Kaiensheng. This wine was even better than what they had just drunk. What we drank just now, to use the words of Fatty Tu, is used for nothing more than rinsing our mouths. This is the true wine. Long Chen opened a bucket and poured out 2 bowls of wine in front of Xia Yunchang's shocked gaze. When the wine entered the bowl, it began to emit blue flames. Space twisted slightly around it. The wine was roiling within the bowl. "Come try some." Long Chen raised his wine bowl. The two of them touched their bowls and then drank the wine in one gulp. Long Chen had drunk it before, so he had long since been prepared. But Zia Yunchang, despite also having prepared himself, had still underestimated this wine. The clothing around his forearms and calves exploded, and blood began to spurt out of his arms and feet. At the same time, all his hair stood on end. Long Chen nodded in praise upon seeing this. Zia Yunchang was truly worthy of being someone who walked the undefeatable Tao. He had managed to bear that terrifying impact. When Long Chen had drunk this wine, if it hadn't been for Tu Qiansheng's interference, he would have caused the pavilion they had been in to explode. But Zia Yunchang was able to slowly release the immense energy through his extremities to cushion it. This meant his control over energy was even better than Long Chen's. What a domineering will! He is definitely worthy of being called the fierce Yang Butcher. "Brother Long, I have to go into seclusion to digest these insights," said Zia Yunchang. "You can take all of this, I still have more." Long Chen gave all the wine he had taken out to Zia Yunchang, delighting him. Originally, he had been a bit worried about not having enough wine to comprehend the profundities within it, but now he had more than enough. Zia Yunchang said his seclusion would probably last a few days. He asked what plans Long Chen had, and whether or not he was going to accompany Zia Yuluo. If Long Chen wanted, Zia Yunchang could arrange some leisurely activities for them. But Long Chen said he didn't have any time and also went into seclusion. This wine he had worked hard to swindle out of them wasn't used just to satisfy his stomach. Chapter 11, 87 Shocking Gains. Translator Born to Be. A drop of medicinal elixir merged with a ball of wine and was instantly ignited. A terrifying burst of energy exploded. That fierce Yang Butcher's wine really is crazy. Once I added some medicinal energy, what it becomes can't even be called medicinal wine. It's poison wine. If someone really drank this, they would undoubtedly die. Long Chen looked in shock at the raging ball of liquid that was floating in the air and releasing fierce fluctuations. It had taken him many tests to reach this point of successfully merging the medicinal elixir with this fierce wine. He extracted a drop and placed it on his tongue. He immediately felt like a bomb had exploded in his mouth. His ears, nose, and mouth all began to emit smoke, and tears streamed down his face. That wasn't from emotion. The medicinal effect has increased by almost 100 times. This isn't just cooperating, it's a metamorphosis. With such a terrifying medicinal effect, its side effects are probably huge. Act fine, I'll try someone else's wine. Long Chen gave up on using the wine made by Tu Qiansheng. His wine was too domineering and was not suitable to be refined into medicinal wine. Long Chen chose a wine made by a female disciple. Her wine focused on nourishing the soul, like a spring rain washing over the world, a realm of returning vitality to a withered world. She had previously been a wood cultivator, and her wine contained her comprehension of life. Long Chen tried combining dozens of soul-nourishing medicinal pills with it. This was a very complicated process. When trying to merge medicinal pills with wine, the proportion, the control, the sequence, etc. could all affect the final result. Even if the medicine managed to merge with the wine, the medicinal wine's effect might not be stable enough. It would still need to go through repeated tests and experiments to maximize its effect. Despite his skill in medicine, and despite being able to figure out everything about the wine's composition, merging them together was still incredibly difficult. It had to be known that when Pill Valley was cooperating with the Wine God Palace back then, it took them thousands of years to create just over 10 medicinal wines. From this result, it could be seen just how difficult it was to merge two different arts. However, Long Chen wasn't directly refining medicinal wine, but having the wine work together with his medicinal pills. It was a bit simpler. Instead of creating a whole new painting, he was taking a painting and adding a few things to make it even more beautiful. But even though he was just searching for a way to have them work together, the concoction would have several times their effects, and the maximum effect he could achieve was 10 times. After all, this kind of process couldn't match refining medicinal wine from scratch. This kind of cooperative medicinal wine would have huge side effects once the medicinal effect multiplied by over 10 times. Long Chen didn't have the time to research those side effects, so he could only give up on those abnormal medicinal wines. He spent 3 whole days creating 7 types of medicinal wines. 5 of them could be used now, while 2 of them needed more observation time. Of these 5, there were 2 that satisfied him the most. One was something he called the spirit-nourishing soul-raising wine. Its nourishing effect on the soul was extremely powerful. The other one was called the muscle-strengthening bone-hardening wine. The wine had come from a body cultivator disciple in the wine god palace, and Long Chen managed to strengthen its effect even more with medicinal pills. These 2 wines were both 10 times more effective than their predecessors and also very beneficial to him. Not only were they more effective than pills, but they also tasted good. To tell the truth, after years of eating pills, Long Chen had grown completely sick of them. Now that he could change the horrible taste, he felt more blessed than ever. Because researching more medicinal wine would take too long, Long Chen moved on. He opened the spatial ring the expert from the wine god palace had given him. Haha, an arm bracer king item. I'll take this. A golden arm bracer appeared in Long Chen's hand. Ancient runic lines were carved into it, and it was as heavy as a mountain. This was definitely something good for Long Chen. With this arm bracer, he could block the attack of a king item with his arm instead of using his saber. Sabers focused more on offense than defense, so switching to defense placed him in a passive position. Damn, even these 2 fur boots are king items. 2 fur boots appeared in his hands. On the outside, they didn't even look like king items, but there were countless runes inside. Even the soles had a formation supporting them. Alright, hopefully, the previous owner didn't have foot fungus. Long Chen took off his boots and put them on. Buzz. He had only just put them on when their runes lit up. They had originally been a bit too big, but they slowly shrank to perfectly fit him. He kicked the ground and a fierce gale erupted. As Long Chen poured in his spiritual yuan, the boots began to shine and space started to distort. He hastily pulled back his spiritual yuan. So this isn't a weapon king item, but as long as I have enough spiritual yuan, I can basically teleport. Long Chen was shocked by this ability. This was his first time wearing equipment on the king item level. Now he found that not all king items needed a Jade core to activate. The boots were on his feet, while his arm bracer was covered by his sleeve. No one would be able to tell what they were from the outside, and he also found that they didn't affect his movements. He was delighted and hastily looked at the rest of the king items. However, he didn't find anything else that suited him. The majority of these king items were weapons, as well as some sets of armor. Long Chen didn't like heavy armor because their powerful defense sacrificed agility. He didn't like that way of fighting. Heavy armor was really only suitable for group battles, especially those in the vanguard, but it wasn't suitable for fighting on his own. Looking at the other treasures, he saw quite a few medicinal pills, but he wasn't interested in those. He also found quite a few secret tomes. They ranged from introductory battle skills to profound magical arts. Many of these arts were ones that built on top of each other to grow stronger. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh inside. No wonder that person had said he hadn't been willing to throw this away even after all these years. He had probably once had a dream of forming his own sect to leave behind his inheritance. Oh, what's this? Long Chen suddenly took out an ancient beast hide. It was dried up with age. The beast hide depicted a map, and there were 2 circular areas that were like the eyes of a skull. Seeing that, he suddenly found that the more he looked at this beast hide, the more he felt it looked like a human skull. At the space where the eyebrows met, there was a small mark. It was a very strange mark. It wasn't an immortal character, and he wasn't able to understand what it meant. This thing's probably incredibly old. Even the power of the beast hide is so great. However, just what is this map for? Probably only he knows, but now that he's given me this spatial ring, it means he wants to sever all his ties to it. I can't ask him. I'll just put it aside. If it's to be mine, it can't run away, and if it's not to be mine, then I wouldn't even be able to find it. There's no need to waste time thinking over it. Long Chen shook his head and put the map away. Haha, now for what I really wanted, the Yuan Spirit Stones. Long Chen directly moved all the Yuan Spirit Stones in the spatial ring into his primal chaos space. Taking a rough estimate, he guessed there were around 1,200,000,000 Yuan Spirit Stones. He knew that these Yuan Spirit Stones were not just that person's. They were the result of him destroying several sects when he had been taking vengeance for his loved one's death. Looking at these Yuan Spirit Stones, Long Chen couldn't help but feel that the Xuanhuan Dao sect really had declined. One of the 3 great sects of the heavens had ended up so poor that this one person had more Yuan Spirit Stones than the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. It really was, as the Xuanhuan master had said. If the Xuanhuan Dao sect continued to endure as they had been, they wouldn't have been able to do so for much longer. Long Chen had Huo Long and Lei Long devour these Yuan spirit stones, and then he began extracting the Yuan spiritual energy. His 108,000 immortal platforms began to rapidly revolve, crazily absorbing that energy. Runes appeared on top of them one by one. 2 days later, his immortal platforms shook and grew another level. He had reached the fourth heaven stage of foundation forging. His immortal platforms were different from other people's. Each layer of their platforms would be smaller than the last, but Long Chen's layers were the same size, making his immortal platform cylinders. At the center was the image of a flower with 13 petals. When he reached the fourth heaven stage, his immortal platforms trembled fiercely and then compressed. After 1 day, they had shrunk to a slightly smaller size. But the compressed immortal platforms were more solid, and as they revolved, a faint light came from them. At the same time, Long Chen felt each one of his immortal platforms had strengthened to the point that they were now several times stronger than when he had been at the third heaven stage. This didn't delight him. As his immortal platform strengthened, so did his physical body. However, he found that the power of his physical body was not quite able to match the power of his immortal platforms now that they had grown so much stronger. The problem lay in the fifth star. Without condensing the fifth star, his physical body wouldn't even be able to endure the power of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Now that he had reached the fourth heaven stage, he had stepped into the mid-foundation forging realm. Right now, his physical body was still strong enough to keep up with his immortal platforms. But what about the fifth, sixth, and seventh heaven stages? And then there was the 10th heaven stage and beyond. According to his experience, his body would go through heaven-toppling changes upon reaching that level. If he tried to use his immortal platforms at that time, wouldn't he just blow himself up? I can't continue like this. If the fifth star refuses to appear, then I need to think of some other way to strengthen my physical body. But the Azure Dragon reverse scale is way too strong. With my current power, let alone subduing, just broaching its outer defenses would be impossible. What am I supposed to do? Long Chen had mixed feelings now. As he was racking his brain for ways to strengthen his physical body, Zia Yuluo came over. Chapter 11, 88 Four Nations Ancient Remnant. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen, I've been waiting for you for 2 days. If you still didn't come out, I'd have charged in. Long Chen had only just left his seclusion room when he saw the impatient Zia Yuluo outside. Aren't I busy bitterly cultivating so that I can reach 17th princess's height as soon as possible? What, do you need me for something? Don't tell me that you used up all your wine. Don't even think about getting any from me, warned Long Chen suddenly. HMPH, am I that kind of person? Furthermore, my wine is still all with me. I only gave a bit to my father and mother to taste. The rest, others can only look at them without tasting, said Zia Yuluo. Good, good. Long Chen sighed with relief, causing Zia Yuluo to stamp her feet in anger. HMPH, from your miserly appearance, I'd say drinking your wine is like drinking your blood. Is it worth it to act so worried? Zia Yuluo looked at Long Chen disdainfully. HMPH, if I'm so miserly, do you think I'd have given you a portion of my wine? Demanded Long Chen. Fine, I won't argue with you. I almost ended up forgetting my imperial father wants to see you, said Zia Yuluo. Why does Big Brother want to see me? Asked Long Chen. Zia Yuluo glared at him and strictly warned. My imperial father is a very harsh person. If you dare to say such a thing in front of him, he might kill you right there and then. You won't even have a place to cry. Really, he's that vicious. He'd kill someone for telling a joke. Long Chen acted shocked. My imperial father is the most merciless person I know. He even killed 2 of his sons. Do you think he'd care about an outsider's life? A somewhat afraid and disgusted expression appeared in Zia Yuluo's eyes when she spoke about her father. Long Chen jumped. An emperor would really be so vicious as to kill his sons. I don't believe you. HMPH, what's not to believe? He tossed a few teenagers out in the world for tempering, and they returned to the Yellow Springs. Although he didn't personally kill them, what's the difference? Snorted Zia Yuluo. Long Chen said, there are many things you don't understand. All people care about their children. While you lost 2 brothers, have you ever thought that your father also lost 2 sons? He feels even worse than you. It is this mercilessness of his that allows you to live a carefree life. If you want to hate someone, you should hate the enemies that threaten the Grand Zia at all times. I don't care about your grand reasonings. Hurry up and come along. Zia Yuluo set off, leading Long Chen. On the way, all the guards that saw them bowed. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a palace hall. Xia Yuluo looked at it and said, "Reporting to my imperial father, Long Chen has arrived." "Come in." The voice was flat and deep like a powerful drum. It inspired reverence. Xia Yuluo slowly retreated. Before leaving, she gave Long Chen a throat-cutting gesture and put on a dead face. Long Chen's heart warmed. She was warning him to be careful. Her father was temperamental, and if he wasn't careful, his head would be cut off. Her heart wasn't bad. The palace hall was extremely impressive and also sacred. In front of it were two huge stone lions that looked alive. They were like two guardian beasts staring at Long Chen, emitting their own terrifying pressure. Long Chen walked up the stone steps and entered the palace hall. But what he didn't expect was that the grand dragon throne, red carpet, chancellors, and the other royal items that should have been present within the core of the palace were nowhere to be found. The palace hall was extremely bare. There was simply a figure quietly sitting at the center of the room. The rest of the room was so spacious and empty that it made a person uneasy. Long Chen had only just stepped in when he saw a pair of eyes. In that instant, he felt himself become extremely minute, as if he was a speck of dust floating amongst the stars. "Long Chen greets Senior," said Long Chen respectfully. "Come and sit," said that person. "Yes." Long Chen obediently sat in front of him. Even with his unrestrained character, Long Chen didn't dare to do anything wanton in front of this person. He definitely didn't dare to call him big brother. "To be able to maintain a calm heart within my domain is impressive." The man nodded. At this close distance, Long Chen saw that he appeared to be around 40 years old. His face was somewhat similar to Xia Yunchang's. But this person was different from Xia Yunchang in that his noble heir had reached a pinnacle. A vague image of a dragon floated behind him, shocking Long Chen. "So you're even able to see the manifestation of the dragon vein. As expected, you're not so simple." The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen with some surprise. Then with even greater surprise, he exclaimed, "You have true dragon essence blood within you. Senior's vision is truly divine. All my possessions are easily seen through." Long Chen bitterly smiled. This was the person with the greatest authority within the Grand Xia. He was truly terrifying. "I didn't see it, I sensed it. Within my Grand Xia, there is a condensed form of karmic luck protected by a dragon vein. That's why I could sense the dragon blood within your body." The middle-aged man frowned. "You should be careful. Your dragon blood isn't very high tier, but it's extremely pure. If the Xuanhuan beasts learn of it, it'll probably be very troublesome." "Many thanks for your warning, Senior. This junior understands," thanked Long Chen. When he had encountered Cloud's mother, she had also warned him to be careful of the Xuanhuan beasts. Now that even the Emperor of the Grand Xia would warn him, it seemed his true dragon essence blood really would cause big trouble in the future. "Calling me Senior is a bit too much. However, Big Brother is also not too suitable. My name is Yuyang, so you can call me Uncle Yang," said the Grand Xia's Emperor, Xia Yuyang. Long Chen could only force a smile. It seemed his little joke was no secret to him. "Uncle Yang, please don't blame me. That was just a joke with Yuluo." "It's fine. Young people should be less reserved or they wouldn't be called youngsters. I called you over to inform you that the Four Nations Ancient Remnant is about to open. You should prepare yourself. When the time comes, you can go together with Chang'er and the others." "The Four Nations Ancient Remnant?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, Chang'er will tell you the details. Other than that, the delegation from the Grand Han will be arriving in 2 days, and you'll be in charge of receiving them," said Xia Yuyang. "Me receive them?" Long Chen felt like he had misheard. "Correct you. I heard that in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you received the heaven-suppressing magic sect's people very well. You were very enthusiastic and free with them, allowing them to return to their sect better off than when they left. That's why I feel like you're the best person for this task." Xia Yuyang looked at Long Chen with a smile that was not quite a smile. Long Chen instantly understood that Xia Yuyang had investigated him and knew about what had happened in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. His information source was truly amazing. However, this little one is. Long Chen didn't want to be the center of attention here. He would rather be a quiet, random passerby on the streets. "You've already called me uncle, so you are a member of the Grand Xia. I've already prepared the identity plate." Xia Yuyang gave him a jade plate. After receiving it, Long Chen saw that it read, "Grand Xia National Protector, Great General Long Chen." "National Protector, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? I don't have that much ability." Long Chen bitterly smiled. "I trust you have that ability. If my guess isn't wrong, at least half the reason for the Grand Hand's delegation is due to you. If you want to endure, you can choose not to take this title. But no matter how I look at you, I don't think you're that kind of person. Rather than waiting until the conflict erupts, why not be more direct? Skip the pretenses and get right to the fighting, said Zia Yuyang. Putting it like this, Long Chen did agree. Furthermore, wasn't being continuously provoked until he wanted to explode before retaliating just self-torture. It was better to give them a direct slap in the face. All right, I know what to do. Uncle Yang, don't worry. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Long Chen laughed wickedly. He was most fond of being the fox that exploited the tiger's power. As for Yuluo, please do your best, sighed Zia Yuyang. Even if a ruler had to be emotionless, he wasn't able to sever his feelings for his children. I will do my best, Long Chen nodded. But inside, Long Chen was grumbling. If Zia Yuyang wanted him to go and fight, he wouldn't even frown. But when it came to emotions, he didn't have any assurance in being able to change that stubborn girl's mind. She was too stubborn and too brainwashed. He would only be able to take things step by step. Returning to Zia Yunchang's residence, when he learned of the Four Nations' ancient remnant, he jumped in shock. The so-called Four Nations' ancient remnant referred to a remnant of the immortal era. Legend said that it was left behind when a supreme expert ascended to become an immortal. This remnant was its own world. It was said it was very possible for it to contain the records of that supreme expert and their inheritance. However, this remnant was damaged during the Great Battle in the immortal era. Part of it broke, and it was squeezed into a spatial wall. When this spatial wall weakened, disciples at the Foundation Forging Realm and below could enter from the Martial Heaven continent. They could enter and search the remnant. However, the amount of time they had was very short. According to past experience, they would only have 7 days. Because a portion of the remnant had fractured off, if they were unable to leave within 7 days, the exit would close and they would never be able to leave. Zia Yunchang said that the supreme expert had left it behind when he ascended, and so quite a few treasures were waiting for destined people to find them. The Four Nations' ancient remnant opened at random times without pattern. They could only constantly wait, but before the spatial wall weakened, it would release a few fluctuations in advance. That allowed them to calculate a rough estimate of when it would open. After patiently spending 3 days working on his medicinal wines, someone came over to tell Long Chen that the Grand Hand's delegation was about to arrive. Chapter 11, 89 Han Wenjun. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen stood in silver armor at the top of Grand Zia City's gates. Thousands of imperial guards were standing behind him with their armor shining brightly. The path to the gates had been perfectly cleaned, and following the etiquette of receiving a diplomatic delegation, they had an army quietly standing there. What's going on? They're still not here. It's been over an incense stick's worth of time since the scheduled time. Long Chen frowned. Reporting to the great general, the Grand Hand's people are often late by up to 3 incense sticks worth of time, said one of the high-ranking officers. He was very familiar with the Grand Hand's style. Ah, is that so? Then it's simple. Long Chen was enraged upon hearing this. He disliked people who didn't know how to be punctual. Did they think they could make him wait? That would be giving them far too much face. All right, brothers, we're taking the rest of the day off. Everyone go back and seal the city gates, ordered Long Chen. They thought they could be bigger posers than him. He directly ordered the city gates closed. Great General, the other high-ranking officers all jumped. Was he crazy? It's fine, I will take responsibility for any consequences. There are some people who just can't be indulged. Close the gates, declared Long Chen. The Grand Hand's imperial carriage has arrived. Just at this moment, a snow-white horse emitting a powerful aura appeared. It pulled a grand carriage as it rushed toward the city gates. Great General, they've arrived, said one of the officers. So what? We're off duty. Close the gates. No one is allowed to open them, said Long Chen as he began taking off his armor. My Grand Hand's imperial carriage has arrived. Why are the gates closed? Are you not going to come out and greet us? Amongst the hundreds of guards around the carriage, a man whose face was as big as a flat cake opened his mouth. Sorry you've come late. We've already stopped working. If you want, you can go through the small gate to the side. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. At this time, he had already taken off his imperial armor and was in casual dress, indicating he wasn't on duty. How can my Grand Hand's prince walk in through the gate for commoners? You are trying to humiliate us, roared that person. What's wrong with commoners? Can you not walk the same path as them? Well, they also eat food, drink water, and breathe air. Are you going to stop doing that as well? Do you have a problem with your head? You're the ones who arrived late, so who do you think is to blame? Let me make things clear to you. I'm already off duty, so either walk through the side door or go back to wherever you came from. Long Chen didn't give them any chance to reply. He directly turned and left. Long Chen's departure dumbfounded the other guards and officials. It seemed this didn't conform with the Grand Zia's etiquette. To refuse its guests outside the door would affect the Grand Zia's image. But their leader had already left, and they didn't dare to go directly against his orders and open the gates on their own. They just stood there blankly. This Long Chen seems to be doing quite well in the Grand Zia. Within the carriage, an extraordinarily handsome man with pretty features stared at the city gates indifferently. This handsome man was one of the famed three monarchs of the Grand Han Wenjun. He was also one of the Grand Han's imperial princes. He probably wants to obtain the Grand Zia's protection, which is why he's hiding inside, said an elder beside Han Wenjun. This elder was surprisingly the master of the Heavenly Fate Pavilion, Xuanhuan. After the Xuanhuan master's slap in the face, he hadn't been able to find any way to handle Long Chen. He had decided to follow Han Wenjun on his trip to the Grand Zia this time. His target was Long Chen. If Long Chen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease. These days, he was always extremely tense, afraid that Long Chen would reveal what he had done. Compared to Long Chen, Hua Xiu wasn't worth the panic. She had her large Hua family and had no choice but to consider her family's safety first, so she wouldn't dare to go against him. However, Long Chen was different. His parents in the eastern wasteland had vanished. His family was gone, and he was free to do whatever he wanted. Such people were the most frightening. It's unexpected that Long Chen actually managed to get his own official position in the Grand Zia. He's intentionally making things hard on us. He already killed one of the members of my Grand Han imperial family despite our warning, and now he even dares to humiliate us by stopping me in front of the city. This suicidal bastard deserves 1,000 deaths, snorted Han Wenjun. The four ancient nations always maintained a subtle balance, refusing to raise their weapons against each other. It truly was an excellent decision to hide here. Furthermore, it's not convenient for me to force things within Grand Zia City. I'll need to take my time planning how to handle him. Moreover, our main goal is to form a good relationship with the Wine God Palace this time, said Xuanhuan. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion had a grand position within the Grand Han, and Xuanhuan's status was almost on the same level as the Grand Han's emperor, so he also didn't need to have so many misgivings when speaking to Han Wenjun. Pavilion Master, what do you think we should do? Are we supposed to just accept being given the cold shoulder? Han Wenjun frowned slightly. Now it was a bit awkward. Xuanhuan said, Long Chen is just a scoundrel without any education or skills. Trying to reason with him is simply impossible. We definitely can't go through the side door or we'll be laughingstocks, so we should just retreat for now and send someone to tell them that we'll come again tomorrow. But we definitely can't arrive late, or Long Chen will be happy to close the gates on us once more. All right then, I'll let that idiot be pleased for now, said Han Wenjun icily as he looked at the tightly closed gates. Yes, other than that, be careful. I've hidden my cultivation base so that no one knows I've come. Make sure to be careful with your movements so that I don't get exposed. We don't want to end up ruining our true business, warned Xuanhuan solemnly. Don't worry, Pavilion Master, disciple understands. Just like that, under the sight of countless citizens of the Grand Zia, Han Wenjun's carriage left with his large procession. Long Chen returned to the palace. He was in the midst of drinking with Zia Yunchang when Zia Yuluo furiously stamped in. Long Chen, why did you refuse Han Wenjun at the gates? Do you know how long I was waiting for? Raged Zia Yuluo. At this time, Zia Yuluo was dressed in thick imperial splendor. Her hair was tied in a high knot, and her face had been painted very elegantly, making her even more beautiful than normal. But at this time, her beautiful face only contained anger as she shouted at Long Chen. Zia Yunchang's expression sank. As soon as Han Wenjun was mentioned, he would get angry. Moreover, seeing Zia Yuluo had gone to such an extent to prepare for their enemy, his fury immediately soared. Sensing that Zia Yunchang was about to explode, Long Chen hastily grabbed him. Anger was unable to solve problems. Instead, it would just make things worse. Yuluo, I wasn't doing this to make things hard on him. I was simply acting in accordance with my Grand Zia's etiquette system. If it had been up to me just to give you face, I wouldn't have minded waiting several days, let alone a few incense sticks worth of time. But this matter affected the relations between the two nations, so I had to carry out my official duty. I couldn't let my emotions get the better of me, so please don't blame me, said Long Chen. Oh, it's not because of me that. You intentionally didn't let him in. Xia Yuliwo was now a bit sorry. You're overthinking things. I have no enmity with him, so why would I target him? Furthermore, I also want to see what he looks like to have so many maidens infatuated with him. In truth, I'm a bit competitive, laughed Long Chen. Only now did Xia Yuliwo's fury vanish. But thinking of how she had acted out just now, she was too embarrassed and slipped away. This girl is getting more and more overboard. Xia Yunchang's expression was still dark. Brother Xia, you don't understand her romantic feelings. When a person likes another person, they'll become crazy and lose all their wits, said Long Chen helplessly. At this time, Long Chen received an imperial edict saying that the Grand Han's delegation would arrive tomorrow morning, and he would be in charge of receiving them. The next morning, Long Chen was once more standing at the top of the city gates. This time, Han Wenjun obediently came on time. It was still the same carriage and the same 100+ guards. When Han Wenjun walked out of his carriage, Long Chen saw his oval face, and despite feeling disdain for him, he had no choice but to admit he truly was beautiful. But he couldn't see any hint of manliness on his face. With 16 maidens waiting on him as he stepped off the carriage, Long Chen almost mistook him for a woman. I am the Grand Xia's national protector, Great General Long Chen. I represent the Grand Xia's imperial family and Grand Xia city citizens in welcoming the Grand Han. Long Chen held a document in his hands at the top of the gates, and he began to read off of it. This was an etiquette that he didn't quite care about. In any case, he just said whatever was written on it. After going over the whole lengthy document, his mouth was starting to feel numb. Only then did he walk over to Han Wenjun. Both sides exchanged gifts and then entered the city. I've long since heard of your great name, Long Chen. I never expected to encounter you within the Grand Xia, said Han Wenjun as he followed Long Chen into the city. I've also heard of the 3 monarchs' names. Seeing you in person is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Long Chen smiled as he spouted absolute nonsense. I heard that you're a core disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Why would you come all the way to the Grand Xia? Are you trying to move to a better position? Asked Han Wenjun with a smile. HMPH, I knew you would want to play. All right, let's play. It's hard to explain. Back then, I set off from the Xuanhuan Dao sect to defend the Eastern Sea. But as a result, my luck was bad and I ended up being provoked by a tortoise. I killed it, but who would have thought that this would cause a huge calamity? Brother Wenjun, you might not believe me, but it was that tortoise that attacked me first. But after I killed it, I was filled with regret. That tortoise's strongest point was actually its shell. Its shell was extremely hard and capable of summoning an even bigger old tortoise. I was afraid the old tortoise would bite me, so I ran over to the Grand Xia. Fortunately, the Grand Xia kept me. Otherwise, it'd be very troublesome to handle all the little tortoises the old tortoise sends after me. Long Chen sighed helplessly, while Han Wenjun's expression sank. Tortoise equals bastard. Chapter 1190 Li Wanji. Translator born to be. Of course his expression was unnatural. The tortoise Long Chen said he had killed was Han Zhenyu. In truth, Han Zhenyu hadn't been an imperial prince. He was not even part of the main imperial branch. However, he was still part of the imperial family, and the Grand Han had to stand up for him. That was why Han Zhenyu had possessed an identity Jade plate of one of the Grand Han's experts. However, it hadn't been able to protect his life. One of the 8 princes had been killed. It was a slap in the Grand Han's face. Furthermore, for Long Chen to call them tortoises made Han Wenjun's fury soar, but he didn't express it. Instead, he indifferently said, I've long since heard of your grand name, but it seems your coarse words and actions aren't quite in line with your position. Does the Grand Xia have no one else? No, you've completely misunderstood. There is no one more suited to this position than me. No one else wanted to do it, so they sent me. See, I'm wearing special armor, so I'm not afraid of getting any piss or shit on me. Long Chen patted his armor. Han Wenjun had tried to cut at Long Chen twice, but all he received were slaps in the face. Although he suppressed it very well, his expression wasn't so good. He had originally been wanting to infuriate Long Chen in order to see him fly into a rage. He was a specialist at that, which was why many people in the Grand Xia would immediately get so incredibly infuriated just upon seeing him, while also being helpless to do anything to him. One of those people was Xia Yunchang. However, Han Wenjun had chosen to target the wrong person. When it came to ridiculing people through sarcasm, Long Chen was definitely on the level of a grandmaster. Since the Grand Zia sent you to receive me, I trust that you, Long Chen, must be well versed in the four arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as the usual poetry and singing. Han Wenjun switched his attack point. Han Wenjun's delegation had come under the banner of exchanging culture. They would have exchanges with the Grand Zia over poetry, singing, as well as the four arts. Of course, an exchange of martial arts was also a part of their duty. That was why those who received the delegations all had to be people of great talent in all these regards. They had to be masters of both pen and sword. Han Wenjun had already heard that Long Chen was someone who came from extremely poor origins who only focused on the martial path. He had been struggling on the bottom levels of the cultivation world and had only managed to suddenly soar to his current heights through chance. He had no cultural learning as a foundation. Therefore, he was now targeting a country bumpkin's fatal weak point. Singing, poetry, the four arts, the three religions, the 9 schools, the 5 phases, the 8 trigrams, the changes of the plum blossom, the ancient art of divination. There is nothing that I, Long Chen, do not know, boasted Long Chen. You, stop bragging. How is someone like you supposed to know that much? Han Wenjun was first shocked, but then he quickly realized Long Chen was just duping him and he sneered. Even the thousands of the Grand Zia's guards were shocked and looked at him with disbelief. That was too exaggerated. Don't try to use your intelligence to judge mine. Just because you haven't seen a kind of person doesn't mean that they don't exist. Let me ask you, your dad. Speaking colloquially to save any misunderstandings, your father is skilled in chess, correct? Asked Long Chen. Correct. My imperial father rarely finds a worthy adversary in chess, boasted Han Wenjun. Naturally, a generation's emperor had to be skilled in countless arts in order to convey them to their people. Han Wenjun's father was the current Grand Han Emperor, and he was truly talented. You might not believe me, but I met your father a long time ago. I really have to say that your father is truly talented. However, your father, old man Li, he's a bit too stubborn, said Long Chen. Hold on, what are you talking about? I am surnamed Han, and my father is the Emperor of the Grand Han. How could he be surnamed Li? Interrupted Han Wenjun. Idiot, I just knew your intelligence makes you only fit to be a frog at the bottom of the well. But well, that's good for me. You're surnamed Han and your father should have the same surname. Sorry, you're right. I've met so many people that I've gotten them mixed up. Long Chen acted embarrassed and apologized. However, it's true that I do know your father. It should have been around 10 years ago. Back then, I was just a youth playing chess at home. Your father suddenly appeared and said he wanted to play chess against me. Back then, I had no idea your father was an emperor, so I didn't go easy on him. Well, it goes without saying that your father's chess playing was excellent. However, I wasn't bad either. The two of us fought intensely, neither of us able to get an advantage over each other. The sky turned dim, the earth darkened, the sun and moon lost all their light. The people listening were speechless. It was just chess. There were only so many pieces. How could it get so exaggerated? Long Chen seemed to be afraid of being interrupted, and he rapidly said, that fierce game of chess was extremely bitter. Our pieces were slaughtered, and in the end, we each only had one piece left. I had a rook and he had a bishop. I wanted to declare a draw, but your father refused. Your father bishoped me with his bishop, and as for me, I could only rook your father with my rook. As a result, we ended up in a stalemate. Your father bishoped me, I rooked your father bishoped me, I am your father is like me, I am your father. Long Chen was speaking too quickly, and Han Wenjun had heard him say, your father is like me, I am your father, 3 times before understanding. Long Chen, you're courting death, roared Han Wenjun. Oh, what's going on? Weren't we just talking so nicely? Why would you curse me like this? Long Chen asked with a puzzled expression. You are provoking my Grand Han. Killing intent filled Han Wenjun's eyes, and an immense pressure crashed down onto Long Chen. What are you talking about? I was just telling a story, said Long Chen innocently. You're clearly provoking me. I'm getting tired of hearing that. Didn't you try insulting me several times just now? How is that not a provocation? Long Chen shook his head and said, Honored Han Wenjun, my Grand Zia is a mannerly nation, but we won't let others be unbridled. I was just telling a story. The person who played chess against me was Han Jingsheng. Back then, I had no idea he was such a big figure, and only when I arrived in the Central Plains did I learn he was the Grand Han's emperor. Back then, I was filled with worship. I simply haven't had a chance to pay my respects to him in person yet. Bastard, do you know how many people have the same name in this world? How do you know he was my imperial father? Raged Han Wenjun. Long Chen suddenly became enlightened. Ah, so it was just someone with the same name. Looks like it's a misunderstanding. You know, now that I think about it, I could never figure out why a grand emperor would come to play chess with me. Many thanks for clearing up this riddle for me. Long Chen cupped his fist to him gratefully, causing Han Wenjun to almost puke blood. He had once more been conned by Long Chen. Furthermore, he had even been the one to say there were many people with the same name. He had essentially given Long Chen his excuse. Now he couldn't even express his rage. Just as Long Chen was enraging Han Wenjun, in the depths of the distant palace, the Grand Zia's emperor Zia Yuyang was sitting with Zia Yunchang's master, drinking wine. Long Chen really is talented. However, Li Tianxuan already used this move before, and now you're using it as well. Don't you feel like you're just copying him? Zia Yunchang's master smiled at Zia Yuyang. There are many things that are repeated in scriptures without it growing old. Don't you think that this scene is very delightful? Zia Yuyang didn't mind. They were currently watching a projection of Long Chen wildly gesturing and unleashing flying spittle in order to conceal his, "Your father is like me. I am your father." The two of them were both smiling brightly. They were extremely high and aloof existences, and it was their first time seeing this kind of wordplay which commoners would often play with. Han Wenjun had finally learned his lesson. He suppressed his fury and began to act as if he was enjoying the scenery as they traveled down the road. He no longer spoke with Long Chen to avoid being angered. He found that even 10 of him were unable to match Long Chen's tongue. Long Chen knew 1,000 times the number of tricks he did. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall into a trap. However, he was still a bit unwilling, and he secretly gestured to one of the women beside him. HMPH, to be so coarse, are you even a man? When did the Grand Zia's men decline to this state? No wonder the Grand Zia's women all prefer to marry into my Grand Han. The woman looked at Long Chen as she spoke. You actually sent a woman now. The Grand Han's men are truly scoundrels. Sorry, pretty miss, I need to correct a few things about what you just said. First, I'm not a member of the Grand Zia, I was merely asked to fill this position at the last moment. So what you said has no meaning. Second, you shouldn't say such a thing to a man. What if they said, if you don't believe I'm a man, why don't you come and try it? Just how would you reply to such a thing? Long Chen shrugged a bit helplessly. Although he put it indirectly and tactfully, it wasn't very subtle. The woman immediately turned red. Rogue. This woman was definitely beautiful, with curves in all the right places. But compared to someone like Long Chen who had seen his share of peak beauties, she was like a green leaf compared to the flower that was Meng Qi. Pretty miss, this also doesn't have any meaning. You're clearly the one who questioned my male equipment and reproductive abilities while I am simply replying. How am I rogue? Said Long Chen innocently. At this time, the entourage of the Grand Zia, despite clearly knowing they shouldn't laugh for fear of losing decorum, were unable to help it. It was unknown how hard it was on them to keep their laughter stifled. Seeing those people want to laugh yet also not daring, that woman's fury soared. Long Chen, if you're a man, you'll accept a challenge from me, Li Wanji. So it's you, Long Chen looked at her with disbelief. You know me? Asked Li Wanji icily. No, I just hear people mention you a lot. No wonder my Grand Zia's emperor and princes like to keep themselves busy. I'm suddenly reminded of a certain phrase. A bashful expression appeared on Long Chen's face. Right, Li Wanji. When Long Chen said that, 4 words appeared in the Grand Zia's guards' minds. Within the imperial palace, 2 supreme experts in the midst of drinking tea were unable to bear it and both spat out a mouthful of tea. A couple points here. First of all, Long Chen clearly doesn't know how to play chess because even in Chinese chess, you need to have the king alive, so they didn't have one piece left. More importantly, the pun is that the pieces he named sound like M and is like. So I rooked your father sounds like I'm your father, and your father bishop me sounds like your father is like me. Your father is like me, I am your father. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Ramble. Although an argument could be made that the king doesn't count as one of their pieces because in Chinese chess, the king cannot move out of the imperial palace, a 3x3 box located on both sides of the board. Honestly, there's no need to analyze it, because technically, the piece that he had wasn't a rook, it was a guard. A piece that only exists in Chinese chess which is also prohibited from moving out of the imperial palace. As for the bishop, also known as an elephant, it cannot cross the river at the center of the map. Furthermore, the spelling was technically off. In Chinese chess, The black and white, normally red pieces have different characters for them, even though they do the same thing, and Long Chen stated two pieces that belong to the same side. So he really doesn't know how to play chess. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter is an expression meaning you're very busy. As in you have 10,000 things to do in one day. Her name sounds the same as the last three words, and the first word is slang for fuck, as in have sex with, so it would be fuck Li Wanji. Chapter 1191 Low-Grade Pickup Arts. Translator Born to Be. This scoundrel, he really is brazen. He even dares to tease me, the master of the Grand Xia. Xia Yuyang shook his head as he looked at the astonished Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was covering his mouth with both hands and looking at Li Wanji in exaggerated shock. It was like her name had completely stupefied him. Li Wanji was too refined to even understand what Long Chen was saying. Due to the difference in cultures, she had never even heard that phrase before. In comparison, Han Wenjun, who was deeply familiar with the Grand Xia's culture, immediately understood. He icily said, "Long Chen, you go too far." "Hey, has there been some mistake? Did I say something? Please don't take a general comment as a personal attack. Your own thoughts have nothing to do with me," said Long Chen righteously. He hadn't said it explicitly. He had only vaguely implied that expression without even saying it. There was no way for Han Wenjun to do anything to him over it. Killing intent raged in Han Wenjun's eyes. He had lost out more from speaking with Long Chen than he had in his entire life, and he didn't even have the ability to strike back. As a result, the atmosphere grew very strange. The Grand Xia's guards looked at Long Chen with reverence and worship. They hated the sanctimonious fellows from the Grand Han the most, especially because their words always contained hidden thorns. Seeing Han Wenjun's hidden thorns be easily destroyed by Long Chen, and how infuriated he was by just a few words from Long Chen, they felt incredibly refreshed. Long Chen led the way without saying a word. Han Wenjun, Li Wanji, and the hundreds of people accompanying them also didn't say anything. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. As they followed the central path straight forward, quite a few maidens ended up cheering from the sides. Han Wenjun finally smiled. He began to wave at those maidens and smiled warmly, enticing quite a few sharp cries from them. It went without saying that Han Wenjun's position in the hearts of the Grand Xia's maidens had reached an unprecedented level. Countless maidens worshipped him. Their cheering and cries allowed Han Wenjun to regain his confidence. He constantly waved at them while glancing at Long Chen. A touch of ridicule appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Did this idiot think he was so amazing because he was able to get the adoration of some ignorant maidens who lived in a world of peace and prosperity? Any woman that had really seen the world wouldn't give him a second look. He wasn't a man, nor was he a woman. Long Chen didn't even look at Han Wenjun or pay any attention to those almost fanatical maidens. He simply continued onwards. The Grand Xia's maidens are so welcoming and sharp-eyed. They can tell who's the pearl with just a glance. No matter how conspicuous the place the soybean places itself in, it's still just a bean and won't attract others. Li Wanji approached Long Chen and muttered to herself. Although she didn't know what Long Chen's previous words had meant, just from the expressions on Han Wenjun and their guards' faces, she knew they hadn't been nice words. Now seeing that Han Wenjun was so popular, she once more began to target Long Chen, wanting to use Han Wenjun's charisma to suppress him. All these maidens were focused on Han Wenjun. None of them looked at Long Chen. "They can tell who the pig is." "Well said." Long Chen didn't retort. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up. Li Wanji didn't even understand what he had said. Thinking he was admitting defeat, she became even more confident, lightly saying, "Compared to the Grand Xia, my Grand Han's men have more flavor." Long Chen nodded. "Yes, there's no way for me to argue against that. The Grand Xia's men truly have no smell. On the other hand, the Grand Han's men are covered in the smell of makeup. It's truly a strong smell." You're clearly just jealous. Tens of thousands of maidens are cheering for my Prince Wenjun, while you, Long Chen, do you see a single person glancing at you?" sneered Li Wanji. Birds of a feather flock together. Women all like to get closer to themselves as they find it easier to get along. If this was a crowd of men instead, they'd have long since started fighting over how crowded it was. But look, your Prince Wenjun is so liked by all these maidens. This is the result of women not liking to fight amongst women. They all like to cheer each other on, said Long Chen lightly. Now, no matter how stupid Li Wanji was, she could still tell Long Chen was ridiculing Han Wenjun for being effeminate and not really a man. The reason why the women liked him so much was that they viewed him as a sister. Long Chen, your mouth really is vicious. You're the one who's not a man, raged Li Wanji. Li Wanji was not actually a part of the Grand Han's imperial family. However, she was a rank 8 celestial, and her position was extremely high in the Grand Han. Her status was almost equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Unable to outtalk Long Chen, she began to launch a personal attack without the slightest finesse. But Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything back to her. They continued onward. Following the main road, they quickly reached the imperial city at the center of Grand Xia City. Music began to thrum through the air as entertainers came to greet them in accordance with the etiquette of the Grand Xia. At the entrance into the imperial city, he saw Xia Yunchang, Xia Yuluo, and the other members of the imperial family. Xia Yuluo was in her best clothes and adornments, looking like a lotus flower breaking out of the water. When she saw Han Wenjun, she turned completely red, filled with excitement and delight. Prince Wenjun has come a long way. Please forgive me for not being able to receive you sooner. The one in charge of receiving them here was not Xia Yunchang, but another prince. Xia Yunchang was focused on the martial path, and he had no heart to control the nation. The third Prince Xia Yunfeng was currently acting as the crown prince, and so he was the one in charge of receiving them. Crown Prince Yunfeng is too courteous. I came here in a rush, so I was only able to bring a meager gift. Please accept. Other than that, the 17th princess is about to turn 18. Last year I asked an artisan to create this ornament. 17th princess, please don't laugh at me for this little gift. Han Wenjun took out 2 cases, one big and one small. The large one was given to Xia Yunfeng. A national gift had to be prepared, and it was usually some kind of local product of the nation. It didn't necessarily have to be very valuable. Xia Yuluo turned red as she received Han Wenjun's case. Thank you. She lightly rubbed the case, her head low. Xia Yunchang's expression became frosty, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He knew that Han Wenjun was simply trying to seduce his little sister. And his foolish sister wasn't able to realize the consequences. It was impossible for her to marry Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun was only doing this in order to harm Xia Yuluo, but as her big brother, Xia Yunchang was helpless to do anything. He wished he could kill this hypocrite Han Wenjun right here and now. To Han Wenjun, whether he succeeded or not, he would only benefit. If he succeeded, he would have pulled over the Grand Xia's princess, who was also a rank 8 celestial. That would be a vicious slap in the Grand Xia's face. If Xia Yuluo tried to marry him but he was unable to bring her away, she would still be executed, and the Grand Xia would lose a talented expert, as well as lose their face. Right now, all Han Wenjun had to do was dote on Xia Yuluo and completely captivate her heart. The deeper his poison got into her heart, the less she would listen to others. Seeing his sister be drawn deeper into Han Wenjun's trap step by step, Xia Yunchang could practically see his father's butcher blade raised. The hatred in his heart grew even stronger. Please go ahead and open it. This is a present I meticulously prepared for you. Han Wenjun smiled at Xia Yuluo. It looked like a very warm smile, but looking at it made Long Chen's hair stand on end, and he got goosebumps. Xia Yuluo trembled slightly. She seemed extremely moved as she gently opened the case to see a phoenix hairpin. The phoenix hairpin was a shining golden color with interweaving silver. The 2 colors made the hairpin almost look alive. Even Long Chen had to admit that it was truly beautiful and definitely had immense power over a woman. Thank you for your gift. I really like it. Many thanks. Xia Yuluo happily looked at the phoenix hairpin in its case. This phoenix hairpin has a total of 9,999 runes that I personally engraved. It took a long time, said Han Wenjun caringly. Fuck, what trash pickup arts. Are you using them in front of me to disgust me? Isn't this far too low grade? And yet this low-grade tactic ended up working. Seeing Xia Yuluo smiling so happily, Long Chen didn't know what to say. Standing by the door isn't very suitable. Let's enter. If we wait too long, the wine we prepared will get cold, said Long Chen upon seeing Xia Yunchang's killing intent about to explode. As he had wanted, his words immediately broke the romantic atmosphere. Xia Yuluo glared at Long Chen, but Long Chen was surprised to see that she wasn't actually angry with him. Long Chen is right. The food and drink have already been prepared, and they're just waiting for Prince Wenjun. Xia Yunfeng ended up being the steady one, his polite smile never fading. He gestured courteously to Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun bowed slightly in return and walked side by side with Xia Yunfeng. The others all followed behind them. Long Chen was planning on walking with Xia Yunchang, and saying a few things to him, but instead he was caught by Xia Yuluo. "What is it? Are you trying to get revenge on me? Let me tell you, I am currently working under the Emperor's orders, so don't do anything crazy," warned Long Chen. "HMPH, I'm not so petty. Look, do you think this hairpin is pretty?" Xia Yuluo opened the case, flaunting it. "It's pretty, but it'll be prettier on you." Long Chen really had to admit that the Grand Hand's craftsmanship was not bad. When he returned, he would have to get a pile of them to give one to each of his wives. Then these people would see what was truly called a fairy-like beauty. "Long Chen helped me put them on. I want to wear it now," said Xia Yuluo. "Now's not a good time. People will laugh at you for being so impatient." Long Chen shook his head. "Who cares? I want to wear it right now. I want to see what it feels like," said Xia Yuluo. "Fine, you're the princess. As soon as you get angry, I get nervous, so I'll help you put it on." Long Chen received the phoenix hairpin and gently inserted it into Xia Yuluo's high bun. Just at this moment, Han Wenjun, who was smiling and talking with Xia Yunfeng at the front, inadvertently turned back to see this. He saw Xia Yuluo holding Long Chen, while Long Chen helplessly put the phoenix hairpin on her. His expression changed, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, Xia Yunfeng and Yuncheng both smiled, a trace of hope appearing in their hearts. Pearl and pig sound similar in Chinese. Chinese letter/Chinese letter. Flavor and smell are the same term in Chinese. Chapter 1192 Agreement of 10 Exchanges. Translator Born to Be. "Long Chen, do I look pretty with the phoenix hairpin?" Xia Yuluo turned her head back and forth slowly. She looked at Long Chen expectantly. "Even if you didn't wear them, you'd still be very beautiful." Long Chen smiled. Xia Yuluo truly was very beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Meng Qi or Tang Wan'er, she was definitely a figure capable of bringing about the downfall of a nation. Furthermore, she possessed an innate air of nobility which made her even more attractive. "Hee, I'm happy you're learning how to talk properly." Xia Yuluo smiled excitedly, giving Long Chen some rare praise. "Are you saying I didn't know how to talk properly before?" demanded Long Chen. For some unknown reason I'm happiest when I'm with you." Xia Yuluo smiled. "Oh, were you not happy just now?" asked Long Chen. Xia Yuluo turned red. Looking at Han Wenjun's back, she whispered, "I used to really like him. Sometimes I even dreamed about him. So I was happy to see him and extremely excited to receive a gift from him. However, I don't know why, but I feel a kind of pressure at the same time that makes my heart uneasy. I think I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" asked Long Chen curiously. "I'm not sure, but while being with him does make me very excited, it also gives me a feeling of unease. But being with you, although I'm not happy or excited, I feel very peaceful. It's a very warm kind of feeling." Xia Yuluo looked at Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen raged, "Do you know how to talk properly? Being with me doesn't make you happy or excited. Then what are you doing entangling me? HMPH, I'm mad now. If you're so unhappy, then hand over the wine I gave you." Xia Yuluo smiled at Long Chen, who feigned anger. Today, she had finally seen the Han Wenjun she had been thinking about day and night, but now that she did, she felt a strange feeling. She had always greatly adored Han Wenjun. Her room was even filled with portraits of him. She was infatuated with the romantic stories that came from the Grand Han, and she also longed to have a warm, intimate man looking after her. As the princess of the Grand Xia, she didn't have many close relationships. Her father and mother were all busy with politics, while her brothers and sisters were focused on cultivation and studying the ways to rule a nation. The only one who she could count on to spend time with her was her brother Xia Yunchang. But a big brother's love was not enough for a young maiden in the springtime of her youth. The first time she saw that grand, handsome, and tender Han Wenjun, she had been left with a deep impression and unable to extricate herself from it. Then she had become engrossed with the romantic stories that circulated out of the Grand Han. She had longed even more for those kinds of intense romantic feelings. But Long Chen's arrival had unconsciously changed her thoughts. Long Chen was incomparably domineering and didn't pamper her at all. He would scold her, curse her, and make her cry several times out of anger. And yet he also treated her especially well sometimes. He had been willing to split half of that incredibly precious wine with her, making her exceptionally grateful. Furthermore, he was like a deep well. He didn't look very conspicuous on the outside, and yet no one could tell how deep he was. As someone who dared to swindle the wine god palace's people of their wine, he had to have huge guts. The more she was with Long Chen, the less she understood him. He was like a riddle that made her want to solve him. He was sometimes domineering, sometimes amiable, sometimes petty, sometimes magnanimous. Sometimes a sentence from him would make her laugh, and sometimes it would make her cry. Originally, Xia Yuluo hadn't really felt this. But now that she saw Han Wenjun, when she compared the two, she felt the feeling of danger and mystery around Long Chen was much more attractive, making Han Wenjun's charisma seem much weaker. Furthermore, being with Long Chen made her feel peaceful, as if whatever happened, he would be able to handle it easily. Now that Long Chen looked like a child demanding his toy back with his fake anger and his extended hand, she felt it to be extremely funny. "Nice try. The things that enter my hands are mine forever. You should give up on that thought," said Xia Yuluo. Just at this time, they entered the inner gate of the imperial city, and there was a red carpet in front of them leading to a grand palace. This palace was used by the Grand Xia to welcome and entertain guests. It was extremely spacious, and once they were inside, they had to go through all kinds of special etiquettes and sequences before they were able to take a seat. This was no ordinary family feast. The tables were low to the ground tables that could only be seated by 2 people on each side. Long Chen wasn't a prince, so he had no qualifications to sit at the top. He found a table for himself that was near the edge. He had only just sat down when a burst of fragrance blew over. Xia Yuluo had actually also come. "Girl, are you drunk? Your spot's up there." Long Chen pointed to the main spots at the front. The banquet hall was split into 2 parts, one for the main characters and one for the minor characters. Naturally, the first part was meant for the princes and princesses. For Xia Yuluo to come here was unsuitable to her status. "You're the one who is drunk. Sitting up there is so constricting. Just the toasting, blessings, salutations, and return etiquettes are enough to exhaust someone to death. I don't want to go through that, so move over a bit. Why is your butt so big? Are you trying to take up 2 seats on your own?" Xia Yuluo forced Long Chen to scooch over. "Aren't you afraid of your imperial father scolding you for this?" asked Long Chen as he moved over. "You think that's possible? He won't even make an appearance in such a banquet," said Xia Yuluo. At this time, everyone had found seats for themselves. Seeing Xia Yuluo take the initiative to sit beside Long Chen made Xia Yunchang and Xia Yunfeng smile at each other. On the other hand, Han Wenjun's expression was now a bit unnatural. He could have accepted Xia Yuluo sitting anywhere except beside Long Chen. Furthermore, she was quietly whispering to him in a questionably intimate manner. But he also couldn't express anything over this. He was sitting beside Li Wanji, and he raised his cup. "This first glass of wine is to bless the citizens of the Grand Xia, to wish the Emperor good health, and to the long friendship of the Grand Xia and Grand Han. My imperial father was working hard all day. He's extremely busy and simply does not have the time to greet you personally. Please forgive him for this, but I will represent my imperial father to raise this cup to you." Xia Yunfeng smiled and raised his cup. After he said this, everyone felt the atmosphere change a bit. Li Wanji's expression darkened, as she finally realized why everyone's expressions had grown odd after Long Chen had said that back then. "Long Chen, I challenge you to a battle. If you're a man, you'll accept." Li Wanji glared at Long Chen, looking like she wanted to bite him to death. What was going on? Xia Yunchang, Xia Yuluo, and the other princes and princesses were all startled. They had no idea what was happening because they didn't know about what had happened before. "Brother Wenjun, this." As the master of this banquet, Xia Yunfeng was the one to ask what was happening. Long Chen and my friend argued a bit before. Her name is Li Wanji." Han Wenjun also didn't quite know how to explain it, so he did it very vaguely. Hearing her name, Xia Yunfeng and Xia Yunchang both realized what was going on, but the others still didn't quite understand. "This matter was my mistake. I did not know Miss Wanji's name. I apologize." Xia Yunfeng magnanimously took the blame. But in reality, he was speechless inside. Who had come up with this name? Was it to intentionally cause trouble with his Grand Xia? "Crown Prince, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is Long Chen who went too far. Moreover, it just so happens that it's a tradition to have a martial competition before a feast. I simply wonder whether Long Chen will agree to exchange some pointers with Li Wanji or not," said Han Wenjun. Have a martial competition before the feast was in reality a friendly exchange of pointers to see who was stronger. The 4 ancient nations had truly done such things in the past. But in the past few years, such martial competitions had grown rarer, and they were replaced with different events. Furthermore, a competition on this level was extremely rare. Li Wanji was a rank 8 celestial, while Long Chen's power was also explosive. Once they fought, it probably wouldn't be so simple as exchanging pointers, especially considering Li Wanji's current expression. This isn't really appropriate. It could harm our friendship. Zia Yunfeng shook his head. It's just a way to liven things up. Both sides are aggrieved, so why not have a little fight? However, 10 exchanges is the limit. If a victor is not determined by then, it'll count as a draw. Han Wenjin smiled. In truth, Long Chen is also a guest of my Grand Zia, and I cannot decide this for him. Zia Yunfeng shook his head. Long Chen, if you're a man, you'll get up and fight me. Don't cower like a turtle in its shell. Li Wanji stood up and pointed at Long Chen. This person goes too far. How can she point at others like this? Long Chen, go put her away. Now, even Zia Yuluo found this unacceptable. Although she was willful, she knew she couldn't point at others when speaking at them. That was an insult, so she encouraged Long Chen to fight. Right now, everyone was looking at Long Chen. Long Chen lazily stood up and stretched. Looking at Li Wanji, he said, "Why bother? From the start, I never said anything that went overboard toward you. Is it worth it for you to persistently force me until I have no choice but to fight you? Intentionally angering me won't bring you any benefits." HMPH, there's no need to say so much. You disgust me and I have to properly teach you a lesson today, sneered Li Wanji. You have to teach everyone who disgusts you a lesson. Do you like being disgusted? Since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. However, when you embarrass yourself, don't cry. Long Chen slowly stood up. You're the one who will be crying. Li Wanji smiled coldly upon seeing Long Chen agree to her challenge. Don't try to kill him, just make him lose face. You can't kill people here. Han Wenjin sent Li Wanji a secret transmission. Understood, I won't kill him. I'll make sure to only cut off a single arm, replied Li Wanji, a ruthless gleam in her eyes. Since both parties consent, let's start. Don't do anything that would harm our friendship, said Zia Yunfeng. Two balls of light appeared in the palace hall, enveloping the two of them. They suddenly appeared on an ancient martial stage. He uses the same expression used a few chapters ago, Rai Li Wanjai, which sounds the same as have sex with Li Wanji. Chapter 1193 Berserk Energy. Translator Born to Be. Space trembled as Long Chen and Li Wanji appeared on top of an ancient martial stage. The surroundings of the martial stage were filled with mist, so that the two of them couldn't see anything outside the stage. But from the palace hall where Zia Yuluo and the others were, they could see them clearly. There was a projection at the center of the hall showing the martial stage. It was an incredibly clear projection that made it feel like it was the real thing. Even the pressure coming from the two of them could be sensed clearly. Everyone stopped breathing. Every person here was an expert in their own rights, and they all liked to see other experts exchanging blows in order to confirm their own strength. Long Chen, I'll make you pay a price for your words. Li Wanji icily looked at Long Chen, her aura gradually condensing. Runes erupted into existence behind her. Her manifestation appeared, causing immense pressure to crash down on Long Chen. This formless energy was like an invisible hand tightly gripping Long Chen. It was Li Wanji's aura lock. Sensing how easily she had locked him down, she sneered. Looks like I overestimated you. I can beat you in just one move. Her sword came flying out of the scabbard, and people were unable to see how she even unsheathed it. All they saw was a fierce and sharp ray of light shooting toward Long Chen. Sparks flew. Long Chen hadn't released any of his aura. There was a blood-red saber in front of him, blocking Li Wanji's sword. That incredibly powerful attack from Li Wanji was easily blocked by Long Chen, causing everyone to jump in shock. He blocked it with just his physical strength. Zia Yunchang was filled with shock. Although he had given Long Chen a high estimate on his strength, he still hadn't thought Long Chen was this powerful. Even without using his spiritual yuan, he easily blocked this attack. Furthermore, he didn't even budge. It was like all Li Wanji's force was no greater than a dragonfly trying to shake a tree. Her attack wasn't even qualified to shake him. Long Chen's expression was calm, like a rippleless well. He raised his saber, looking at Li Wanji coldly. In truth, he wasn't calm inside. That was because, after reaching the fourth heaven stage of foundation forging, his strength was no longer perfectly under his control. He had grown stronger without even sensing it. Because the strengthening of his physical body couldn't match the potency of his 108,000 immortal platforms, he couldn't sense the exact power of his physical body. But today, now that he was fighting, he sensed that the power of his physical body had unconsciously risen. Take another attack from me. Li Wanji leaped into the air, hacking her sword down. This time sword light exploded and the void was torn apart. Boom! Li Wanji's attack shook the martial stage, and a chi wave erupted, causing all the disciples in the palace hall to jump and hastily raise their hands to block it. But they quickly laughed involuntarily. What they were seeing was simply a projection of another space. It looked realistic, but none of their power could reach them, let alone menace them. When the chi wave scattered, they were once more shocked. The expressions of the experts from the Grand Han all changed. At this time, Long Chen was standing there, still with his emotionless expression. The angle of his saber hadn't shifted at all. Blooddrinker was blocking Li Wanji's sword. How is this possible? The Grand Han's experts were filled with shock. Long Chen still hadn't released his aura. He was just using his physical strength. Li Wanji was an extremely powerful expert within the Grand Han. She was the strongest junior genius besides the three monarchs. With a cultivation base at the 8th heaven stage of foundation forging, as an innate rank 8 celestial, she possessed incredible power. The Grand Han placed a great deal of importance on raising her, but now she didn't even have the qualifications to shake Long Chen. How could they not be shocked? So he really was powerful, you just couldn't tell from his appearance. Xia Yuluo's heart was shaken as she watched. Her spiritual perception had sensed that Long Chen was an extremely terrifying existence. It had told her that he had immense power that he hadn't revealed yet. But then after her first encounter with him, he had been nothing more than a laughing scoundrel without the slightest propriety. He didn't have the slightest air of an expert. Then in the Wine God Palace, he had acted like a complete swindler. After taking their wine, that petty, pleased smile of his had made Xia Yuluo forget he was a terrifying expert. Now Li Wanji had attacked him twice, but Long Chen was like an immovable mountain. The current Long Chen seemed like a different person compared to his normally laughing self. Although he had yet to even attack, that domineering air in his bones was already starting to manifest. Normally, he was like a friendly neighbor, amiable and approachable, giving people a harmless feeling. But once he started fighting, he instantly became an explosive battle god, looking disdainfully down on all. This instantaneous change in styles gave people an intense visual image. It also made their spirits shake. Faint energy was coiling around Long Chen, causing the space around him to look like water that was slowly heating up. The fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. Long Chen ignored the furious Li Wanji. Right now, he was sensing the changes in his body. Under the pressure Li Wanji was emitting, his 108,000 immortal platforms were automatically circulating, almost like self-protection. Their energy was pouring through him. This energy was not the energy in his 4 chi Cs, but the core energy of his immortal platforms. Long Chen was finally experiencing the huge changes in his body after he had advanced to the 4th heaven stage of foundation forging. Just the power of his physical body made him twice as powerful as he had been at the 3rd heaven stage. The reason he was unable to sense the changes in his physical strength was because the power of his immortal platforms had risen to over 10 times greater than when he had been at the 3rd heaven stage. The disproportionate growth caused him to not feel like his physical body was strengthening. The growth of his physical body was unable to keep up with the requirements of the 9-star Hegemon body art. But even though it was unable to keep up with his immortal platforms, his physical strength was still incredible now. Arrogant bastard, you're looking down on me. Die. The runes behind her suddenly became berserk, and a boundless force crashed down on Long Chen. Li Wanji's expression was extremely unsightly. Her goal was to humiliate Long Chen and force him to use his trump cards. But even after 2 attacks, Long Chen hadn't moved. It was like he was playing with a child. How was she supposed to accept this? She began to truly use the power of her cultivation base. Divine Ring. A 4-colored divine ring appeared behind Long Chen, unleashing divine might. The world changed color, and in that instant everyone in the palace hall was filled with awe. It was sacred, powerful, and imposing. In front of this divine ring, they all felt as minuscule as ants. Even Xia Yuluo and Xia Yunchang, who had already seen Long Chen fight, were filled with shock. The power Long Chen had displayed so far was many times greater than when he had fought back then. As expected, this fellow was hiding his strength. Xia Yuluo involuntarily clenched her fists, her eyes full of excitement. Although Long Chen normally seemed like a sloppy scoundrel, under his divine ring, he now seemed possessed by a battle god, making her feel a sense of worship. 4-star battle armor. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth's energy seemed to boil. It was like lava exploding, like an ocean was spurting into the air out of Long Chen's feet. Li Wanji was blown back just by this power, an unhealthy redness appearing on her face. Even without Long Chen attacking her, she was injured. Qi waves were constantly soaring out of Long Chen, crashing against heaven and earth, causing the world to shake. Right now, Long Chen wasn't holding back. He had unleashed the power of his immortal platforms, and there almost seemed to be an invisible flame burning around Long Chen, causing the space around him to twist and making his figure indistinct. Heavens, what kind of monster is he? Even the Grand Zia's experts were awed. They had never seen such a domineering yet berserk energy. Just this aura of his could threaten the lives of ordinary foundation forging experts. They might be directly killed just by approaching. And Wenjin's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so strong. Although he had heard that Long Chen had killed several soul transformation experts in the Eastern Sea, that was because he had devoured a self-destructive medicinal pill. Furthermore, he had only killed a few of the heaven-suppressing magic sex experts in a messy battle. That wasn't something to be curious about, because the heaven-suppressing magic sex experts all had weak physical bodies. But the power Long Chen was displaying now shocked him. Let alone him, even Long Chen himself was shocked. At this time, he felt bursts of pain all over his body as the energy of his immortal platforms charged through his meridians, making it feel like they would explode. Now, he was finally experiencing the drawbacks of having his physical body not keep up with the growth of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Boom! Li Wanji was appalled. Putting away her disdain, she slashed her sword at Long Chen. Long Chen's saber danced. No matter what angle Li Wanji tried to attack from, no matter what move she used, she was blocked by his saber. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out. No matter how marvelous Li Wanji's attack was, she would be forced back by a slash of Long Chen's saber. Long Chen's feet never moved a step. Boom! Long Chen once more slashed his saber, feeling like his body was turning numb. That wasn't due to his opponent, but because his body was unable to endure his own power. It's been 10 exchanges already. There's no need to continue fighting. Forcing back Li Wanji, Long Chen rested Bloodrinker on his shoulder lazily. Did they think they could test his true power? They could keep dreaming. Bastard, taste another one of my attacks, roared Li Wanji suddenly, her face twisted. Blood chi exploded out of her, and her sword unleashed radiant light as it slashed toward him. Chapter 1194, One Move to Defeat His Opponent. Translator Born to Be. She activated her spirit blood. Startled cries rang out from within the palace hall. Activating the spirit blood was the trump card of a celestial, signifying they were going all out. This was no longer an exchange of pointers. Xia Yunfeng's expression sank. This woman from the Grand Han was like an unreasonable shrew. He could see that Li Wanji had no assurance of killing Long Chen and was simply trying to force him into revealing his true power. Because Long Chen was not a celestial, it was harder to guess his trump cards. Thus, being able to force one out would reduce his threat. Xia Yunfeng didn't want to see that, so he took out a jade plate. Just as he was about to use it to force the two of them apart, he received a secret transmission that made him put it away. Having activated her spirit blood, Li Wanji's power soared. Sword light gathered around her as she launched an incredibly sharp attack. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Long Chen snorted and suddenly shot toward Li Wanji just as her sword was slashing down. Boom! Damn! The sound of a body being cut apart rang out. When the blinding light in the air faded, they saw Long Chen standing in the air, his saber dyed in blood. From the air, a head and a headless body slowly fell. Courting death, roared Han Wenjun. Seeing Li Wanji's head had been cut off, his killing intent exploded. The others were all filled with shock. They hadn't been able to see what had just happened. Just how had Li Wanji's head been cut off? Runes appeared in the air, connecting Li Wanji's head with her body, allowing everyone to breathe with relief. Long Chen had only cut Li Wanji's head off as a warning. He hadn't destroyed her soul, sparing her life. In that kind of situation, as long as Long Chen had added his spiritual strength into his attack, then with the power contained in the saber, he would have instantly killed Li Wanji. Everyone was shocked. In the 10 exchanges, Long Chen had only defended, but when he had wanted to, he had taken off Li Wanji's head. This scene was too shocking, so shocking that no one knew what to say. Xia Yuluo's hands were gripping her chest. It felt like her heart would jump out. That last attack of Long Chen's had caused light and runes to fill the air, making it so no one could see what had happened. At the same time, she thought of when she had been quarreling with Long Chen and just about to raise her sword against him. At that time, Long Chen had said that he could kill her within 3 moves. She had been intimidated at the time, but then she still hadn't believed it afterward. Now though, seeing this, she knew that as long as he had willed it, there would no longer be a Li Wanji in this world. Xia Yuluo turned a bit pale as she thought of that, but then she involuntarily smiled. How could Long Chen possibly kill her? 2 figures reappeared in the palace hall. They were Long Chen and Li Wanji. Long Chen sat back down in his spot as if nothing had happened. But Li Wanji was pale white, and there was still blood around her neck. Her previous waist-length hair now only reached her ears. Death Chi was lingering around her forehead. That was because, although Long Chen had shown mercy, the power contained within his saber had still harmed her soul. Having your head cut off was like going through a false death. This injury to her soul would take a long time to recover. Having just had a brush with death, Li Wanji was filled with terror. Just standing there, she quivered, not daring to look at Long Chen. Someone come help Miss Li Wanji change her clothes. Xia Yunfeng waved his hands, and 2 maids came over and led her away. Li Wanji's body also had bloodstains, which wasn't very suitable for this banquet. Rather than saying they were helping her change clothes, it was more accurate to say they were giving her some time to calm down. After all, not everyone was capable of being indifferent to life and death. It was the people who viewed other people's lives to be like stalks of grass that cherished their own lives the greatest. Long Chen, how did you do that final move? Xia Yuluo poured Long Chen a cup of wine, fawning over him to hear this. She hadn't been able to see how he had one. In fact, no one in the palace hall had been able to see it clearly. In truth, when Long Chen had attacked at that final moment, he had used flame and lightning runes to block other people's sight. He had used the arm bracer to block Li Wanji's sword while using his saber to cut her head off. However, Li Wanji's move truly had been powerful. Long Chen had also paid a price. The arm he had used to block her had been turned to pulp. But Long Chen had instantly healed it, making it so no one could see it. And the reason he had been injured was not truly because of Li Wanji's power. It was because his physical body was unable to perfectly match the power of his immortal platforms, making it difficult for him to control. Hand back my wine and I'll tell you. Long Chen refused to say. The arm bracer and boots were his secret weapons. He couldn't expose them to anyone because they might save his life one day. HMPH, keep dreaming. If you don't want to tell me, then fine. Who cares? Xia Yuluo wouldn't fall for such a thing. She felt that Long Chen had simply used some kind of secret move. She wasn't enemies with Long Chen, so exchanging all that good wine for this secret was definitely not worth it. At this time, the expressions of the people from the Grand Han were a bit unsightly. This slap in their face had been too vicious. Cutting off a person's head was the greatest humiliation. Long Chen, let me raise a cup for you. To defeat a woman and even cut off her head, you truly are a hero. At this time, one of the Grand Han's experts mockingly raised his cup to Long Chen. Xia Yuluo's expression changed. This person was tasteless. After losing, he launched a personal attack. She was just about to speak when Long Chen held her back. As a princess, she shouldn't furiously shout at somebody or it would be lacking decorum. Long Chen indifferently said, "First, you don't have the qualifications to toast to me, so you should sit. Second, the cultivation world doesn't differentiate between men or women. The only thing that matters is whether you're weak or strong. Just hearing your tone, it's clear you're an idiot who has lived a far too peaceful life. You clearly don't know the cruelty of the battlefield, or you wouldn't say such a brainless thing. Third, so what if she's a woman? Are you looking down on women? Is your mother not a woman? Is your grandmother not a woman? Your discrimination makes you forget your roots. A sheep kneels in thanks to its mother. A bird repays its mother in its old age. Even a beast knows how to be thankful to their mother, while you are less than a beast. You think you're fit to toast to me? Absolutely shameless." Long Chen's words made the Grand Xia's experts want to cheer. This retort was marvelous, with the first and final points even connecting. In truth, Grand Han's romantic stories did not really represent the Grand Han. Their discrimination toward the young and female was extremely great. Amongst the commoners, women didn't even have the right to sit at the table when eating. They had to sit by the kitchen while doing so. Those romantic stories were games played by the aristocrats. As for the expert who had offered a toast to Long Chen, his background was only ordinary, and his discrimination was deep-rooted. But his insult that Long Chen bullied women ended up being turned back on him until he felt himself to be less than a beast. In truth, this fellow simply didn't know how terrifying women could be. But as for Long Chen, from the eastern wasteland to the central plains, he had encountered countless powerful women. Leng Yuan was the strongest of them all. If this person had dared to say that he looked down on women in front of Leng Yuan, it would be impressive if he could keep a single bone to bury. Thinking of Leng Yuan, Long Chen was put in a strange mood. He didn't know whether this woman, who was both so beautiful and so vicious that she could take a person's life, was still alive. How was there no news about her at all? Even Long Chen was a bit afraid to see Leng Yuan, but he also wanted to see her a bit. The woman was too vicious and too stimulating. You? Just as Long Chen was thinking of Leng Yuan, that person from the Grand Hand was pointing at Long Chen, not knowing what to say. Stories say that your Grand Hand's men are all refined and elegant, quiet men who do things meticulously and carefully. But did your parents never teach you that when eating, you should only stand when making a toast? If you're not, you should be seated. Also, you're never supposed to point at people when speaking to them because it's very rude. Don't tell me those stories your Grand Hand likes to tell are just for others to hear while you really act in a completely different way. Long Chen shook his head. You bully. That person put away his hand, but even after a long time he was unable to come up with anything. The Grand Zia's people almost laughed. Zia Yuncheng looked at Long Chen with a faint smile as he crossed verbal swords with the Grand Hand's people. He prostrated himself in admiration toward Long Chen for his skill in this regard. Are you even a man? If you are, you should be magnanimous. Don't your stories say that your Grand Hand's men are all modest gentlemen who don't like fighting with words? Your current appearance doesn't live up to that. Furthermore, aren't the Grand Hand's men supposed to be brave warriors willing to sacrifice themselves to defend the honor and dignity of the commoners? If you were a gentleman, you should have simply smiled slightly and not quibbled. If you were a brave warrior, you should have challenged me to a life-and-death battle to protect your honor. But you're unable to remain calm and you're a coward. In the end, you're jumping up and down like a monkey. What are you doing? Are you waiting for people to toss you a few coins? Sneered Long Chen. All right, that's enough. Long Chen, these are guests, so don't go too hard on them. Zia Yunfeng finally interrupted. If this continued, the atmosphere would grow too tense. However, although his words seemed like he was advising Long Chen, his words also subtly told the Grand Hand's side not to be unreasonable. He was truly worthy of being the crown prince. Han Wenjun was infuriated, but he was unable to get a word in edgewise. Rashly butting in would hurt his face once more. Fortunately, Zia Yunfeng knew how to control things. Suppressing the tension, he clapped his hands, and over 10 beautiful dancers appeared. Ancient, beautiful music filled the air. Chapter 1195 Melodramatic. Translator Born to Be. The music and dancing marked the true beginning of the banquet. All kinds of delicacies were brought up, and fine wine filled their cups. However, although this wine was also excellent and made by the wine god Palace's disciples, it was just ordinary wine to them. It didn't contain any realm within it. To Long Chen, Zia Yuncheng, and Zia Yuluo, who had drunk those disciples' best wines, it tasted more like water. But the Grand Hand's people were immediately filled with praise as they drank it. At this time, Li Wanji returned, much calmer than before, but she still didn't dare to look at Long Chen. The Wine God Palace offered some of their wine for the Grand Zia's national events to entertain guests, but this wine could not be sold or bought, it could only be gifted. But there was no way the Grand Zia would gift the Grand Han any of this wine. Considering their tense relationship, just giving them some to drink right now was not bad. That was why the Grand Han's people found it almost impossible to taste the Wine God Palace's wine. The majority of these people were tasting it for the first time. Now, they were doing their best to fill their stomachs with as much of it as possible, as if drinking just a little bit more was benefiting them. Long Chen even saw someone stealthily put a half-full jug of wine into their spatial ring. However, just a bit later, one of the attendants who came to fill up their wine saw that one of the jugs was missing. According to the rules, they had to replace the old jug with a new jug. All the jugs were counted. The Wine God Palace's wine jugs were special. They could be considered similar to medicinal cauldrons. The longer they were used, the more effective their sealing effect grew and the more precious they became. So the Wine God Palace had to take back their wine jugs. The two maidens were holding new wine jugs. They looked at the two men of the Grand Han. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Without the wine jugs, they couldn't give them new wine. What are you looking at? Someone already took away our wine jugs just now. Hurry up and pour us the new wine. The man who had stolen the wine also felt something was off, and his embarrassment became anger as he shouted. He didn't know that while he could drink this wine, he couldn't take the wine jugs. They were even more precious than the wine, and losing one or breaking one was a huge crime. The two attendants' expressions became unsightly. They didn't know what to say and just lowered their heads, not saying anything. They didn't leave, but they also didn't put down the wine jugs in their hands. "What do you think you're doing? Are you saying I stole your wine?" raged that man. "Brother, you misunderstand. They don't want your wine, they want that wine jug. If they're missing a wine jug, they'll at least be kicked out of the imperial city. A heavy punishment would be imprisonment. You can keep the wine you took, but you should hand over the wine jug. Do you have to make things hard on these two palace maidens?" said Long Chen, unable to keep watching. "What nonsense! Aren't you still saying that I stole the wine?" raged that person. He had decided to refuse to admit it no matter what, because there was no way for him to admit to it. If he did, it would be too embarrassing. "Yuluo, now you see, the real Grand Hand's men aren't refined gentlemen. After taking things, they refuse to even admit to it. Now they want two pitiable palace maidens to take the blame for it. I trust that even a child of the Grand Zia wouldn't do such a shameless thing." Long Chen looked at Zia Yuluo helplessly. Zia Yuluo looked from this man to Han Wenjun. A distant expression appeared in her eyes. It seemed her beautiful dreams about the Grand Hand's arrival this time had been shattered. "Pu Bacheng, shut your mouth. Hand it over or I'll immediately kill you," ordered Han Wenjun, his expression dark. That Pu Bacheng fellow immediately turned listless. He could only take out the wine jug from his spatial ring. "I'm sorry, everyone. This wine is just too good, and I wanted to leave some behind for my father. My apologies," said Pu Bacheng extremely ashamedly. "This game again. Who do you think you're fooling with such a thing? What a grand excuse to mask your own selfish desires." But seeing Zia Yuluo's anger fade, Long Chen knew that this foolish girl had fallen for it. "Leave. From now on, you're no longer a member of my Grand Han," said Han Wenjun coldly. "Grand Prince, please give me a chance." Pu Bacheng turned pale, his voice trembling. Pu Bacheng was simply doing his filial piety. "It can count as forgivable. Prince Wenjun, you should be lenient," said Zia Yunfeng. As the host, he should do something as his guest beat a nobody. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear magnanimous enough. "HMPH, shouldn't you thank the Crown Prince?" snorted Han Wenjun to Pu Bacheng. Pu Bacheng immediately kowtowed and said 1,000 thanks to Zia Yunfeng. Just like that, his offense of trying to steal the wine was excused, and he even received a name for being devoted to his father. Long Chen grumbled inside over how ridiculous that was. After this, the atmosphere once more grew a bit awkward. The banquet ended in that awkward atmosphere, and everyone moved on to the Grand Zia's Heavenly Cloud platform. This Heavenly Cloud platform was also called the Star Peering platform. Not only was it the tallest building in the Grand Zia, but it also possessed great historical significance. It was a soaring tower that pierced the clouds. From the top, it was possible to overlook the scenery of the Grand Zia. It was the best observation tower in the Grand Zia. It was also a grand place for cultural exchange. There was a huge stage at the front. Long Chen and the others sat down, and the dancers began to put on a beautiful show. Once this grand dance was finished, the true cultural exchange between the two nations began. Beautiful women from the Grand Han also went onto the stage and danced. Then they showed all kinds of different talents and skills. Once one side was done, the other side started. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a display. Very quickly, the Grand Han began to show their opera skills. An intense and passionate melodramatic love story unfolded on the stage. Within the story, the male lead was a rich young prince, while the female lead was a lowly farmer girl. A coincidental meeting caused the sparks of love to fly between the two of them without any reason. The sparks grew brighter until it was blinding. In the end, due to the difference in status, the male lead encountered all kinds of obstructions and pressures. Just at that moment, a woman even more beautiful than the female lead appeared, one who was even more talented and did her best to pursue the male lead. But the male lead only liked the farmer girl, and he went all out to bring her into his circle. Then all kinds of bad people appeared in his circle and targeted the farmer girl. Another grand prince also appeared by the farmer girl's side, one who also liked her. The farmer girl had to go through all kinds of contrived melodrama in order to end up with the male lead. To sum it up, there were always some unsolvable misunderstandings between the male and female leads. Whenever they were about to get past their problems, they would be interrupted. The bad people were always smart, while the good people were always kind and foolish. The bad people were constantly causing trouble for the good people, but the miraculous thing was, the good people still managed to end up together, while the bad people either ended up reformed or shooting themselves in the foot, killing themselves. In order to study the Grand Hand's culture, Long Chen watched seriously. In the end, the male lead and female lead finally ended up together, and the male lead said, "After thousands of bumps, after all these twists and turns, I finally reached today." Hearing this, Long Chen almost shit himself. "Fuck, you were clearly the stupid one who jumped into the obvious traps over and over again. You couldn't tell between the good and bad people, and you simply repeatedly trusted the bad people, harming the good people. This kind of brainless and contrived plot could only pique the interest of those children who lived a far too peaceful life. If such characters were placed in the merciless struggle of the cultivation world, Long Chen swore he would change his name if they could live to adulthood." What made Long Chen speechless was that Xia Yuyuo was constantly wiping away tears, clearly completely enthralled in it. He had an urge to slap her. Had she gone completely brainless to believe such a melodramatic story? He saw several other princesses quietly sobbing as well. He supposed the Grand Hand's ability in this regard did impress him. Looking at the men from the Grand Xia, he saw quite a few of them with tears in their eyes as well. But that wasn't from being moved but from yawning. They were bored. This kind of plot made them incredibly sleepy. "Long Chen, what's with that expression? Don't you feel like it was very moving? It was so difficult for them to get past all those setbacks and enticements, but they still unwaveringly trusted each other. This trust makes the perfect love," rebuked Xia Yuyuo upon seeing Long Chen's disapproving expression. "Love shouldn't be an intense oath. In truth, it is as simple as quiet companionship. Perhaps that's different from your ideal dreams, but you should try comparing reality to dreams. True love should be simple. Both sides guard over each other, occasionally fighting and bickering. They are all parts of love." Long Chen shook his head. The only kinds of people who loved such melodramatic things were people who had gotten used to peaceful lives and wanted stimulation. As for Long Chen, he was the opposite. He was normally so stimulated that he was on the verge of dying, so stimulated that it drove him crazy. He longed for a peaceful life. He wished he could go live in the secluded mountains with his lovers without worrying about anything. But people like Xia Yuluo, who lived peaceful lives, felt their lives to be boring, and they wished for a romantic yet also thrilling love. But in this world, being able to escape from peril every single time like that only existed in stories. She would never realize the price for true stimulation. It was a case of someone ignorant not knowing fear. "HMPH, you're too old to talk to." Unable to reach a consensus with Long Chen, Xia Yuluo left him and ran over to chatter with the other princesses. After this play was over, the cultural exchange continued. One of those was chess. Seeing the chess pieces, Long Chen's expression became odd. He also sensed Han Wenjun glaring at him, his eyes as sharp as blades. He was still engrossed with the "your father is like me, I am your father" story. Long Chen ignored him. If he came over, he wouldn't mind telling an even more marvelous story. The Grand Xia and Grand Han's people displayed their singing and poetry, their skills in Go and chess, their scholarly knowledge, etc. Long Chen was watching with interest, as this kind of cultural inheritance was enthralling. When he encountered a marvelous experience, he would also clap along. Some people from the Grand Han began to challenge Long Chen. Other than chess, they challenged him to an exchange of pointers, but Long Chen ignored them. The main thing was that Long Chen had no skill in those things, and he wouldn't give them a chance to slap his face. "I have some insignificant skill in the zither, and I heard that Mr. Long Chen is very skilled in musical theory. I hope Mr. Long Chen can grace me with his wisdom." Suddenly, a red-robed maiden appeared on the stage, holding an ancient zither. She directly started to target Long Chen. Chapter 1196, bragging to the point that even you don't believe it. Translator Born to Be. Not waiting for Long Chen to reply, the woman started playing her zither. The melodious zither music reverberated through the air, and the sound waves spread throughout the majority of Grand Xia City. Countless experts in the city gazed into the distance at the heavenly cloud platform. That zither music seemed to possess its own will that was giving them food for thought. "Long Chen, you're actually skilled in music theory. How did she know that? Do you know her?" Xia Yuluo suspiciously looked at Long Chen. "I also find it strange. Even I didn't know I was proficient in music theory," exclaimed Long Chen with shock. A chuckle escaped Xia Yuluo's lips, and she lightly beat him, warning, now's not the time to mess around. She'll definitely ask you for pointers once she is done, so prepare yourself. No need to worry. Could such a thing pose any difficulty to me, Long Chen? She's looking down on me far too much. Long Chen puffed out his chest. You have a way to deal with her? Asked Zia Yuluo with surprise. A tactical escape. You busy yourself while I leave. Long Chen stood up to leave, but Zia Yuluo pulled him back down. You're running from a battle. How can you act like this? How will you even raise your head in the future? Demanded Zia Yuluo. Why would I raise my head? It's tiring, Long Chen shrugged. Think of some way to handle her. You're so smart, you can definitely deal with her, right? Said Zia Yuluo expectantly. That's not very likely. Of the 7 apertures, I am only skilled in 6. I have no assurance, said Long Chen gravely. Being skilled in 6 of them is already extremely amazing. Wait, are you saying? You're saying you don't even know one? Zia Yuluo reacted after a moment. Exactly. When it came to music, Long Chen truly knew nothing, so fleeing was definitely the best choice. But you can't just escape, or it'll lose the face of our Grand Zia. Right now, you're one of the Grand Zia's generals, so you can't run. Zia Yuluo kept a tight hold of Long Chen as if afraid he would slip away right this instant. Long Chen found it funny. This girl was too pure-hearted. Sometimes she couldn't even tell a joke and thought he really was running. Primal chaos split at the beginning. Yang formed the heavens. Yin formed the earth. Yin and Yang divided, heaven and earth facing. Just at this moment, a sweet singing sound began to accompany the zither music. That woman was actually singing while playing. Her singing was very nice, and her song was a scripture containing the essence of the world. As her voice resounded in people's ears, they felt their mental realms rising. She was truly powerful. Once this song was over, everyone had to nod in praise. This song was truly amazing. If they could hear this song continuously, their mental realms would rapidly rise. Mr. Long Chen, please give me some pointers. The woman looked toward Long Chen. She stayed standing on the stage, refusing to get off. Long Chen frowned. Did she really have to act like this? He didn't recall any personal enmity between them. Why would she force him like this? Miss, you are forcing me. Long Chen bitterly smiled. I've long since heard that Mr. Long Chen's skill in the music Dao is extremely profound. I truly want to hear your appraisal. The woman looked at Long Chen sincerely, but while that sincerity might be able to trick others, it wasn't able to trick Long Chen. Zia Yunchang and the others were surprised to see this woman view Long Chen so highly. They hadn't expected Long Chen to have such a skill. Han Wenjin sneered. The higher he raised Long Chen, the better it would feel to knock him on the ground. Miss, where did you hear that I'm skilled in musical theory? Long Chen smiled a smile that was not a smile at the woman. She looked at him. For some unknown reason, her heart pounded wildly when Long Chen was staring at her. She couldn't lie while looking at Long Chen. However, she did have guts. She smiled and bowed toward Long Chen, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. Mr. Long Chen, you don't need to be humble. Could it be that you refuse to give me any pointers? Since you want to force me like this despite the fact that we don't have any enmity, I won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen had never been afraid of bragging. Words began to flow from his mouth. All right, you're right. My humble self began studying literature at 3 and martial arts at 4. At 5 I could recite poetry and songs. At 6 I could kill chickens and pigs. At 7 I could slaughter dragons and tigers. At 8 I saw through the mundane world of dust and began to study the various musical arts. When it comes to the music Dao, from the heights of the heavens to the depths of the earth, the zither, the gyukin, the lute, the morning bells, the evening drum, there is none that I am not skilled in. Long Chen's bragging caused these people's ears to buzz and their eyes to see stars. Some of them even had their hair stand on end. At first, they were truly shocked by Long Chen. But then Long Chen's words came out like a torrent, and he bragged for a full 2 hours without repeating a single phrase. Now they all finally realized he was just bragging. But to be able to bring bragging to this level, it could also count as a divine ability. The most amazing thing was that Long Chen didn't even bat an eye. Eventually, even Long Chen ran out of bragging words and came to a stop. Everyone was silent, feeling dizzy from his bragging. As expected, Grandmaster Long Chen truly is amazing. I prostrate myself in admiration toward you. Grandmaster Long Chen, can you give me some pointers? The woman waited for Long Chen to finish bragging. The sneer on her face was unconcealable. She directly called him Grandmaster. The more Long Chen bragged, the more face he would lose in a bit. This was what she and Han Wenjin wanted to see. Zia Yuluo was worried. She knew Long Chen knew nothing about musical theory. He had sealed his own path. "Do you really want me to evaluate you?" Long Chen smiled. "Please, Grandmaster Long Chen." The woman bowed expectantly. "All right, then I'll give you an evaluation. I will use 2 words to describe your music just now." Long Chen raised 2 fingers. "Absolute trash." Everyone's expressions changed, especially that woman S. She turned ashen out of rage and she glared at Long Chen. "Ha ha ha, I've bitterly trained in the zither for 18 years. It's my first time hearing someone evaluate my music as absolute trash. Interesting," she sneered. "Without a master to guide you, you'd still be trash after training 180 years. This has nothing to do with how long you train. A snail can train for 18,000 years and it still wouldn't be fast. The reason no one has evaluated your music as trash is because those people were just fawning over you, or perhaps you don't let many people listen to your music. All it proves is your own lack of experience. As a master of music, you use the music Tao to peer into the heavenly Taos. The goal is to combine the body and the Tao, to have the heart reach a natural realm, to have no faults, to have no impurities. But what about you? We don't even know each other, but you followed someone else's orders and used your music Tao to target me. Ask yourself, do you really feel no guilt? As a person, you're trash, so how could you possibly play a divine song? Do you think others are as brainless as you?" sneered Long Chen. The expressions of all the Grand Hand's experts changed. This time, Long Chen's words were direct and clearly cursing them. "You," the woman's expression also changed, and she pointed at Long Chen. "What you? Even you are in the habit of pointing at others when speaking. As expected, you're all from the same place. But in order to convince you, now that I'm done speaking about your personal character, I'll speak on your work. The zither song you played is called the Divine Sealing Soul Calming Song, while the song you sang was the Supreme Senses chapter of the Great Wasteland Western Scripture. It recorded the comprehension left behind by a supreme existence before they ascended. However, the scripture is damaged and too difficult to understand. Only 1,000th of the original remains, and both the beginning and ending have been lost, making it so no one has been able to comprehend it. Let alone you with your foundation forging cultivation base, even a life-star expert is unable to comprehend the profundities within it. The reason you sang that song was purely to show off." Long Chen's words caused the people's hearts to shake. It seemed his previous evaluation hadn't been deliberately insulting. He had the facts to back it up. Amongst these people, only a few had heard of the Great Wasteland Western Scripture, let alone the Supreme Senses chapter within it. But looking at the zither-playing girl's shocked expression, they could tell his words were spot on. Xia Yuluo also jumped in shock. Long Chen had clearly said that he didn't know anything about music, but then how was he able to say so much? In truth, Long Chen really had no understanding of musical theory. But the song this woman had played was something he was very familiar with. That was because someone had once sent him a section of the Divine Sealing Soul Calming Song. That person was someone he had encountered by chance in the Eastern Wasteland, Zai Yan. That song had been extremely beneficial to the Dragonblood Legion back then, which was why he remembered each beat within it. As for the Supreme Senses chapter of the Great Wasteland Western Scripture, that was something he had seen in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. It was not a cultivation technique, nor was it a secret art. Instead, it was an ancient text. Back then, he had been given the approval of the Xuan master to go through the hidden scripture pavilion's ancient texts. He had flipped through them all. It wasn't because Long Chen was so studious, but because he had been hoping to find records pertaining to the 9-star Hegemon body art. Regretfully, he hadn't found anything, but due to his memory, he hadn't forgotten the texts he had read. It was precisely because he had read so many of those ancient texts that he had been able to swindle the wine god Palace's disciples of their wine. Within the ancient texts had been many profound principles that were all difficult to understand. They sounded simple, yet each word had multiple meanings, and the principles contained within them were sources of great enlightenment. So Long Chen was familiar with the zither music and singing of this woman, which had given him his confidence. So despite knowing this had been a trap, he had still jumped into it to slap his opponent's face. "I heard the Divine Sealing Soul Calming Song years ago. The playing of that person was true divine ability. It was able to draw people into an artistic realm. She was thousands of times better than you. Then as for your singing, your sound Dao cough, I mean your vocal range isn't wide enough. This kind of high-difficulty scripture is out of your league. Your playing was average, your singing was average, and you were unable to form any resonance between them, nor were you able to bring people into that kind of artistic realm. Tell me, don't you think your performance was absolute trash? Demanded Long Chen. HMPH, don't try to act so above and aloof. Who doesn't know how to nitpick? If you have any ability, put on your own performance for us to see, raged the infuriated woman. Long Chen smiled slightly. He had known she would say such a thing. Fortunately, he had the photographic Jade Ziyan had sent him. He was just about to show off a bit more and play it. Although it wouldn't be a personal performance, he had slapped his opponent's face enough already. Which esteemed guest is gracing my Grand Zia city with their presence? Just as Long Chen was about to take out the photographic Jade, a majestic voice resounded throughout all of Grand Zia city. What shocked Long Chen was that this voice belonged to the Grand Zia's emperor. This is an expression that doesn't really translate. Basically, the expression is that he doesn't understand one aperture, which means he doesn't understand anything. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Sound Dao sounds like vagina.